Hey there, gorgeous gays. Version 2 here with Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers. After a long time, like a really long, like so fucking long, like legitimately 13 months. Today is a huge fucking day as we finally continue MSQ. We beat 5.0 like January 8th, 2024. Today is the 16th of February, so 13 and a half months actually. Now, if this was any game that wasn't Final Fantasy XIV, you can go back and look at Yakuza recently. As an example, if there was any other game where I had a 13-month break with the main story, I would come back into it and go, what the fuck was happening? I don't remember the events that were occurring. I don't remember the details of the stuff like that. What was going on? Fortunately for 14, one, we finished it by finishing 5.0. So like, even with the break in MSQ, we're going into like the start of a new section today. We finished one section and we're starting a new section today. Fortunately, for a second thing, this game is my brain and nothing else exists in my fucking brain, and I have spent nothing for the last 13 months with my life other than annoying every single person in my Discord about Shadowbringers and me constantly talking about just every fucking day. Every fucking day, there is some bullshit that I spout off in the Discord to get these fucking brain worms out about how obsessed I am with 14 and particularly Shadowbringers. So fortunately, I have a pretty intimate fucking detail of everything that's happened up until this point. So if you're worried about me going, what's happening? Because, you know, Fire has really severe brain damage and memory loss. That should be fine here. That should be fine here. So, we're okay. So, hasn't been talking about nothing but Shadowbringers for the part 4? Crafts, excuse me, 4? I'm gonna dial that number up a bit. You're doing a dishonor to how annoying I've been. Wasn't it literally fucking... Didn't I go on a tirade yesterday? Let me open up my Discord. I think it was yesterday I went on a tirade. Oh no, yesterday I was posting Monster Fucker Manifest pictures. How many times have you watched the end of 5.0? My own once. I can't do it. I can't do it. I've watched other people do it. Like a lot. I've watched my own once. I know for other people, watching me do the end of 5.0 might be exciting. The end of 5.0 for me, this normally doesn't happen to me. I am not someone who hears my own voice and cringes. I honestly like watching my own videos. I find myself entertaining because I'm a narcissistic piece of shit. But like, I like my voice. It's one of the reasons why I don't want to ever voice train. It's just like, don't I want my voice to sound more feminine? I really like how my voice sounds. Not the Australian accent part. Fuck that thing. Australian accent sucks. But how my tone comes across, how my voice comes across and everything like that. I actually really like that. I think it's got a lot of personality. I think it suits what I do really well. I think, like, I do voices, like the way I talk for different moments works really well. I really like all of that. And I don't want to do any voice training because I don't want to change how any of that sounds. Especially because of how much voice training is spoken of as not changing the sound of your voice, but changing the way that you talk. And I don't want to change the way that I talk. I fucking love the way that I talk. However, that being said, I can't watch myself to the end of 5.0. I cringe too hard. It's like, it's not that I'm embarrassed by it. I'm not embarrassed by the end of 5.0. Like, I'm happy for other people to watch it, and I'm happy if other people find it entertaining. And everything like that. It's just... I think it's more so because, like, it's such a visceral, raw reaction of mine, and I can't act. Like, it's too just, like, it's too unfiltered that it kind of gives off, like, I don't want to say unprofessional, because I'm not trying to be professional, but, like, I don't know, it falls apart too much into just a slobbering mess instead of me like articulating any of my points well, or even like articulating my reactions in a way that isn't just me falling apart or anything like that. It's more so that. So I've watched myself do the end of 5.0 like once. Like if I had the ability, to like compose myself a bit more to get across those reactions, I'd probably be fine with it. But no. I don't even know what that mail is. I ordered 2 things off the marketplace. Did I pick up both of them? If there's pots of black dye in Talga's inventory, then I got both of them. This is someone sending me a letter if that's the case. No, I have my pots of jet black dye. I don't know who... Someone sent me a letter. That's someone sending me a letter. Oh, so I don't think I've turned off the FC chat. Not that it ever matters. It turns out the FC is dead during stream time, which is really funny that I've ended up in an FC where that's the case, but it's fine. So remember the video of your 4.0 shouting cow with Alphano? That is an incredible moment. That was an incredible moment. Oh, by the way, it was like... yesterday I was talking about how hyped I was for 5.3 because of the trial music. And then the day before, I was talking about hyped of just like, oh my god, Bosnia soon, oh my god, and everything like that. And also, on that same day, I was also talking about just like, how it turns out the Warrior of Light is, Emmett Selk's Unsundered Postman. Just like, you scroll through the 14 chat in my Discord, and it is just several novellas by me. It's... Can someone be down bad for a video game? Get that mail, Graha. I'm gonna heavy pet the Graha. So that's also one of the big things about today. Reminder, after the end of 5.0, and definitely before the beginning of everything like this, Minefus and Graha are now dating. The polycule has begun because of Y'shtola. I didn't even plan for it. It just worked out that way. It's really funny. But the polycule is now oh god, you have been waiting up there for so fucking long. I rambled for like half an hour before the stream started. Hello, Val. You also get heavy petting. There we go. There we go. So. But yeah, Miners and Graha are now dating at this point. Y'shtola's dating me, Y'shtola's dating Runa, I'm dating Graha. It's all happening. It's all happening. The polycule is opening up. The polycule is expanding. Where is a delivery Moogle here? Because there's... Actually, is there a delivery Moogle? Where is it? Oh, there. I was about to say, is there a delivery Moogle in Baldona? We're in the Pendants and we're sleeping here. We don't actually continue the story in the Crystarium. We have to go back to the Rising Stones. Are you throwing cheese and or fish at me again? I gotta say, I freaked out my FC the other day. Oh, don't tell me you're upstairs. Don't tell me you're upstairs. Delivery Moogle, I'm gonna hire a hitman to shoot you in the fucking face. I swear to God. Do you want to tell the ground on the other side's full sighting 5? We did also want to do that, yes. We did, yeah, actually we should go around and talk to everyone. So we're actually gonna spend a bit more time. But how the fuck do I even get to you? Oh, I got a crystalline main. Mara launch. Where the fuck? Why is every delivery Moogle in the worst fucking place? Why can no delivery Moogles be in a normal fucking location? God damn it. It's so annoying. Oh, actual new dialogue. New dialogue for delivery Moogle because they mentioned Feyaul. Feyaul was saying the delivery Moogle's from beyond. Wherever that is, Cooper, I have high hopes for you. I wonder if they have high hopes for me, too. Yo! Yo! This is the... Feyaul learned from the other delivery Moogles on the source that I'm like, courier. And they pass it on to this one. That's adorable. Oh, no. Oh, no. Lillian, no! Oh, fuck. Oh, god damn it. I know what this is. Lillian! God damn it! Ah, fuck me. God damn it. For reminder, Lillian. Reminder, Lillian's the person who joined us in the treasure dungeon stream from AFC. No, because fucking one of my members of the FC, Orson. They're our chef. They love cooking. You can log in, and half of the time you log in, they'll be at their house cooking. But to get something for fishing, they needed to desynth a bunch of fish. And Lillian, who catches fish all fucking day, had a lot of it, and Orson was just like, oh, can I have that? And it's like, yeah, sure, here they are. They're not desynths yet. And Orson was just like, I no longer want your fish. And I'm just like, oh, desynths, they've got achievements for that. And so now Lillian has sent me nearly 1,000 fucking fish for desynths. Okay. Why is that? Why? Oh, this capacity. This is at. Okay, that's at capacity. Okay. Okay. Let me just put my fish. Let me put these fish over here so I don't accidentally sell them off. Let me do this. Damn it. There we go. I also haven't bothered to equip these. I've got some Neo Kingdom, Summoner, and Ninja. Sorry, not Summoner. Oh, no, it is Summoner. Yeah, I have some Neo Kingdom, Summoner, and Ninja gear to equip, but that I have not bothered. My inventory is in a... This is my inventory organized. It's just in the middle of stuff. Everything that I get from dungeons and retainers I'm keeping here. Everything on page 4 is stuff that I'm going to turn in for, like, either ventures or descents or selling it, depending on whatever I'm, like, best using it for at the moment. This is all the untradeable stuff. Over here is all the stuff that I'm going to sell. So I'm selling off, like... All any of the things that I get that I can sell from my ventures. And then over here is the stuff that I normally keep, or anything that I'm using for a particular thing at the moment. Like, I gotta put these onto gear sets, I gotta desynth all this shit, I gotta work on crafting this fucking shit. This is how many carrots I need to train other people's chocobos for an achievement. So there's a lot going on. Anyways, Graha! Graha, we are now dating. Let me come and say hello to you. Graha. 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 Let me come fuck you. Graha. Graha. I do have to apologize to Graha in one capacity. When I inevitably commission art of Manifest having sex with someone, this is inevitability. This will happen soon. Probably. I'm saving up money. I don't need to like save up money for any particular goal right now. I'm just like keeping money aside to put myself financially in a very secure position where like I've got money for rent and bills for like a month or two in advance each, just in case I like need time off or anything. But once I do that, I'll have shitloads to spare money. And I could save up to like maybe take a holiday, save in general and stuff like that. One of the first thing I'll do is commission art of Manifest having sex with people. I am sorry, Graha. I've been dating Yashtola longer. It's going to be Yashtola first, and then you. Don't worry. Fire and her unbelievable lust for cat people. Manifest's love for cat people. I have mentioned that the characters in this game that I'm horny for are different to the characters that Manifest is horny for. However, the character that Manifest is the most horny for is the same character that I'm the most horny for. Which is to say Manifest, so it's fine. Do I think Graha's the quest giver? No, they've apparently all the Scions and Graha, and I would presume also Reen if we can find her, have unique dialogue. They'll have unique dialogue, apparently. Though I think we already spoke to Graha, didn't we? Oh, it's a moment. What brings you back to the first? Another adventure, mayhap? I think we already did this one. I think this one we did. As to be expected, the recent changes in Northrons were invariably accompanied by some disarray. But the people have embraced the night with joy in their hearts, and they go about rebuilding their lives with optimism. Your fellow Scions have each returned to whence it all began for them, to lend a hand, helping hand during this period of transition. Alphina was in Yormor, Alice at the inn at Journey's Head, and Yashtola with the Knights Blessed. Thanker and Ring continue to be guests of the Crystarium, though of late they are often afield on some matter or other. I imagine they're doing the raid series. Yeah, Graha will tell us where they are. I had instructions to summon everyone hither should you return, but busy as they all appear to be, perhaps the reunion can wait a little while. Rest assured, I'll continue searching for ways to deliver your comrades home. So please, take your ease and enjoy some time to yourself. I'm pretty sure we did the other ones when we like first finished Shadowbringers this. So, let's go to Yormor. Let's go to Yormor. We're gonna check in with Alphino, the artiste. Because they're all doing their own things now. Alpha, no! Because we can see the big important thing here. I've already seen this. Yo! Dulia Chai painting's finished! Yo! Let's go, Alpha, no! Alpha, no! It's Blackwood. When did you come back to the first? I trust Atara and the others are well. For myself, I decided to stay here for a time, and have been doing what I can to help Yulmore, just in the aftermath of Vorthry's tyranny. And in the spare moments I've had, I've managed to finish that painting for Lord and Lady Chai. Considering all they have done, and all that lies ahead, it seemed a suitable gesture. Dulia! Oh, another visitor! How lovely! We have a slice of cake and a spot of tea. A light meal, mayhap. Ah, but what am I thinking? We cannot lay the table with luxurious abandon as we once did. Goodness me, 'tis a shame that I don't have sweets for my sweets. Both you and Alphino are so adorable. Must be sure to have the larder stocked before your next visit. Hello, Chai. As you can see, things are back to normal here. Aside from, you know, needing to completely restructure the social hierarchy. But however the matter is resolved, it would seem I must begin working for my crust again. I shall revive the stoneworks to develop a new telos for this modern age. Aye, that ought to keep a smile on my wife's face. Chai is the most wife guy in this entire game, and I love him for it. I absolutely love Chai for it. It's so... just how unapologetically wife guy he is so cool. Oh, then a crack. Hell yeah. Alice, whereabouts in here are you? Alice, there you are. Hey, Alice. Mr. Blackwood, no one told me you were back. Well, never mind that. You should try speaking with Ulrich. I've come to believe that some miracles simply require an inordinate amount of stubbornness. That goes for your case, for Ulrich's, and I'm hoping for Gabu's as well. Now, I'm gonna say gold texture upscaling has done a lot for Yulmore. I'm not like really taking it in with the graphics update. I'm sure we can go there at some point in MSQ and we can have a look at it. Okay, now, when Alice says that my case requires a lot of stubbornness, is she talking about all of the light poisoning me, or is she talking about Minifist's myriad mental issues? Because I feel like Alice is trying to imply the second one as well at the same time. Well, Ulrich gasped, which means he is taking in the world around him a little bit more. Oh, I thought knowing, I forgot you were out. Alright, the last thing I did yesterday was farming fates. I forgot about that. Hello there, Finland, Bokenfor. You look like Mikoto. Just because Ryan in the same map. Is the most notable in Crystal Tower ACVH, specifically in the second one I can never remember the name of. Siaka's Tower, yes. Yeah, Crystal Tower's glow up is fucking insane. And it's not just because of the crystal textures. The gold textures in Crystal Tower are really fucking good now. That I have noticed. I have noticed that in Crystal Tower. The crystals themselves and everything else has been, like, wow. Wow. Incredibly good. Incredibly good. And to slither bow. Oh my god, it's raining. Bruna! Ah, the mighty hero returns to great Slitherbow with her presence. When the night sky returns, we all knew at once that all would be right with the world. Any doubts we may have had were quickly put to rest when Master Matoya came. It did my heart good to see her in such high spirits. We should hold a feast to celebrate your victory. Then you can finally sample my famous stew. Bruna, are we gonna ever actually eat your stew? We're still yet to actually have it. Ishtola! There you are. I take it there were no pressing matters to give you on the source then. If not, I may have need of you in the near future. There is still so much yet to be learned of this world. So many mysteries begging to be solved. The greatest perhaps being the truth of Emmett Silk's words that fateful day in the Katana Revel. A most troubling matter to be sure, but remember, it is not a burden you must bear alone. Immediately a stroller with the don't worry, you don't have to do shit alone thing. Can y'all stop for like... I was about to say, can y'all stop for one stream? We're literally about to continue MSQ. If there is any stream that it is not gonna fucking stop for, it's fucking MSQ. Yes, his whole dick and balls, we've all seen it. So I think I've also got a commission art of Runa and Y'shtola having sex. See, here's the big thing for me. There are gonna be some people out there who, like, Y'shtola's their waifu, they play through the story, they do the same thing that I do, have Y'shtola date their character and everything like that. And then they're gonna get the Shadowbringers, and they're gonna see Runa. And then those characters are gonna be like, damn you, Runa, you're trying to take my girl away, how dare you, and everything like that. And I like to call those people cowards. Open relationship, polycule. Fuck all y'all. Stop being cowards. Let the Wolfman ravage your girlfriend. It's hard. I just love zoning into a place sometimes. Yo, that is the world's shortest femoral. Holy shit. I love just zoning in sometimes, and you just see a Lala dressed as a goblin, being menacing, being called Central. Can we see their adventurer, please? Okay, you know what? You know what? It could have been a lot more cursed, but the fact that it's side-on is pretty funny. So it's just dating my partner's world, that makes it easy. There's one person I commissioned a lot of Y'shtola, and when Runa came out, they were so upset and they were very verbal about it. And again, I call these people cowards. This is going on in the Names of 14 blog. Sensual chocolate's a pretty good one. What is that? What is this? What is this? How do you have a preferred world bonus on fucking Diabolos? What? No wonder I don't recognize this. Someone how the fuck did you get a... Actually, you might have traveled here from another world. They're from Halicarnassus. So they are on Dynamis. So I guess that's what it is. I didn't realize you still kept the preferred world bonus if you world traveled. But this is why I didn't recognize it. I'm on the Diabolos. No one here will ever natively have the preferred world bonus. What's going on over here? Hello. Hello, I see fat cats. I like the fat cats. Hello. I see another person with Graha as well. Koeljit Maruk. I bet you're dating Graha as well. Yeah, you do. I can tell you do, because you got the Graha picture in there and you're kissing it. I can see a fellow Graha shipper. I can tell whether there's a fellow Graha shipper. Sorry. Let me get back to my miscue. Sorry. Oh. What's up, Val? What's up, Val? Rising Stones is active today. People crown Dynamis to get the bonus and travel to worlds to actually play. Apparently DPS queue times are better on there. From what I've heard, because of the way the player base sorts out, DPS queues are better on Dynamis. Not healer and tank, but apparently DPS ones are better. Like, if you go DPS on Alliance right now in Diabolos, you have to wait over half a fucking hour, even if it's, like, in need. You were like, what is this? And then I was like, that's the virtual mouse, a feature nobody uses. Oh, this? And while Lawrence says, can we check on a nickel high? We can check on a nickel high. Hi, Tataru. It'd be nice to have, like, Tataru be part of the story again. Well, maybe. We might go immediately back to the first. Are we doing anything on the source of the story is really the question here. A nickel high. Hello. A pleasure as always, Susan Lemon. What would you ask of me? Tell me about yourself. I have already revealed to you the secrets of my origin, and the spirit of friendship you have offered me. I shall endeavor to remain open and truthful from this point forward. Can I tell you about Silver? I was not born in this world. My home fell to oblivion long ago and is now known as the Void. Boy. Champions. Okay, this is all stuff that we've read before. Yeah. Ruined by captured essence of primal, so in dark nations of darkness. Attached by the echo, darkness consumed all that we learned of each other's existence. Yep. And I am told that soon it will be your turn to travel across the rift. And unlike the energies which ravage my home, the star which beckons you is filled with blinding incandescence. Yet a flood of lights will invite destruction as surely as a maelstrom of darkness. I wonder then how a champion's haunted light could serve to redress this imbalance. What strange destiny calls you to this battle? I've already dealt with that. You did have new dialogue for Shadowbringers though, so there is that. There is that. Is it that dialogue or is there any other dialogue that I'm looking for? I cannot tell you about Silver. Is like the big thing. And nothing new was learned. Well, I was wondering because we did the role quest, see if we could tell him about Silver. But apparently not. Thought there was more, but I guess not. Well, technically, the thing that, like, the conclusion for the role quest is technically not added until after 5.1, right? Like, it's after the 0.1 patch that the role quests get added. That's like what I saw people bitching about for Dawn Trail. Is like 7.16 came out, and people were just like, oh my god, 7.16, this is proof that the game is dead. Because the 0.16 patch didn't add any major content. Because it added, like, the conclusion for the role quests. And people were just like, oh my god, dead game. 7.16 is bad. And then I think it was Crafts who mentioned that, like, 0.16 is, like, for 3 expansions in a row been the conclusion to the role quest patch. It's amazing how fucking doomer people are being about this game. It's incredibly frustrating, but, like, to the extent that people are doing it is just honestly fucking embarrassing. There are things to criticize, sure. Wasn't me, I don't know dick about shit. Oh, someone mentioned it, I think. Maybe it was someone in the FC. Might have been in the FC that people were talking about it. I've now got, like, actually 2 groups of people to discuss 14 with. And anytime something comes up on stream, I just assume it's part of the Discord, and I'm just like, oh, it might have been the FC, actually. It's good. We can usually talk pretty comfortably about stuff in the FC, and I don't have to worry about spoilers, just because we've got so many people in the FC who are still in ARR and Heavenswood that, like, people won't openly spoil stuff that I would be spoiled by because, like, we can't even discuss Stormblood openly. So it works out pretty well. Guess what? We're immediately going back to the first. Shaken Resolve. Tataru seems eager to make up for lost time. It's Blightwind! Gods, it's good to see you. I hope your being here means you've had your fill of rest. More than my fill! I've been waiting a year! I got new boots though since last you saw me. Aren't they cool? Aren't they so much better than the last ones I had? Well, I had to wait until the world improved its details to get these because they're part of Dawn Trail. Well, you've certainly earned it. Not much has happened since your last visit. I had planned for you to meet that helper I told you about, but he refuses to answer his link pearl. I do hope he's alright. We've been exchanging messages via Ocean Alliance throughout, though. They say the fighting has finally stopped at the Gimlet Dark, and that the Empire has shown no sign of movement. Which means we might actually have a moment to ourselves for a change. Seeing as you're back, maybe you can tell me a bit more about your time in the First? Great! Oh, and if you don't mind, I'd like to ask Flamin to join us. She wants to know what happened to me and Ophelia, and I think it's best she hears it from you. We'll meet you on the terrace at the House of Splendors. Absolutely everything about your time on the First. I was about to get on my mount here. Let's wait until we go out the door before that. And it's about time! Meow! Whee! Whee! Flamin! I'm so excited. Speaking of just like Thunderwing, I need you. I'm sorry, Thunderwing. I'm sorry. You're very huge. I'm so excited to get to Dawn Trail and like this most divisive expansion that's ever existed. The expansion that's gonna kill FF14. I'm so excited to get to it and for me to love it. I used to joke that like future expansions that weren't loved would become my favorite. Like I was in ARR and I was like, I can't wait to get the Stormblood and become my favorite expansion. But like after Shadowbringers, I can't even make that joke in earnest anymore. But I could still love Dawn Trail. Very excited to get to it and just fall in love with it and just be like, why does everyone hate it? Oh, it's because the 14 community has like deliberately built up like a culture of cynicism and like drama baiting and hatred because that's what's like financially profitable for the content creator space. Wow, I'm shocked. My opinion on DT was alright to great. On 0.0 was alright to great, and 0.1 rules. There we go. I thought you were doing a react face with the shots face. I can't sit down and join Flamin'? Okay. This one might win. Why has it been too long? Tataru did mention that I'd be joining you, did she not? Don't steal my seat. Oi! Thank you. Words cannot well express how long I've longed to know more of the first. This Lord Minfilia has sacrificed so much to save. But come, rest your feet. Tataru should be arriving shortly. Oh my god, Val turned into Tataru. One thing I'll give them, this race schedule is flawed. The Buzzy Eureka Zone should have been pushed by earlier than 0.2x. That's the one thing I super agree with. Everything that people have told me about 7.1 is that it is Savage Raid, it is Alliance Raid, it is Chaotic Raid. It is Ultimate Raid. And that's it. The schedule, the amount of content may not be a problem, the schedule is. Like, it shouldn't take 6 months after the release of an expansion before, like, non-raiding content comes out. That I do completely agree with. Because, like, if I did 7.1, I might try to join, like, some Chaotix, but, like, I wouldn't be there Savaging, I wouldn't be there Ultimating. And the Alliance is, like, just, like, standard content. It's part of a roulette, like, after the first time you do it. So it's, well, I guess you gotta do your weekly, like, gear up when it comes out. So, like, that I agree with. That I agree with. The fact that there's no non-rating content for, like, several months after an expansion release is, like, I don't know how they thought that was okay. I guess the idea would be that the stuff that you could catch up on from the previous expansion is still there, but, like, one of that's Island Sanctuary, a completely solo thing, and then the other is Relics, which, like, Endwalker Relics are tomestones, so you can't even, like, there's nothing even to do in the previous expansion, which probably makes it a lot worse right now. And so Minfilia chose to pass on her gifts to the next Oracle? This girl who Thancred named Reen? To have such a burden thrust upon her as a child, only to embrace it when given the choice. In that respect, they are quite alike. It would seem her legacy is indeed in capable hands. Who's Simblatwin? Might I ask a favor of you when you next return to the First? To tell Reen what I cannot. To tell her, thank you. And an offer thanks to you as well, for staying with her to the end. Begging your pardon, but could I have a word? Rio! Rio! I hope you're here to tell me you've received word from our helper. I wish. Nah, I've not had a peep out of him. And it's been a good long while now. Too bloody long. I love how Flamin acts like she's 78 meanwhile she's like 30. It's like the moment she became a mother to Minfilia, oh, sorry, Asilia, it would just be like, alright, well, I guess I'm a grandma now. Minfilia doesn't have a kid. I guess I'm a grandma now. Just super into that Gilf aesthetic. On account of which, I'm gonna sneak over the border and see if I can't get a signal from him to him from closer up. But what if they catch you? There must be another way. How many times, at this point, how many times has Riel snuck into Garlemald? Or even just Ilsabad in general. Like, surely he's done it a number of times. Although I do love that Riel is still around and relevant. I think, seeing the other Scions, the other Scions who do, like, do the day-to-day business that, like, of other stuff that needs to be done, that helps the big heroes do the huge things that they do. It's very nice. Especially in this moment when none of the Scions are on the source. Like the A team, I guess. Well, anytime we can ask Thancred to do it. Besides, I shouldn't have no trouble picking my way through Gimli now the fighting's died down. Because there's enough shadows to hide in. I'm gonna be waiting around here twiddling me thumbs. Ain't a right, I just thought I'd let you know. Now I best be. Ah, I nearly forgot. Girl's at Stones and she wants a word. Something to do with the patients. She's getting ready to examine him again when I left. Meanwhile, Hori Balder is confined to the Rising Stones. We'd best head back then. I'm sure it's important. Bye, Flamian. You ain't worrying about me. Go and see what Kral has to say. The B team Scions rule. They really do. They really do. Hori and Coulternay are so good. I love Hori and Coulternay. They don't come up a lot, but whenever they do, I'm always happy to see them. And Riol obviously rules. Riol's an obvious one that rules. Everyone pour one out for Wilrid. Everyone pour one out for Wilrid. That poor bastard. Actually, do people have new dialogue now that, like, we're here? I'm pretty sure if they did, I would have spoken to them last time to find this out. Welcome back, Usamoan. How did the Archons fare over in the first? When next you see them, you may inform them that their bodies are as well as can be. I have this worry that the cutscene we're about to get is going to literally say the opposite of that, considering this quest is called Shake and Resolve. What's Osha do? He just kind of sits around in my experience. I'm pretty sure what Osha does is pretty fucking obvious. I know. Like, everyone knows that. Not that I expected any less, but it's good to see you home and unharmed. I'm pleased to report that Arenveld and his fellow Primal Hunters have upheld the peace for you in a way. You can actually see Arenveld, I think, currently in Rolga's Reach. I think we've seen it. Yeah. Pleasure to see you, Isam Blackwood. Can I well imagine what sort of the world the first is, or adventures you had. But you've returned to us safe and sound is of great comfort. But, yeah, like, speaking just, like, of the Scions, it's something that, like, obviously Shadowbringers heavy focus on the A-team of the Scions and just an entire other world. We don't get as much. My experience, all Osha does is show all on Twitter. It's probably being posted by Aina. But, I think it's something that a lot of people probably miss out on while they're going through the game. And it's been because of chat that I haven't. But honestly, speaking to all of the Scions in between quests and stuff and moments, pardon me, in the Rising Stones, it adds a shockingly large amount to the game. It really does make the Scions feel like a much bigger organization than just the A-team, and like that the other characters do matter a lot more. It's something that is just like, should optional conversations be the way that they deliver that? Maybe, maybe not. But I mean, like, I always feel bad when I'm just like, man, this stuff's like really good or really important or like adds a lot. I kind of wish it was in MSQ. I always feel stupid for asking that because this game's MSQ is already so fucking long that any of the moments that I say, I wish those things were in MSQ so more people could experience it or it had a more direct impact on the story. I'm realizing that by saying that, I'm also saying I wish the pacing of the MSQ was slower. Which, don't get me wrong, I love that the MSQ is slow-paced. It's something that I very much appreciate about this game. This game takes its fucking time with moments. It lets moments sit. It lets things develop. It lets things happen. It lets aftermaths really settle in and everything like that. It's one of the things I love about the story in this game. But I can definitely understand that just being like, all of these moments should also be in the MSQ. It's just going to be like, for a lot of people, it will just make the MSQ feel like more padding and less important stuff. Because people are just like, if I get the vibe a cutscene's not important, I'll just skip it, even if I don't know what's in that cutscene. And then I skip the cutscene and like, oh my god, Thancred's dead. Oh, we're just in a meeting and we're just talking. Skip cutscene. What do you mean Thancred's dead? I'm talking about like 4.4 for that one. And it's just like, yeah, exactly. It seems she's still examining them. Oh, I do hope it's nothing bad. But I'm a person who loves playing through games slow, so this shit's built for me. If there's something that you can definitely tell from watching any of my stuff, is that I love playing games very fucking slowly. So the idea of a game deliberately being slow is obviously going
You're
to appeal
here.
to me.
Good.
Kryle! Kryle! If I was a Lala character, you would be my girlfriend.
So, how are they?
And honestly, if I didn't have mine, if I start dating Yashola earlier, you probably would be anyways.
Still locked in slumber, but otherwise in good physical health. For the present, at least.
Uh-oh.
For the present? Oh no, is something wrong with them?
I'm afraid there may be. I summoned you after detecting faint signs of instability in Thancred's corporeal ether. But subsequent examination suggested all 5 might be affected. And when I examined them just now, my fears were confirmed.
So it's
Telling
starting
me
to break
the
down.
degree of instability varies between them.
Thancred's the worst. Y'shtola and Urianger are next, and it's barely on Alpha No Analysis.
Thancred exhibits the most notable signs, followed by Y'shtola and Urianger. The twins' ether, meanwhile, remains relatively stable, but there is a change there too if one knows to look for it.
It's a direct correlation of how long they've been gone for. They have that the souls and the bodies are starting to be apart for too long. Their souls are going Gestalt,
Hold on.
and their bodies are getting
Isn't
the black
that the order
scroll.
they were called away in?
Indeed. Which leads me to believe the instability will only increase with time. Though I can but speculate, I fear this may be a symptom of a weakening link between body and soul.
By the gods! What happens if the link is broken?
I cannot say for certain. This is all unknown territory to us. Yet whatever happens, it cannot be good. Mercifully, the instability is still only slight. And you may rest assured, Master Matoya and I will do everything in our power to keep it from worsening.
Yeah, this is putting the patches on like a direct soft time limit of we need to start getting shit resolved now. There is now a soft time limit of how long we have to deal with this. Which, to be fair, Base Shadowbringers had that, but for the Calamity because of the war. Black Rose is the end, so it's fix the first before that happens. But then Black Rose ended up being neutralized.
Be that as it
independently.
may, it is imperative that you find a way to restore our friends' souls to their bodies.
All right, easy. We just got to do something that has not been done before. Cool. Well, I mean, bringing a soul from one reflection to another has been done before. It was the thing that got us into this issue. We can't access the Crystal Tower on the soul, so we can't do that. And also, the way that it was done here was an accident. So recreating an accident is also not exactly going to be a great idea. Leave it to me.
Thank you.
But where's she even supposed to start? We had the greatest minds in the realm hunting high and low for an answer, and they ran out of places to look.
We have an advantage on the first in the fact that we've got the person who called them over in the first place. Graha is probably going to have to be one of our biggest helps to that. And also, we have, fairies there who can travel between reflections.
You stated in your report
So we might
that
have
the
a bit more of-
Exarch had originally intended to reverse the summoning process by means of his own death, correct?
We also don't know if that worked. And no, I'm not killing Graha.
Raha always was a reckless young fool, ready to die for the first righteous cause that came along.
I like this explanation from Kryle, someone who's clearly close with him. That it's just yeah, you know how he locked himself in the Crystal Tower? Actually super in character for him. And also, from what we know about him even before then, this is in character for Graha. Graha was like a hero idolizer when we first met him in the Crystal Tower stuff. So him being someone to idealize heroes, but not having the strength that other that the heroes do and stuff like that, it makes a lot of sense that he's just like, oh, opportunity for me to die to save people? I volunteer.
His plan might well have worked, but I, for one, am glad he never had the opportunity to see it through. Even if it does mean our friends must remain stranded a while longer.
We also don't know if it would work. We actually... Because, like... We don't know if it will work because it was an accident. Like, Graha, like, didn't need to die for the original plan, because the original plan brought over Minifest and made Minifest force a bond between the Source and the First. That's why she can travel between the two just fine. Like, the idea was to, like, force a bond to the First with Minifest. Accidentally bringing over just the soul of someone else was completely unintentional. So I feel like Graha saying, if I die, it should undo that part. We don't even know if that's true, because it wasn't part of the plan. It feels like it's just something that he's just like, oh, it would probably work, so I'll die for it. It'll be fine, don't worry about it.
There is another way, I am sure of it. And the key lies with him, with the Exarch. Pray return to the First and apprise him and the others of the situation. We, meanwhile, will do what we can from here. And, if the fates are kind, we will have good news to share upon your return.
If there's something that I'm, like, super pumped about and looking forward to, if it pans out that way, Shadowbringers has been ultimately, like, bringing you down to the depths of despair to make you very hopeful. It's been, like, a big part of, like, the whole base expansion was doing that. So if we continue ending things on a hopeful trend, which it may not, this might be the moment where we decide to, like, stick the knife in after things are getting better. We don't know. But if we get to a moment where Graha is able to come to the Source in some capacity, I'm excited to see Kral and Graha talk. Just because they're obviously very close friends. Again, Kral calls him Raha. And I want to see them talk. I want to see Kral and Graha get to talk to each other. Take care of it in the first season, Blackman. We're counting on you and the Crystal Exarch to bring our friends home. They obviously have history. Absolutely. Absolutely. I ship it. I ship it hard, but I mean, that's just me. Don't you worry. Master Matai and I will think of something. I'm not saying Graha is able to come to the Source, that the polycule's guaranteed to expand. I'm just saying don't be surprised if that's the case. I'm just saying don't be surprised if that happens. Personally, I should grab some rest and relaxation. Also understandable. See, I feel like not seeing them interact with each other, it's hard to say exactly what it would be, because it could very much be that it's closer to siblings, especially depending on how young they knew each other or anything like that, or their particular, like, I don't know if we ever got explained, like, what Garloth is to Graha. I love Gustarium, I love you, I love you. I do love Gustarium as well. Like, Graha knows Garloth, but I don't know if we have actually got an explanation of, like, was Garloth a mentor? Was Garloth, like, a pseudo-father? I don't actually know. Like, if it was explained, I don't remember. If it was not explained, I obviously don't know. And stuff like that. So I could see, like, some people just being like, oh, Graha and Kryl, they're, like, more of a brother-sister thing. But, I like the idea of the polycule expanding. And if I can't date Kryl, then maybe my boyfriend can date Kryl. Houston Blackman, you are returned. I hope your time in the Source was suitably restful. But of course it wasn't. Go on. Their corporeal ether shows signs of instability. By the gods. The possibility never even occurred to me. If you have returned in the hope that my research has yielded a solution, I fear you will be sorely disappointed. 'Tis but to mercy with the likes of Mistress Kryl and Master Matoya to keep our friend's bodies safe, while we wrestle with the problem. But they cannot forestall the separation of body and soul indefinitely. Come, the others must be told. Silent Polycule can expand to cover most of Mortona. It's alright, Thanker and Nurian J won't be dating anyone in my Polycule, they're just gonna be their own thing off to the side. Artesia can cover dating Kryl if needed. Yeah, Artesia's got the Lala Polycule going with Kryl and Tataru. Do you think Nurian J is a surface star? I think Thancred absolutely is, but with Urian J specifically, I think it would be Urian J's surface star. And like in most situations, I would say that Thancred's service star. You know, giving a lot selflessly for someone else and everything like that lines up with Thancred. But I'm also just thinking Urian J would be more delicate with it, so I would say with Thancred specifically, it would be Urian J. This sword fighting.
Will Thancred and Reen not be joining us?
They're off doing the raid series, I presume, so no.
Nay, milady. With apologies to all, they beg leave to pursue their investigation of the empty to its conclusion. Should matters here demand their presence, however, they did assure me that they would make themselves available.
I guess technically you could have done the first raid tier before this. That's fine.
Yes, of course. Then let us proceed. I think it best that you begin by providing a summary of Mistress Kryl's findings.
So shit's not quite fucked, but give it time though, and shit will be fucked. Kind of expected you to have done so. We're doing them in an order. Apparently the order that I'm going to do it in is fine. Order that we're doing it in gives me more time to grind out Bosnia.
That some change would occur.
Yet our souls seem unaffected. To my eye, at least.
And they are some pretty eyes. I mean, good eyes for seeing the souls.
How long they will remain so is another question. Kryl is right. It is imperative we find a way to return to the source.
Perhaps an explanation of the method by which I brought you here will yield some inspiration. Ere I begin, it must be noted that I am by no means a gifted mage. In order to employ powerful magics, I must rely upon the Crystal Tower and its boundless reservoirs of energy.
Which is why we can't just do the same trick on the source.
The magic that summoned you was no exception. 'Tis a singular spell, adapted through painstaking effort from the technique that transported me to the first. To use an analogy, it works by cutting a hole in the fabric of reality. A hole tailored to the object of summoning, through which it and it alone may pass unscathed.
Yeah, so you've had to, like, make the spell like, to do the spell again, you have to make it for a specific person. You can't, like, it's not just in general target someone with it. It seems like the basis of the spell itself needs to be, like, crafted with that specific person in mind.
Though I succeeded in creating said hole, I failed to latch onto my intended target. Instead of you, the spell found those close to you, and ended up summoning them in their incomplete state.
Which is why getting them back is so fucked. Just because this was an accident, and it's kind of split them apart. Say hole again? Oh man, I can imagine if you look it up online, the amount of Graha hole that exists out there. Holy shit.
I would not soon throw my life away. Not after the lengths you and yours went to save it.
Yay! Yay! Our catboy has resolved himself to not kill himself. Woohoo!
And so long as I breathe, I will spare no effort to see you safely home. But should all else fail, and your lives be at stake, there remains one sure method.
You don't know that it will work. You found the Hobbit even put it incorrectly. You don't know this will work, Graha. Nothing about what... Because some of them accidentally. You don't know if you die that it will pull them back. You don't know this.
What was that for?
How can you even entertain such thoughts? You owe your life to the Warrior of Light, and you don't get to die unless she says so.
Fucked up way of putting it, Alice, but thank you.
Your followers await your divine judgment.
What did you just...
If the two of you have finished, perhaps we could return to our discussion?
Manifest starts dating Graha. Y'shtola immediately starts putting the sass on Graha. And also Alice, who has a complicated as fuck crush on Manifest.
Rather than dwelling upon the multiple failed attempts at transference, I think it would behoove us to focus on the solitary success. I would draw your attention to the fact that our friend can travel between worlds possessed not only of her body and soul, but her personal effects besides.
Oh, simple. I put you in my inventory. This will definitely work. Everyone, I'm like the height of all of you combined. Everyone, jump in my pocket. I will carry you. This will definitely work.
This is no different from the teleportation magics to which we are all accustomed. Magics that allow for the transportation of those inanimate objects one considers to be an extension of oneself.
Feels like an arseful, but honestly, the idea of etheric binding has existed since ARR, so no, it's not. You do etherically bind to the stuff that, like, you physically own. We can have multiple corpses or multiple alive people. Exactly.
Are you suggesting that simply by considering us her possessions, she could carry our souls back to the source upon her person?
Well, it would be nice if things were that simple for a change. But vague notions of ownership seem a rather tenuous thing to stake our lives on. So much as a moment of doubt on her part and we'd be left floating in the rift.
So we're gonna find a thing to shove your souls into. Alphino, no, that'd be slavery.
Milady hath the right of it. The requisite fixity of belief would be too much to ask even of our friend. Yet were we to immure our souls within an object in her possession, mayhap then our safe passage could be assured.
I was about to say white aura sight, but they've explicitly stated that white aura sight can't hold shit for long. Because I'm just like, white aura sight, we literally trap souls in it with Ascians. Why don't... Oh, right, because it doesn't hold them for much. It, like, leaks out pretty quickly. But I would accidentally reinvent slavery.
White auracite would, I believe, serve as a suitable vessel for this purpose. It was conceived to imprison the massy soul of an Ascian, and should house one of ours with relative ease.
This is why I love this game! Because I can just, like... it's so easy to do this. Because, like, the rules of the world make so much sense, and, like, the solutions you can come up with are just shit that is, like, come up in the story before. Like... The amount of time you go through shit to deal with stuff like this is so easy to predict sometimes like this, because it's just knowledge of what's happened before. You can rely on the world making sense to predict shit like this.
We would need only to ensure our soul's safe preservation inside the stone, and identify a means by which they might be transferred back onto our vacant bodies.
Yeah, how do you get them out? Every other time we've trapped a soul in White Auracite, we destroy it with a blade of light. Getting it out without doing that was not something that we're exactly accustomed to do. And also, again, the soul saves preservation inside the stone. From memory, that's part of the point of White Auracite, is that stuff gets out of it relatively quickly. It's why you need the Blade of Light at the time that you trap them in it, because you can't just trap the Askin soul in it and eventually find a Blade of Light. It's why Moan Breeder died. Moan Breeder died at that moment to ensure that we could kill Nabrialis at that moment, otherwise he was going to get out of the White Auracite.
Soul preservation and transference. I believe I know of someone who may be able to assist us.
Really? Who?
On the far shore of the source, there stands a great palace built by the elves.
Oh, so, okay, not someone we've met before. Remember to cast such a long shadow on the whole game, it's wild. Around for 2 patches, and yet she's been she consistently is relevant. I'm pretty sure, like, isn't the thing that interrupts $4 Echo that Urianger made for us in Stormblood, doesn't he directly say that it's just like, yeah, this is like inspired by what Moan Breeder did and stuff like that? It's almost like maybe Moan Breeder should have either A, not died, or B, if they were going to kill her, made her a character from like early 2.0, so it would have had much more of an impact in the moment and not feel like they introduced a character solely to kill her off for like a cheap emotional sting. Like, they've done well in trying to rectify it by like giving it more sense. It's one of those things, there's moments later on where they fuck up a story thing early on. In ARR it happens a couple times, and they try to like rectify that, but by at least giving that fuck up a lot of weight. Minfilia is another example. Minfilia's death in at the end of ARR is really bad. Like, she just gets divine intervention to kill herself. It's like the way that she goes out is so bad. They could have given her a much better death. They could have given her a much better exit to the story to what she ends up doing. But it's like they've tried to like rectify that with Minfilia by a bit just being like, okay, the way that we wrote it out of the story was really bad, but let's give her a lot after that fact that does resonate with what her character was before, so at least it doesn't feel pointless. Like, we've fucked up, we've done something bad with our writing early on, let's at least make it mean something and worth something after the fact. I remember Amelia clocking her death, so I purposely did not get attached to her. Yeah, but she was ephemera, so I did.
It was forsaken in the wake of the flood, but a certain Numo chose to make their home there soon after. Though they have long lived as a recluse, they once occupied a place of honor in Verbert's royal court, and
what?
It is said that none in all of Norvrant is more knowledgeable than they on matters of the soul.
What type of armor is this Numo wearing? What? You said Numo, and then I see this. I don't know what's happening. Why has this got its 56 updates every time I open it? Mine never seems to update, unless it does it automatically without me noticing.
Well, I've no objection to seeking a helping hand, but if they've gone to such lengths to hide themselves away from the world, what makes you think they'd be willing to lend us one?
Alistair, we need you to do your trick of walking up to someone and flicking their forehead again. I think this is how we're going to solve most of the solutions for the rest of this franchise.
A worthy question. Years ago, I myself tried and failed to solicit their cooperation in the battle against the Sin Eaters.
Naught but the most resolute souls can withstand being flicked in the forehead by an angry teenage girl. Okay, so, hey, do you want to save us? Do you want to help us, like, prevent the end of the world? No. Okay, do you want to help us, like, get, like, 5 people back home? Oh, now sure, I'll do it.
No sooner had I begun to make my plea than they unleashed a swarm of their familiars upon me. Unlike me, however, you have curried favor with the faithful.
True, I am
By that
literally
merit
besties
alone,
with the king.
I am hopeful that they would grant you an audience.
Yeah, I am besties with the king. This does come with quite a few perks that we keep using multiple times throughout the story, because Feo Ul is the best. She is the absolute goat.
They may still be inclined to turn you away, of course, but if their knowledge might feasibly facilitate your return home, we have to try.
Feo Ul, we need you to tell one of your people to stop being a dick. Nightworld Silver Piece. We always take these. Feo gets pissed when we don't abuse their royal authority. This is true. This is true. Feo gets really mad when we don't nepotism. 'Tis said the kingdom of Burbot was once home to the realm's greatest knights and magics both. To command a place at the royal courts, the Nemo whom we seek must needs have been a mage among mages. Feo, I need your magnificence for a bit, please. The Nemo seem to have a welcoming folk in Ilmek. What do you suppose could have driven this one to a life of seclusion? Don't like the Nemo, aren't the Nemo like genetically disposed to liking scritches behind the ear and helping people? Because they're puppy fairies? Well, one of two puppy fairies, because the Amaro are also puppy fairies. A mage of surpassing skill living a life of seclusion. Now where have I heard that before? One can only hope there are more receptive to unsolicited visitations. Which Master are you referring to currently, Yashola? What? I'm sick and tired of the XX attempts at selfless sacrifice. If he suggests dying one more time, I swear I'm gonna grant him his wish. I do feel like for Minifest specifically, obviously, again, part of the story, but for Minifest specifically, Valentine's stuff, no, we'll do it at the end of today. We've also got to do, like, a bunch of society quests at the end of today. So, end of today is, like, society quests and Valentine's. So, today might be a long stream, but we're not going to do it tomorrow, because Bossy will be even longer. But, I would say that Feo Ul is a relatively important character for Minifest's, like, mental state of being. I feel like Feo Ul would be along what the people who actually helps Minifest not completely and utterly break down all the time. I feel I like Minifest actually having someone that she can turn to and rely on, as opposed to like being the person who everyone else relies on. I think it would help Minifest's mental state to just be like, it is okay to ask for help. It is okay to have other people help you. It is okay to not be the one person who has to do everything, because someone like Feo Ul exists. Having someone that they can rely on to such an extent as Feo Ul, I think is something that would help Minifest, like, start to diminish that mental state of, I need to be the person who does everything because I'm the hero. So I'd say that Feo Ul's a relatively important character for Minifest. And also Ardbird. Ardbird's like a very big one as well. Not like, that's not necessarily having someone else to rely on, but more so just being like, no matter how much you think you fuck, also near weeklies, because that's a fucking thing. Ardbird's just like, it doesn't matter, like, even if you fuck up, you can always come back from it, because look at Ardbird. Kind of stuff like that. The Crystal Exile would waste no time in seeking help for your stranded comrades. The Grand Cosmos, that is the place we seek, stands on the opposite shore of the source. I will arrange for a boat to carry... Oh! Grand Cosmos! Pog. That's an important one. That's an important one. Grand Cosmos. Grand Cosmos is important. It won't be important until post 5.3. Grand Cosmos is important. Is it? Blue Mage. Grand Cosmos is going to be important in the Blue Mage stream. Grand Cosmos, I asked this in Discord, it's just like, when do we do, like, is Grand Cosmos a thing that we do in, like, post-Shadowbringers, like, before 5. I don't know if I asked if it was before 5.3, but I asked, like, do we do that at some point? And people were just like, yeah. And I'm just like, cool. There's a spell for Blue Mage from Grand Cosmos, and it is, I don't know if it's the most important one, but it's a pretty fucking good one that you get. We'll go in, I'm not gonna go as Blue Mage now for it, but, in 5.3. We'll be, after 5.3 when we do the Blue Mage stream, we're going to be doing Grand Cosmos as well. So nice, we get it now. I'll save it for the stream though. I'll save it for the Blue Mage stream. I won't go then. Because I want to show you what it is. It's a very good spell. I will arrange for a boat to carry us there. Whilst thou journeyest thither, I best I devote mine energies to the creation of white aura sites. By thy leave, of course. The process requireth no small amount of time, and should the Nomad consent to lend us their aid, we will have need of a suitable vessel ere long. Agreed. Then I'll ask the rest of you to meet me in Sullen, and do be prepared for a warm reception. So this is a dungeon. I already know this is a dungeon. Well, I knew it was a duty. I knew it was a duty, but if we're getting it now, it's not a fucking trial. I knew Grand Cosmos was a duty, but I didn't know what kind of duty it was, because I didn't actually see that when I was looking at the Blue Mage stuff. Bray, join the others in Sullen. I shall return my thoughts to the Aura site, and apprise Thancred and Reen of our progress. But yeah, if we're getting it now, it's going to be a dungeon. So there is that. I immediately open Discord in the loading screen, and I see a thing. Open the image. There it is. There it is. Damn it, Graha. Fun facts, until you finish the weeklies, you can't New Game Plus the nearest because Yoko Taro is a hack. Oh, man. If you were upset about how much I was criticizing Yoko Taro and calling him a hack in the Near Alliance raids last week, boy howdy, don't look at our Discords in the Twitter. My opinion of those Near raids has only gotten worse in time. In the week since we did it, my opinion has only gone down of the story of that. Did you know that Yoko Taro actually suggested that one of the things for the Near Alliance raid is to delete your character? Did you know that Yoko Taro is a selfish prick who considers his art to be more important than the actual art of all the other people who work on Final Fantasy XIV and the time the players put into the game? That he thinks that his silly little fucking crossover is like so important and big and like, oh, it means so much that it's like, oh, it's that killing of the like several years of data for like people doing their crossover like thing is like a reasonable thing. Did you know that? Fuck Yoko Taro, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, obviously. His crossover that did nothing. His crossover that, like, had an emotional core that goes against the emotional core of the rest of it, and his crossover that did nothing with his world and characters outside of the admittedly interesting idea of the what-if scenario of the robots, the machines, whose entire thing in Nier Automata is trying to recreate various forms of gods or societies that worship gods in every single possible way that they can conceive of, to recreate the gods of the world of the realm that caused Nier to happen in the first place. Admittedly interesting, super in character, and super on theme, super on brand for the machines. Genuinely interesting. That one part is good. Everything else is action figures smashing into each other. Yoko Taro, you fucking hack. Derogatory in this particular case, because wow, I legitimately think the Nier crossover in this game is his worst work that he's done, and I beat Drakengard last week. He said the palace is on the opposite shore, but I see nothing on the horizon save empty sky. Curious. The Exarch said to prepare for a warm reception at the palace. Let's hope it's more cordial than his last visit. I was relieved to hear the Exarch and then intended to arrange for a boat to carry us across the lake. Not that I'd be opposed to swimming, mind you. Oh my god. There are too many people here. Unless this is an 8-man adventure. Oh yeah, this music! Because riding a boat is definitely the equivalent of building a Talos to the heavens. Yeah! As I told you before, I had scarcely set foot on the palace grounds when I was set upon by our host of millions, and I expect our reception today to be no different, which is why I propose we march through the main gate, weapons drawn. I'm sorry, but we are not here to petition for assistance. You can't honestly think barging in looking for a fight is going to persuade them. Actually, I believe the Exarch might have the right of it. They have no doubt poured a great deal of time and energy into their creations. Were I them, I should be most interested to meet those who could overcome my defenses. As would any true seeker of knowledge, and there is little we can say or do to convince them to help us if we know nothing of their character, nor less why they chose to hide themselves from the world. But if we can seize their interest, mayhap we can earn ourselves an audience. Baiting shit up? Hell yeah, that's good. Every time you learn about the things that Katara had planned, but it was tonight, it gets crazier. Weapons drawn it is, then. Though I must say, Exarch, you certainly seem to be enjoying all of this. Getting to go on adventures again! I know you're enjoying this, Catboy. Do I? I will not deny that I enjoy the thought of fighting alongside you, or rather than pacing opponents inside the Crystal Tower. You both seem to be in rather high spirits, if you ask me. Not that I'm surprised. Your mood invariably moods invariably improve when Newsom Blightwind is around. What exactly are you implying? So, Alphino? Does Alphino know that I'm dating Graha? 2, Alphino is definitely aware that his sister has a crush on his best friend. She averted a calamity, and the light which seemed destined to consume her has been extinguished. It is only natural that we be pleased to see her. Yes, well, we have plenty of time to celebrate her good health after we've finished here. Of course. Then let us proceed to the palace. Y'shtola being upset, it's just like, yes, I'm also dating Usum Blightwind, but like, when we're on a mission, I'm fucking professional about it. Get your shit together. The Polycule is fighting. Well, again, it's one of the things that, like, I think Y'shtola and Minifest have it in common. Raise hands, who isn't dating Usum Blightwind right now? Now, Alizé just wishes she was, but also wishes that she wasn't. Again, Alizé's feelings towards Minifest are complicated. Fun fact, Y'shtola's the only trust member that will never fail a mechanic. That's because my girlfriend is so fucking hot that mechanics avoid her. They don't want to possibly graze her because that'd be cruel. But no, it's a thing that I've said. Part of, like, other than just like the adventurer aspect of Minifest, also applying to knowledge. So both Y'shtola and Minifest being intense seekers of knowledge and wanting to understand and learn as much as they can is something they super have in common and everything like that. Amrot's cheating. Amrot's cheating. Whatever Emmett Sulk is creating probably gets around whatever Y'shtola can see. But what was I saying? But yeah, like, part of what Y'shtola and Minifest would also, like, see in each other is they both have a very similar resolve when it comes to, like, dealing with problems and threats and stuff like that. It's something that they both respect about each other a lot. Again, I'm not just shipping Minifest with Y'shtola because I think Y'shtola's hot. I legitimately think that they're very compatible. It's just the parts that are compatible for them are, like, the lower down, not as obvious traits of Minifest. Whereas, like, Minifest and Graha being together is, like, a very obvious both, like, love adventure, love, it's like seeing the world and everything like that. Literally the thing that Graha said that, like, made me realize that Minifest, like, falls for Graha and stuff like that. It's the very obvious traits of Minifests, like, line up with Graha, so that's why they're together, where it's, like, the lower down stuff that really doesn't come up as much in MSQ are the things for Minifest that I think Y'shtola together like that. So, like, Minifest and Y'shtola are very professional when it comes to, like, we're dealing with stuff like this. Like, let's not joke and bicker about our relationship or anything like that. We'll wait till afterwards. Big thing like 4.4, how there's, like, the relationship troubles because Minifest cucks Y'shtola right in front of her by fucking Sardu and stuff like that, and it's just like, we're going to discuss this after we've dealt what we need to deal with here. After we're finished here, we're gonna discuss it. But we'll table it for now because there's important shit that we have to focus on. So the idea that Graha... Graha and Alizé are just constantly getting into that stuff in the middle of it, Y'shtola's just like, God damn it, Minifest. God damn it, Minifest. Hard divide between work time and playtime, unlike Thancred. Yes, very much so. Very much so. That'd probably be one of the biggest differences of personality for Minifest and Thancred. Seeker of Knowledge title? I am familiar with the Seeker of Knowledge title. You know why? Because I'm trying to get it. Because it's down here. Oh, sorry, Keeper of Knowledge. Sorry, I'm getting it confused. I'm working on the Keeper of Knowledge title. It's for capturing 300 tomeliths on Seal Rock. I'm at over 200. I'm actually making progress on this. But this is Keeper of Knowledge, not Seeker of Knowledge. It's a different thing. My plan is Keeper of Knowledge is going to be my Sage title. That's the plan that I have. Anyways, who wants to play? We have 2 healers and 2 DPS here, so... Who wants to join? There are 4 of you and there are 3 party slots. Unless you want to run the dungeon for me and Minifist gets to chill out and relax for once and doesn't do the dungeon. Get that title on them and have your stroller with like an I'm Knowledge t-shirt. Roll for it! We can do that again. That's what we did for the twinning. Everyone has to roll random and whoever, and the 3 who get the highest go in. You could do that. Unless someone wants to voluntarily step down. Or if anyone wants to say, I absolutely want to be a part of this one because I particularly love this dungeon. I saw the full boat and went back to the diadem. There's a problem. I'm getting too popular and famous that I'm having too many people join me for dungeons. But not popular and famous enough that I can fill out trials. But everyone said on staying in doesn't want to roll, I can step out. Well, Deku has said I can chill and do front line. So it seems that Deku is willing to step out. No take backsies. There we go. There we go. Light party! Alright, Val, I apologize. Val, you need to be aware of something. Val, Valcar! Valcar, Step Warrior! Val! You need to be aware of something. Val, I need to tell you something. Look at me. Bad Dark Knight. Get ready to cry. Believe you're trying to invite an animal minion? Well, okay, what I wanted my party to be was Val, Lamonde, and this wind-up dwarf here. But unfortunately, I'm not allowed to have the wind-up dwarf in my party. She has earbuds and she can't hear you. Small talk. Anima, sorry, autocorrect. I can't but imagine what manner of beasts keep guard here. No, that offered us scant opportunity to explore the palace. A pity. We can come back later. I think we're done enough talking, don't you? We have a Nemo to impress. But Anima and there, she'll fuck him up. How long has it been since we last went on such an expedition? I can't help but be reminded of the ruins of Scala. Ah, the last .1 dungeon, hell yeah. You can't even come back and explore mode. Just your stroller, open up the duty finder, choose explorer mode. I know what the fuck are you talking about. Just good to be here with you for a change. Whatever you would have me do, you need but say the word. Okay, you can't repeat our bedroom talk in front of the others. It's a little embarrassing. We should bring the boatman with us on the dungeon. Graha, the ultimate switch for the bedroom. I actually think this dungeon was one of the first to explore mode. It was earlier this patch or the patch after. Graha is the ultimate switch. You want a power bottom? You want a service top? You want a sub bottom? You want a dummy top? Do anything you want. Long ago on the far shore of the source. How did this shit appear only now? Sup, Crafts? Thank you for the 6 months. I gotta fix this so like the message that people say actually also shows up here. I keep meaning to do that and then I keep forgetting to do that. Long ago on the far shore of the source, a great palace was built by the elves, the Grand Cosmos, an edifice of such magnitude it was said to inspire envy in both the heavens, for which it was named, and the flowers that pervade its boundless gardens. And with so many wonders of the world that once was, its radiance quickly faded in the wake of the flood, its halls falling silent, the throne sitting empty. That is until the palace was given new purpose when a mage claimed it as their sanctuary. Their only company being solace, solitude, and the legion of familiars barring entrance to any foolish enough to seek an audience. And away we dive. Grand Cosmos! Cosmo flowers are so odd looking. Cosmo and Wonder is so fairly odd looking. Giant, pretty castle. Oh my god, it's the Nemo! Why do you look like that? Are we just starting with you? Or are you gonna like run away and throw shit at us? Like if days ago, but I ain't beginning, right? Fancy music we got going here. Gotta turn down a little bit. Alrighty. Gotta dance. Should you know your lives, you'll quit this place at once. Now, be gone with you. Ah, you're run away. Coward. Coward. Alright. Clock the Lakeland arrangement. Ah, yeah, there I can hear it. From ageless sleep I bid thee rise. Yo. Bring unto them a swift demise. I thought I activated Delirium. I did not. Delirium! I probably should have done Blackest Night. I also, after this pool, I gotta turn down my volume. I can't concentrate so loud. Oh my god. Is it loud? Is it too loud for you? Is it too loud for you? I can't concentrate out loud. It's on my end. Yeah, that Lakeland arrangement, yeah. I can definitely hear it there, yeah. This giant armor is gonna be ran into the ground. It's been there since AR. Oh, I gotta turn this down. The battle effects are pretty loud. I keep trying to turn down the battle effects, and they keep being too fucking loud. I turned them down like twice in expansion at this point. They keep being so fucking loud. They're so loud. They're so loud. They're so fucking loud. They're so fucking loud. We're jumpies. We're jumpies. We're doing the jumpies. Okay, now it's too quiet. Look how of a mess of my microphone flows. Swish and flick, my lovely. Swish and flick. Nelik or evil. Swish, swish, swisharoo. The brooms. The brooms. Are you actually gonna hurt me if I walk past you? No, okay. The Cross of Blades. Pretty sure I've seen that as like a house decoration before. I call for blades to run them through. Oh shit! Evil weapons. Oh, we can keep going. I'm pointing. Latoya brooms. Lock away in solitude, you need brooms to do the work for you. She's doing it. Well, we have found another one who's doing the same shit she did. Brave Knights of Eld, tried and true. There we go. I keep trying to press buttons to activate them and they're like not popping. There we go. I'm trying to match too many buttons as like, OGCDs, and then they're just not activating because I'm pressing too many. It keeps happening. That's ping, baby. Just definitely notice it particularly on tank because of like, oh, I've got like my idea of what I'm going to do for DPS, and then I'm trying to shove in other stuff in the middle of doing that. If it's just I'm making a mess of my palace, then you leave me no choice. Brooms. Okay, Seeker of Solitude. We are, okay, we're fighting you as the first boss? Okay. Okay. Let's go. Fuck you up. Got our music going. Hell yeah. There we go. Blackest Night. Woohoo! Yeah. Yay, Blackest Night. I see magic brooms of health. Immortal Anathema. Raidway. Raidway. Come, my lovelies, there is filth that wants for cleaning. Other brooms coming to clean. Are the brooms extra flares? The brooms are totally extra flares. The brooms are totally extra flares. That's funny. Yeah, we did a whole bunch of the brooms in the maps. I meant a reprisal. Yeah, the brooms were extra flares, and now they're extra flares again. Bam! Hell yeah. Blackest Night is always just one of the most fun buttons to press. Immortal Anathema. There we go. Missionary position. There we go. These brooms kill new players like bugs in a vacuum cleaner. Why? Why? Okay, when there's this many of them, I can kind of get it. There's a lot of them. Do they hurt the entire way they're moving, or just when they? No, they only hurt when they get to a clean. When they get to. Oh, they also hurt while they're moving. Okay. Yeah, they do a big explode when they get somewhere, but they also hurt while moving. Okay. Okay. So they do both. Okay, I can kind of get it. It was me. I was the one who was dying a whole bunch. Oh, do they only hit on the puddle? Oh. Then I guess the AoE was a lot bigger than I realized for that last one. Because I still get hit by the monster. But I thought I was away from the puddle. Like, based on what they do, I would assume they only hit on the puddle. But I thought it hit me when I was outside the puddle. They can knock back you into other brooms. Insufferable, the lot of you! I will spare you, but only this once. Now leave me be. Wait, so does the knockback... Do they knock back when they move as well? Do they move? Does the movement cause knockback, or is it only when they clean? Because I figured looking at it, it's only when they clean. So you press onward? How foolish. Yo. Only when they hit. Okay, that's what I would assume. That's not that bad. Yo. Yo. God damn. It's like the last pull of Mount Goog, but like, not fucked up and evil. Poxies! But you against also didn't register. Yo, Poxy! Bell Poxies. This is so pretty, holy shit! Pretty as shit. Yo, I love it. It's too many. Dark Knight has too many fucking buttons to press. I always fuck up pulls like this. Because there's just too many fucking buttons to press. I absolutely find Dark Knight the hardest thing to press. Okay, it's like not that hard to survive as Dark Knight. I find it the hardest to like optimize. Because there's just so much like OGCD skills. Like even besides someone who's been there, so that's why I was way more generic than Fairy Tail than straight Rococo. I've not been there. Shock of all shocks. I've not been to France. Alright, so I can grab that on the way. I'm not doing it, I'm cowardly. To death's embrace, their souls consigned. Oh shit, they're bigger Poxies this time. Gosh, shit, they're bigger Poxies. Alright, okay. Immediately with this, we pop this. There we go. I'm so happy that like it's so easy to tell when Blackest Night runs out because it makes the sounds of like it makes the activation sounds ready for dark arts. So I can immediately tell when I'm gonna put on like another mitigation because Blackest Night ran out. Makes it very easy to be able to tell. I like it. I like it. Damn. Prettiest pull in the game. Leon Sith is creating a solid sanctuary of the gods. They must be dealt with. Oh shit, it's a hot plant lady. Damn. Monster fuckers eating good whenever they play Final Fantasy XIV. They eating good, assuming they like their monsters to also look up. God damn! Wow! Wow. I'm gonna face north for this fight for some reason. I think I'm gonna make sure I face north for this fight. Like it's not more like useless night. Ode to Lost Love. Okay. There, I was right. As far as Syria Siren, but she's made out of plants, so she's hotter. Oh! Oh! Yeah, hey! God, welcome back, Neverreap. Died like 2015, but back alive 2020. Welcome back, Neverreap. Did I? Did I Living Dead that? No, I fucked up. I fucked up my inputs. Ah, that's... I'm messing up which button is which. Don't judge me in my rotations. I'm bad at Dark Knight. I really admit this. Ode to Far Winds. Back? No? No, okay, no, just targeted AoEs. Ode to Fallen Bells, and that's okay. I think LD too late because of King. I didn't try to Living Dead. I wasn't trying to Living Dead, I was trying to fucking Black Ops 9. I think I just accidentally pressed Living Dead because I'm fucking on my inputs. Grow, my children, grow! Now that is this gonna... Oh! Oh, that's interesting! Oh! Oh! Okay! Yeah! Okay! Yo! Fuck with it, I like it! That's cool! Better than Neverreap. Because they do weird shit with it. The mukbangs. Nice! That's cool. Wait, sorry, my bad. Sorry, my bad. It's a fun fight. It's a good dungeon so far, I like it. I like this dungeon for normal reasons. I shall bloom again. Oh, this is where that comes from. Oh. This is the dungeon that makes people into furries. Got it. Got it. Hell yeah. It's the furry dungeon. Looks off Dobo, give me the chest without tails, please. Gun is ruined! Mark my words, you'll pay for this! You're gonna come to life. Fight me! I summon thee from flesh of stone! Dracos! Come follow me, Draco. Wait. I want to do that before this thing runs out. More brooms! More brooms are doing their cleaning. Feels like I'm pulling this a really long way. With wings of dreams that grind to their bones. Can I keep pulling past this? No, here is where we start. Here's where this starts. Go. Get this one on. I think for stuff like this, for big pulls like this, I just have to accept I'm gonna click G-Scissors. I think I just need to accept that is going to happen. But then it is not the hardest of hurdles. This is fair. That's fair. That's fair. You know, I mean, it's all low time suck, but it's not so bad. The specific room in the dungeon makes the frame rate suck. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Because, like, obviously on PS5, it's been full 60, like, the entire game. Yo, Ghost Butlers? Why do you persist? Why will you not leave me be? Oh my, this is delicious. God, the new references keep happening. We're now at the ballroom. This version of Insatiable is a Primals cover? Huh. You're welcome, madame. To Lord Tolderwell! Long may he live. Any dollars on this side? Look at this motherfucker. You're fancy. Well, the ghost probably have a reason why it goes down. Yeah, a lot of like transparent stuff, yeah. That's probably part of it. The Divine Sphere. Did I roll? I did. Knights Immortal, heed my court! Wait a minute. painted world of Ariandel. Did we come back to the painted world of Ariandel? I saw all the paintings on the wall, and especially that one, and I'm just like, wait a fucking second. Wait a fucking second. Hey! Seize the intruders who besmirch thy hall! Sir Mothba, Sir Jarvith, Sir Intheron. Oh my god, it's the first equivalent of the Heavens Ward. Special dialogue on the quest about why the fuck am I back at the Grand Cosmos? This is just the first Sevens Ward. Like Charabert, Mothbird. The Solar Duty had implications. Yeah, the fact that you go to the Grand Cosmos in the painting is like, okay, so it's not just so that's not just an asset reuse. Makes sense if it was realism in a dream, I guess. It's not just that it's an asset reuse, it's actually part of that. Hey, you know how I said this was the Heavens Ward? You know how I said this was the first equivalent of the Heavens Ward? I think that's really true here. Yeah, so like possibly a pixie like gave the idea for this. I mean, it makes sense, like what we're dealing with is already full of fairies. So then, those are things that can go between reflections. Item model will live on forevermore. Peerless Valor. So I completely forgot about mitigations for this entire section before. Oh. Look at this. You're out of here. Bye. This guy actually has a lot of health. Thordon here actually has a lot of health. Supreme Majesty. Why don't we just ask Brew to send him back from the Grand Cosmos to the source? Yeah, the idea that's not like just an asset reuse because it's full of paintings, but like an actual lore thing is like, wow, that's kind of cool. Well, Thordon is kind of hot. Oh my god, it is actually the ballroom from Nier. It is just Nier. Where's the giant boar? We need to fight the giant boar. Where is it? Quick! King of Facade! We need you! Goodbye, frames. Welcome back, Anastasia. So I'm making a Nier reference. It's one of the good things that Yoko Taro has made. Apparently at this point, there's less of those than bad ones. I can't say that. Drakengard 3 might be pop. Though apparently Cruz is now playing Drakengard and liking it. Look at all the Ellisons. It is just Ishgard. So Ishgard. Go fuck me, I'm one of Tom Bluth's shooters. Give me a boar. Oh, I was gonna say, if there was a boar, then it's just like, wow, you did just steal this from there. Are we just fighting you again? Are we just fighting you again? Yeah, I've sat in these holes long enough. Come, Lucas! Oh, yes, still one for company. I guess we're fighting Lucas. Yo! Yo! Oh, you look badass as hell! Lucas and Lucas. It's living liquid again. It's living liquid with armor. It's either Loon or Gus. It's living liquid with armor! Yo! Immediately spying with my eyes the fact that the environment is targetable. Why is the environment targetable? It's like when you're playing a horror game and the game gives you a hide prompt. And it's just like, why do I need to be able to hide? Exactly what I'm getting here. For reasons. Alright. Here we go. Woohoo! Go, Lucas. Turn them to ash. I cannot tell. My favorite is press button to sprint. Scorching right. Okay. I'm going to assume that attacks on your right. Yo! Half room cleave. Why do I need to sprint in this horror game? I can target the drapes, which could mean nothing. Otherworldly heat. That burns. Oh! Mortal flame! Oh! 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 Yo! Oh! Yo! Hey! Well, that's the blue mage skill. That's the blue mage skill. God, I have to get to the end. Break the, wow. Multi-targeted, and you need distance. Oh, is it gonna do that at every single spot? Okay, interesting. It does that at every spot. Wow. Oh, I feel like sprouts who don't know what they're doing would fucking die to that. Oh, that is a sprout killing mechanic. If there has ever been one. Casually burn the place to save yourself. Scorching left. I'm going to... It's going to be a physical because it's a blade attack, so reprising. No, it's still magic because it's flaming. Flame-based, haha. Oh, more shit to burn. Nice. But I assume we don't want the shit to burn on this, though. Right? Okay, it doesn't go the entire way. Okay. There we go. There we go. Yo, God, these dungeons are cool. Oh, we did the two optionals and they were both sick as hell, and now we're doing this one and it's sick as hell. Loving the Shadowbringers dungeons. Well, the boss fights. The mob pools are like the exact same in everything that is in the katana. But I'm loving the boss mechanics. Loving the boss mechanics. Okay, so I'm third. Okay. Yeah, the person who gets targeted first seems to be the main one who has to worry about the distance, just because the distance will automatically be covered because of how much further away they are. Yeah, this mechanic would murder us. Again, if you don't know what that tether distance mechanic actually means, because there's definitely some sprouts who don't. I've definitely seen it in some dungeons. That would absolutely murder them. So I imagine that hits with bombs or possibly like a burning debuff. And then if they don't, and if they're not getting far enough away to actually break that, then they're possibly not getting far enough away to actually like avoid the opponents either. Oh, I had me Scorching right. See. But I'm all like off this stuff lately. Fire zone main again. There we go. And I got a triple trade card from it. Nice. Fun bosses. All three bosses were good here. Again, mob pools were kind of whatever. Mob pools for a lot of Shadowbringers have been kind of whatever. Outside of like Holminster and Mount Gold pushing it further. And Katana Ravel having like the extra bosses in there. And the secret full pool at the end of it, if you know what you're doing. And stuff like that. But the bosses have been pretty fucking good. They've definitely been like the best dungeon bosses. But like, even up to Stormblood, most dungeon bosses mechanics are really fucking basic. Whereas Stormblood's been pretty fun with them, but this has been like, all three were good here. All three were good here. So that blue flame will kill you if you don't transfer to objects, and if the objects get destroyed by the cross, it can be very bad. Dungeon with sprouts generally includes a lengthy text explanation. Yeah, the moment, yeah, the blue one I figured, I figured the blue one when it was just like, oh, so the red one is like exploding, and the other one is like, oh, that's a blue, that's a different thing. And also just because I know what Mortal Flame does as a blue mage spell. So, knowing blue mage as a blue mage spell actually helps me solve that mechanic. So I slightly spoiled myself on that mechanic, because knowing what it does in that kind of helps here. Because Mortal Flame is the blue mage spell I want from this dungeon. Mortal Flame puts a DOT on the enemy that never runs out. That's why it's such a good spell. Like, you put it on there and it doesn't have a timer. It's just until they're dead, they now have a dot for the rest of the fucking fight. So, seeing Mortal Flame targeting me, I immediately assume whatever's about to hit me is gonna keep hitting me until I die. And I'm just like, oh! The stuff that's targetable. Because this is gonna be a unique thing that just targets you until you die, I bet it's something to do with the unique things that we can target here. So knowing that it's a blue mage spell is actually part of why I was able to figure that out quickly. So, yeah. Knowing that it's a blue mage spell actually kind of spoiled this fight a little bit. But it's fine. But it's fine. I would have seen other people do it. I would have seen other people do it and then known what to do, so it's fine. But yeah, being that you can't, like, target the furniture with your first AoE, especially the fact that it has the lines after it, so it's a bit bigger. Going into that, that's a pretty cool, that's like a pretty cool multi-stage thing. Good dungeons here. Good dungeon bosses. We best leave some negotiations to Alpha on the X-Suck. Phew, glad that to be over and done with. X-Suck. Now they have little choice but to hear our plea. Perhaps now we've afforded ourselves an audience. Also, I got a... Oh, did I roll in the loot? I got a card. Yo, Secret Solitude card. Yo, let me put that over here. Also, so I don't forget, let me also put mine out with silver pieces over here. Yo, Crystarium weapon coffer, nice. We're starting to get some gear from quests. And no more furniture, they'll have to stand around and listen to us. All right, out we go. And then after, just pile of ashes here. And after this, I'll have to grab a drink. I put water in the freezer. Hopefully it's not frozen by now. It's not like a real freezer, so hopefully it's fine. Hopefully it's fine. Fun dungeon though. Fucking goddamn, love it. You clapping?
That was my fiercest familiar. Oh, impressive.
Yo, the voice? Hey, you do look like a normal Namar. Hey! What's up?
Becklug, tis good to see you again after all these years.
Becklug.
And judging by your vigorous greeting, I dare say the feeling is mutual. To be sure, a simple shake of the hand would have sufficed by way of welcome, but I shan't complain. But you must be wondering as to the purpose of our visit. We come to beg your assistance in a most urgent matter.
The focus on the word beg. Are you guys gonna treat Becklug like a puppy? Because you also said shake, and now you're saying beg. Is the cat getting revenge on the dog?
Shake? Beg?
Grah, you're being mean.
Our comrades' very souls are in danger. If we are to save them, we will need the benefit of your unsurpassed knowledge on the matter. Please, will you not sit and hear our plea?
Grah! Such a shitter. Even after all this time. Sup, trash. It's in moments like this that you can get an idea for the guy who tried to beat us in the race for the Aether Sand.
Oh, how dare you! How
Grab
dare you
microaggression.
speak thus in my presence!
Ah, grah.
It was to escape such words of temptation that I hid myself from the world of men.
Oh, you literally ran away. You literally ran away so people would stop telling you to shake, beg, and sit.
You are sinners, one and all, and I swore never again to have any part in your affairs.
I can only imagine what terrible events forced you into a life of seclusion.
People kept assuming I was into pet play. How dare they?
But I know that the Numo are a good and noble folk. It is not
been
in your
friends with them.
nature to turn a blind eye to the plight of those around you.
Indolence
And in
or
treating
whatever.
with us, I am certain whatever mistrust you feel for man will begin to heal.
The fucking pause! The fucking pause! The fucking pause into homonym. Cut. I think we've pissed them off.
If you will not be satisfied, I suppose I could listen. After all, there's no harm in just...
Dragon Run is run by Aaron. Will go to you. Get your souls back.
I mustn't. Not again. That damn court mage seemed to have the best of intentions too, and countless innocents died for my naivety.
Hey! Would not be surprised if the pause was an unintentional thing during the recording and they loved it. Yo! I assume this is a reference to the Brandon roll quest, right? I assume that this is a direct callback to that. Because I believe it was the court mage who was the villain in that. Alpha No Joy did absolutely tracks.
You know not what you ask of me. What horrors my knowledge has wrought.
You mean the magical plague of Vopa? Tangrel quest dialogue option. Yeah. Again, yeah, it's a direct callback to that.
You know of the plague?
I've seen into the memories of Brandon, yes.
Then you know how dangerous soulcraft can be. Instead of saving your friends, you risk damning them. Are you sure you're willing to take that chance?
They are damned already. If we don't do anything.
No. No.
Oh, very well. I will hear your petition, but that is all. And I expect fitting payment for my troubles.
Yeah, no more things. They need to...
Commensurate
yeah,
with your
equal exchange from
contribution
him,
to
yeah.
our cause. No more and no less, I promise you.
No more, no less, because they hate being overpaid.
With that settled, might I impose upon you to join us at the Crystarium? I'm afraid the nature of my friend's predicament calls for absolute secrecy.
We're literally in the Castle of Solitude. What is more secretive than here? We're literally in the Castle of Solitude. Kal-El's parents went to all this effort to make this castle. And we're gonna leave it because it's not quiet and alone enough. Alright, okay. Sure. There you are. The others are going to head to Crystal Tower with Becklug. For the record, I truly wish we didn't have to resort to using such words when treating with them. I've ever sought to convince, not to compel. Yet I cannot deny that a part of me is glad Oriange shared his knowledge of the Nommo with us. Had he not, Becklug wouldn't be here. Speaking of whom, we should hurry. To keep our guests waiting would only add insults to injury. Hey! And we can end with that. Me when I lie. Alright, what we do the next quest? I gotta get water. My throat is hurting, too much talking, my energy drink didn't last that long. Give me a second! To the water mobile! Yay! Yay! It's not frozen! Some of it is, but not much of it! Yay! Yeah. Yay. So my fridge that I have in my room, it doesn't have a freezer, but there's like a frozen section at the top. It has like a little tray at the top. Like it's normal glass shelves, crisper at the bottom. But at the top, in the fridge section, it's got like a metal enclosure. And it like makes that metal super cold. So you put stuff in there, and it's like super cold. It can, if you leave stuff in there for long enough, it can freeze. I put this in there right before the stream, and it's not frozen. Like parts of it are like a little icy, but it's fine. It's fine. Yay. Oh man, that is cold. Oh, that's divine. So that's like 2.5 to 3 hours. And I can get ultimate crispy water. It's got like chunks of ice through it. Like tiny little like sheets of it. So it's like super fucking cold. I love that. Cold water invigorates me so much. Ironic for my name. A welcome guest. Albino looks just about ready to leave you behind. We mustn't dally here any longer, Simple Atwin. If Becklug is to hear the truth of our travails in the first, you of all people should be present. Can I have care when my washer is done? Hopefully this next cutscene isn't one of the big important ones that you're here to hyper-react to. I assume you wouldn't go and get that if that was the case though. Oh, so nice and cold. Holy shit. It's fucking frosty. Cold water empowers and invigorates me so much. Now you might say, isn't that a human thing? To which my answer is apparently not. All of my co-workers like warm water and I don't fucking get it. I drink warm water, I feel sick and bloated. Which makes sense because cold water is absorbed into the body faster than warm water. So if you drink warm water, it sits inside of you for longer. Where you drink cold water and it gets into your actual, like, the rest of your body a lot faster. But warm water just makes me feel so bloated. Warm liquid in general makes me feel bloated. It's why warm alcohol ruins me. Warm alcohol makes my stomach feel so sick. Probably that's an East Asian thing. This would make sense. All of my all the co-workers who like warm water are all Chinese. So this makes sense. I mean, sometimes they'll go to the cafe next door and get just hot water. But that I can understand. I can understand hot water more than warm water. That I can get why hot water can help you feel good sometimes. It's not like you're saying it's gonna be a lol bomb. I remember tuning into a stream once. Trimmer said, so you know that sort of general feeling of exhaustion and death that we feel all the time? Did you know that drinking water makes that better? I didn't know that. So the thing is, I drink shitloads of water. I drink so much fucking water. All the problems that I feel are definitely not a lack of water. I drink 3 to 4 liters a day. And I know I drink that much. Because this is 1 liter. This is 1 liter. I go through 3 to 4 of these a day. I have 5 bottles. I usually finish 3 to 4 a day. The idea is that when I go to work, I pour into 2 separate bottles because they're 500 ml each. 1 of these. So I'll have 1 of these during my course at work. I come home, I stream. I have 1 or 2 of these during the stream. And then between stream and bedtime, I will have another 1 or 2. So my issues are definitely not a lack of water. I mean, some days I forget to refill it, so I don't have cold water, and I'm not drinking warm water. But, you know. Most things like that. I like cold drinks, but I have sensitive teeth. I am the sufferer. Oh, that'd suck. That would suck. That would probably do me in, because cold drinks, like, I like my drinks excessively fucking cold. Like, I now can drink alcohol at home so much easier because I bought an ice tray that gives giant cube ice blocks. Because just a couple of normal ice cubes in a drink of alcohol, it's gonna melt all the ice cubes before I finish it, and then it'll go warm, and then I'll feel sick from it. Whereas now I have the proper fucking alcohol ice cubes that are the one giant ones that you put into the highball glass. And now I have that, and by the time I finish my drink, the ice cube's like maybe half melted. It's big enough and still cold enough that I can make a second drink, and it will last for the second drink as well, which I've done some nights. Ah, I love it. I love it. I love it. Yeah, business with the Crystal Exarch. Say the word and I'll be happy to escort you to the ocular. We have the food ranting man. Where's the water rant one? We should have that. I talk about water a lot, because I drink a fucking lot of it. So you'll be happy to know that all the other reasons that I feel like death and exhaustion are not from water. It's just from everything else I do to my body. So, Becklug, this is the situation. We're all fucked and everyone's dying, and we don't want Graha killing himself. Can you explain to Graha how killing himself may not even work because it's a completely untested theory that he's just assuming will work? Because dying for a righteous cause means things work.
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me not only that the return of night was
Have you tried killing the Catholic? Oh yeah, that was me. Yeah, I did that.
But that you hail from another world as well?
We're blowing this little dog's mind.
Everything we told you, of the source, the shards, the 7 umbral calamities, all of it is true. I realize how fantastical it sounds, and I would not blame you for doubting our testimony. But given your expertise, you must surely have noted the peculiar nature of their souls.
That's just his accent. That's just Jonathan Bailey's accent. For our purposes, kind of had to say the whole thing. Yeah, we can't just say, can you transfer our souls to another world? So we kind of have to explain, okay, wait a minute. We kind of need to explain everything about what the fuck we even mean about another world. And also why we're here and what's happened. And literally everything. But yeah, the Fae can see souls. The Amara can't do it as much, because they've like kind of de-evolved from that thing, but the others can see souls.
Any other time and I would have dismissed your stories as balderdash and flummery. But upon closer inspection, 'tis plain their souls are far denser than is normal, and that they do not possess true bodies.
This is something I have been meaning to ask. Because of the ending of Shadowbringers, we straight up get like a power buff, right? Like us rejoining with Oddbert, we straight up get a, like we were already ridiculously fucking strong. Like we already killed shit like Shinryu beforehand and everything. But rejoining with Oddbert, we just get like a straight power buff from that, don't we? I don't think it works exactly the way that Emmett does, where it's just like, when something is divided, everything's like exactly split evenly, and it always stays like that. I don't believe him on that entirely, because I bet he's biased as fuck, but I imagine, like, we do have a, we are like one less division stronger at least. Well, we're what, 9/14ths now at this point? Yeah, again, like, because Emmett tries to say that it's just like intelligence, power, strength, everything's split equally, and I just don't buy that from like what we've seen. I don't believe him. Like, if everything was split evenly amongst like split souls, then it would kind of imply that like any of the Scions could have like one-shot Vorthree at that point. Why did the Warriors of Darkness pose any challenge to us in 3.4? If everything is split evenly, including strength, why did the Warriors of Darkness even pose a challenge to us? If we're meant to be, by the Emmett Selk's logic, like, quite literally 8 times their power.
Save you. Your body is your own.
If everything was split equally in Monolith, would not be like that. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I have a body, but I still have a denser soul.
And your soul is the densest of them all.
Well, technically, Graha here would also have a denser soul, right? Because Graha is also technically rejoined one extra time. Because he lived through the calamity. So in theory, Graha should have the same density as that we do.
As I said before, were it not for their heroism, the skies over Norvrant would still be awash with light. The realm yet at the mercy of 4-3 and the Sin Eaters.
And also possibly not existing anymore if the calamity happens.
After all they have done for our home, seeing them safely back to their own, it seems the very least we can do.
I feel like this is part of Graha's thing, just being like, hey, you know how the Nemo, like, love, like, the equivalent exchange, doing things and being rewarded, like, equally for it? Hey, look at all the stuff they've done. Maybe we should pay them back for it? Or Graha's bringing out the microaggressions again.
Your tale is intriguing. Yes, very intriguing indeed. Simply to hear it is fitting payment in itself.
What was in the post-Calamity beginning is something that would flood the ethereal sea and affect the next generation, but that's speculation. True, yeah. Yeah, would the souls go back into... I mean, to be fair, like, if the person, like... one of the souls who's currently alive on one of the reflections, their counterpart may not be alive on the source, so, like, would they just go back into the ethereal sea, rejoin there, and everything like that? Yeah.
As for your friends, I can but agree. Their valorous deeds on behalf of Norvrant are deserving of recognition, of their own fitting payment.
You will help us then?
I will. I would see my knowledge put to good use for a change.
Yay.
I do have one condition, however. I am not the spry young Numo I once was. As such, I will require assistance in my fieldwork and testing.
I think we can manage that.
It would be our pleasure. We'll be laboring for our own benefit after all.
Makes me so happy to see Minifest with a smile on her fucking face. Makes me very happy to see that. I'm very appreciative of this. Have I mentioned that I'm brain-rotted about my 14 character? Did you happen to notice the magic's broom strewn about the Grand Cosmos? Uncanny. Anyone who keeps themselves isolated and alone and also gets old needs someone to clean. But clock has a fine eye. Though I've yet to begin, I'd rather think the Exarch was right to call on them. I sometimes think we're not truly here in the first. It'd be good to be whole again. Fortunately for us, Specklog is of a mind to see you and your fellow Scions, just so you compensated for your efforts. Laura enjoyed having character brain alert the authorities. Again, I've mentioned it before. Is it cheating to say that Minifest is my favorite video game character? Is that cheating? Like, at a bare, like, it might be cheating to say that, so I probably wouldn't say that, but I would, like, at a bare minimum say that she's probably, like, the video game character who's had the most impact on me. And other characters absolutely have too. Wonder Red and Wonderful 101 does quite a bit. Kiryu is another one. Where, like, the character in just terms of, like, how it's affected me and how I view the world and how I try to act and everything like that. Not necessarily always my favorites do that, but, like, there are definitely some characters who have a lot of impact on me. Other patches, I remember the side stories. I'll get back to you in a couple of years. You have spun quite a tale, but tell me, have you given any thought as to how you might return to your world? White Aurosite, baby! White Aurosite, you say? An intriguing proposition. But one which fails to account for the present state of your souls. They've become highly charged, likely as a consequence of having maintained tangible forms for so long. In such an energetic, unstable state, there is no telling what may happen to their souls within the Aurosite. They could very well become immutable to transference, never to be restored to their bodies. Then, would it be possible to force our souls into a state of dormancy, prior to transference? In theory, yes, but the soul is not a candle to be snuffed out and relit on a whim. Well, that sounds ominous. What exactly would rendering our souls dormant entail? In order to maintain corporeal form, your souls constantly draw aether from your surroundings. This process must be halted, and the resulting surfeit of aether removed. Your minds would ultimately be separated from these faux bodies of yours, rendering you incapable of interacting with the world around you. A cruel fate under normal circumstances, but one which will be rectified upon your return home. Leaving lifeless husks, like those poor souls at the inner journey's head. Corrupted by the Sin Eaters, their aether made stagnant by the lights. Corrupted? Stagnant? Might I see these unfortunate individuals? Why? Do you think you might be able to help them? I might, or I might not. But I shan't know for sure until I've seen their condition firsthand. I'd be glad to take you to them, on the understanding that you won't do anything which might increase their suffering. It was my faith in man I lost, and not my compassion. Well, I see no need for all of us to accompany you. While you escort our guests to the inn, I will assist Orianche in creating the requisite Aurosite. This does make a lot of sense. Again, the law being established, like, we need to bring our souls to closer to a state of dormancy rather than how active they are. Hey, what in Shadowbringers have we learned about what the state of activity and the state of status and dormancy are? Oh, right! Astral and umbral. Darkness and light. Oh, yeah! So people who have been overwhelmed by light, their souls are becoming more dormant. Oh, hey! I believe my talents would be better applied to that endeavor as well. Might I leave the three of you to assist Becklug as necessary? Yeah, don't give poor Alice a hope. Let us make for Armorang then. It pains me that there are those who yet suffer despite our victory over the light. We must hope a way can be found to help both them and our friends. I mean, it's been established that the Sin Eaters have not all died because the Light Wardens are dead. They're much fewer in number, but the Sin Eaters are still an issue. Literally, the entire Dwarven Society quest is about building tanks to shoot them. Orianche is more than capable of creating the Aurosites on his own, but if all should go awry, I'd be on hand to assist him. To the inn at Journey's Head. It feels so fucking good to be back doing MSQ. It feels so fucking good. It makes me so happy. Just like the various emotional things that it does as well. Like, we've had funny moments, we've had cool moments, we've had lore moments. Like, it's just like, oh, it makes me so happy to be doing MSQ again. The thing is, like, I've kind of inoculated myself. I've kind of inoculated myself to the patch cycle at this point. There will never be a point for me in this game until, like, end of service where the wait between MSQ will be as long as the wait that I just went through. Even like from 0.55 to a new expansion is not the 1+ year that I've waited. So even once I'm current, it will never feel as long again as what this has. Having broken Light's stranglehold on the first, I'd like to believe they will one day recover. Yet I fear that day may not come soon. Beklik told me they wish to meet the worst afflicted. Halric. There are times when I swear there's something he wants to tell me, if only he could form the words. And yeah, Journey's End is a more depressing one. The way people have been waiting for on 7.2 has had people doom posting to large amounts. They all need to bow at your feet. People keep saying that the patch cycle is too long. It's like, it's gone from 3 months to 4 months. That's too long. Oh my god, devs. And again, didn't they specifically say they increased it from 3 months to 4 months so they didn't, like, overwork and burn out their workers? Like, if you're bitching that it's too long of a wait, when the reasoning for it is to make sure the workers aren't overworked, my response is shut up. Now, again, that wait wouldn't feel as long if their scheduling was better. The wait for 4 months before another patch wouldn't feel as long if you got more content that was designed to be more repeatable than just raids. So, like, saying, oh, it's too long, they need to go back, they need to be overworked again. My response is shut up. I have no sympathy for that. Shut up. I swear, when you'll be current not have anything else to grind, you'll become one of those people who just log in and stare at their wall. Crafts, I do that now! Crafts, I already do that. I've not done anything this week. I've logged in, like, almost every day this week. I've run, like, 3 duties. And, like, mined, like, 4 maps. I literally spent a day just looking at my Warrior of Light and their new hat yesterday. I bought the hat, by the way. I didn't wait until we get to the raid to actually complete the glam and buy the hat then. I bought the hat already. I wanted the hat, and I have the hat. And the hat's really good, and I really like it. It's so perfect. For me, it's, oh, lack of content? I'll play something else for a bit. Wild idea. The one thing I will say, the idea of playing something else for a bit, if you own a house, that argument doesn't work as well. Because you need to pay your sub to keep your house. And if you're paying your sub, you want to feel like you're getting something out of your sub by playing the game. And if you have nothing to play, then it feels like you're just playing to keep your house. That's like the one thing where saying go play something else while you wait, don't pay your sub every month, does kind of fall apart, is because of the way housing works in this. And that I do think is ridiculous. I think the 45-day limit on housing before it gets demolished is way too strict if they genuinely want people to go and play something else in between patches. It needs to be like bare minimum 90 fucking days for housing. I know that will make housing less common. The solution is put in more housing. Or put in instance housing. Well, like some level of instance housing. Or something. Or something. The one part, it's the one thing where I agree, people saying I have nothing to play in this game, why am I paying my sub? I do agree, the response is, go play something else. The devs literally say they don't want this to be the only game that you play. They're trying to make it healthy. They're trying to make this healthy for the devs to not overwork. They're trying to make it healthy for the players to not be the only thing they play and they feel like they have to play all the time. I agree that take a fucking break is a valid response to people who say there's no content. It kind of falls apart with housing though, and I do completely agree with that. Anti-crunch measures and also stuff is made to higher standards equals more work. But fire, we want product! Give product now! No development, only product! But Deku makes a good point. Gashes and live service have made gaming worse. Because when Fortnite puts out an update every like 1 or 2 fucking weeks, everyone else is just like, well, why doesn't every game do that? I would also know Life on Thunder Wilds if there was 14 content or not. People in this chat, new content, G-pose and getting unwell over your headcanons are right there. See, I get caught up on content. I can if I get caught up and I've got nothing to do, I'll stop paying my sub and use my sub money to commission artists of minor fist in sexual situations. There we go. I had 80 dungeons on Wondrous Tales? No. I have that Frontlines was also on there. About Devs through Shade at 14 about housing a bit ago while I was adding instance housing. Yeah. Again, the housing is the one part where the arguments of just like, don't play this game all the time does fall apart. And I do completely agree with that. I also agree that if they scheduled their shit better, then the arguments of like nothing to do between 4 months of patches would also start going away. I am not saying that they're immune to criticism, and there are issues with how they're doing things, but it feels like people really wanted to hype up. Honestly, it just feels like an underdog story of just like, WoW was the big MMO, and then Final Fantasy XIV was getting better, and people were hyping it up, and now that 14 has solidified itself as the big MMO that everyone cares about now, it honestly just feels like now people want to tear it down a peg, because it's like, well, now it's popular. Now it's not cool to root for it anymore, because it's doing well. So therefore, now we have to shit on it. It honestly kind of just feels like that. Like, it feels like high school bullshit to some extent. But also, it feels like content creators are deliberately trying to create a culture and community of cynicism and, like, anger around 14. Because cynicism and anger and drama gets them views, which pays them fucking money. I don't know if it's deliberately like that, but it fucking feels like it. Like, seeing more and more content creators turning towards the doom and gloom side of things, as I can't watch everything at Grinding Gears, obviously, because they're way ahead of me, but, like, I've watched their Shadowbringer stuff, and I really like them, but whenever I see, like, a new thing of Grinding Gear in my YouTube recommendations, because I can't go to their channel, because they'd be in Dawn Trail stuff, but I see sometimes they've got, like, a recommendation of their newest video, and like, I don't know if they're putting out other stuff, but everything that's recommended to me for Grinding Gear now is reaction drama stuff. It's them reacting to patch notes, it's them reacting to other people like making videos about how dead 14 is, and I'm just like, you're not fucking helping. You're not helping. Contributing to the culture of cynicism around the game doesn't help. I don't even care if you're like making if the ultimate takeaway from your video is like that these people are wrong or anything like that. If you're advertising your video, and if like the thing that is selling your video, if you're selling your video about how bad 14 is, or how bad other people think 14 is, you're contributing to it. Because headlines themselves influence things. I sell fucking newspapers. I can tell you this shit now. Headlines influence things more than the actual articles. Doesn't matter how positive or neutral or, like, well thought out it is. If you're selling shit on a culture of cynicism, you will increase the culture of cynicism. I've seen that video you mentioned about how to fix 14, and it's super mild critique-wise. Another part of it was like comes from players who came from WoW specifically, which is a game that is built in developed in such a way that it must be your only game in order to keep up with. So everyone who jumps from WoW to 14 doesn't even know what to do with all the extra time they have now. 14 is not demanding it be your only game. Yeah. They're like dunking on the game. It's literally we use chat balls to ask what people think could be better and not giving our thoughts. Again, it's just like, if the thing that sells your video if the thing that sells your video is culture of cynicism, you're contributing to a culture of cynicism regardless of the content of your video. So even if people are making react videos of people doom posting about the game, and their response is the doom posting is wrong, making it the thumbnail and the title of your video still overall pushes the culture that way, which is a bad thing and it needs to be fucking stopped because it's getting to an absurd extent in the 14 community. It is getting really bad. Like, it's gonna get to a point where the 14 community will explode in on itself because of how much it's being pushed. It's like, I can see it happening and I don't like it. So there is that. I did see like there was one thumbnail that I saw that was like 14 is broken, here's how it needs to be fixed. And like the thumbnail is like problems with 14. And the first bullet point was bad MSQ. And I'm just like, oh, so I can just ignore you. Because if you honestly think that part of the issue with 14 is that it's got a bad story, your opinion is completely fucking invalid and I don't give a shit about what you think. I don't even care if they're talking about only Dawn Trail. One expansion of a story that you think is bad, which from what people say, it's overhyped how bad it is, or anything like that, doesn't kill a game. 14 community in-game is still great. I still so rarely have bad problems in the game. It's not immune to them, but nothing can be. 14 community in-game, I still love. I still love being in this game. I still love being part of the players in this game and everything like that. The online part of it, I'm getting really fucking sick of. Which, to be fair, makes a lot of sense. Because when I'm in the game, I'm interacting with people who actually play the fucking game. Whereas when I see people complaining online, I'm seeing a bunch of people who aren't playing the game and instead spending time bitching about it. So that makes a lot of sense. 14 community would never ever say how bad an expansion is ARR and Stormblood. It's amazing, like, my takeaway from Stormblood is just, like, Stormblood is still one of my favorite stories in video games in general. Like, it would probably be top 20 to 30. Not, like, top 10 or, like Shadowbringers is number 1. Shadowbringers is straight up number 1. It's not on that level, but, like, compared to a lot of games that I've played, Stormblood's still in, like, probably the top 20 or 30 of, like, favorite, like, main stories of a video game that I've played, if you count, like, each expansion as a separate thing. And people are just like, Stormblood is so bad, you should skip it. And ARR's, like, story isn't great, but its world building is fucking fantastic. So this is Hellrick, is it? Yes, his etheric balance leans perilously toward the light. Towards stasis. What do you suppose will happen to him? Not too bright, are you, boy? The same as all poor souls corrupted by the light. He'll become a sin eater. You don't know that. We defeated the Warden to banish the light from the night sky. Hellrick was completely unresponsive before, but now... Super next and Stormland enjoy, I agree with this. People keep complaining about the ARR patches, and I want to explode at them. I'm just like... people keep saying, oh, base ARR is fine, but man, those patches drag, and I'm just like, it's literally the patches of ARR that made me care intensely about the story. Because, like, patches of ARR are, they're a slow burn. You need to like a slow burn, but also, if you want to play this game, you need to like a slow burn. Like, it's the whole point. Like, ARR patches are just a slow burn of a whole bunch of problems that you can see happening, and you can't work out a solution for any of them. And it's just all of these little things are slowly escalating, and things are slowly getting more and more... This powder keg is getting more and more rattled as time goes on. And you can see it all building, and completely aware that, like, anything you're trying to do to fix any of it is, like, a stopgap at best, and actively making it worse at worst, until everything explodes and pays off in 2.55. It's fantastic. Now, admittedly, Heavenswood completely fucking botched the landing. The consequences and subsequent resolutions to 2.55 are completely butchered in Heavenswood. But that moment in ARR is good, and that's what people are talking about. Had a guy come in before playing Stormblood and ask why they're supposed to dislike it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Chekhov's firing squad before, it's completely what it... I mean, again, I'm a lover of this shit. My favorite Kingdom Hearts story is 358 Days Over 2. Fuck that name. But, like, 358 Days Over 2 was a perfect example of that. You play through Days for Kingdom Hearts, and you can see all of the shit that's, like, slowly escalating, and you can't fix any of it. And you try to, and it doesn't work, or it makes things worse. You can see all the problems in Days escalate until it gets to a point where everything falls to shit. Honestly, what's it called? The prequel stuff for Kingdom Hearts. The back cover, the Union Cross, is also the same thing. It's all of this stuff where you can see all these problems start happening, and it's just like all of these things are starting to compound until everything, like, happens. And it's just like, I love that shit. I like the slow burn. I like seeing everything slowly escalate until, like, shit starts going absolutely nuts. Yes, Yakuza is my favorite franchise. How can you tell? So ARR is great for that. I will blame people who's talking about ARR on people rushing through it to get to Heavenswood, which combines people talking about how bad ARR is and how good Heavenswood is. Yeah. Yeah. If you're just getting through ARR, because post ARR is long. But if you're just doing it to get to Heavensward, then it feels like it's delaying Heavensward. But take the time to enjoy what is happening around you, because this game is a lot better than what people give it credit for up and like before Shadowbringers and everything like that. And also people complain about like other expansions and then be like, oh, Shadowbringers is perfect. And a lot of things that people say are problems in other expansions are suddenly not problems in Shadowbringers, despite them being almost identical. Shadowbringers is slow pacing. Shadowbringers has zones that don't necessarily move the plot forward other than you kill the monster of the week. Like, but I feel like people forget that because they remember the moment that the Shadowbringers music kicks in when you fight Hades. They remember that and they're just like, man, Shadowbringers is like perfect. It has no problems. And I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't think it has problem. Like the things that I'm saying that it has, that other people are ignoring as problems. I don't think they're problems. I just also don't think they're problems when other expansions do it. But for other people, they're not a problem when Shadowbringers does it. But they're suddenly a problem when other expansions do it. Then perhaps there is yet hope. If I may, there's a treatment I wish to administer to the patients. What sort of treatment? In the course of my studies of the soul, I once created a tonic which could temporarily stimulate the ether in one's body. After some refinements, it came to be used by the Knights of Ubert. Then for far darker purposes. Lest it fall into the wrong hands, I swore never again to make it. But for their sakes, I will break that oath. It is not like to reverse the stagnation, mind you, but it should offer some measure of relief. Took Apache CT cards, Lost 70 Dungeon, also Verdant Partition, double were. Yo, you got the shit card. Let's go. Come, let us see what effect my tonic will have on their aether, if any. Hi, Todd. This potent tonic invented by Becklog during the time of Voba is said to revitalize the soul both figuratively and literally. Todd says blankly at you. It would seem the tonic has had no effect. It's probably because you threw it on him instead of like feeding it to him. Manifest, do you not know how other people drink? What's this? Warmth I feel in my chest. Yo, you're talking. Strange. Is it me or is it suddenly warmer? It feels rather nice. Unless Paul Mill's one of the people who had progressed less. Oh yeah, you can see by him, he's probably progressed a little less. Shout out to Warriors of Light who have taken damage from the light, and it's like marked on their bodies. Shout out to those Warriors of Light who have parts of their bodies that have been damaged by light, and it's left a permanent mark on their body. Yo! I've absolutely shown that off before. There's no way I've not shown that off before for Manifest, but, you know, relevant moment. I'll do it again. Leave this one to me, as simple heaven. Please let this work. Shout out Growing Averil. Yeah. Come now, you mustn't fret. Whoa. I feel warm. And my legs, they don't feel as heavy. Well, fancy that. My hands don't feel quite so stiff. Thank you, miss. So it seems that it's better on people who have progressed not as far. Those who have progressed further, it has less effects on. She'll never have full grey hair because I refuse to be a cliche. Hey, neither does Manifest. Though her grey hair is natural. The red's obviously not. Hey, Manifest... I wasn't aware of how many characters in this game had white hair when I started playing. Manifest has grey hair because she's a Nero OC. Now then, have you noted any changes in the patients? A notable rise in body temperature and increased motor function. In most of the patients, at least. The more severely afflicted show no response. As I feared then. To ensure that without the restoration of nines, the corrupting influence of lights will no longer grow. And yes, their bodies will naturally return to equilibrium given time. But this holds true only for their corporeal aether. Their incorporeal aether, that of the soul, is not so easily mended. which is why those in a later stages of corruption, like Ulrich, appear unaffected by your tonic. Precisely. The body's soul is too far gone, his mind held together by the finest of threads. There is a chance he may one day recover, of course, but it could take years, decades even. By the gods, he could wait to find himself an old man. A fine reward for his persistence, the opportunity to mourn the life he never had a chance to live. No, there must be something we can do. Look, I realize this is not why we petitioned your aid, but do you think it possible we could find a way to hasten their recovery? Maybe. Nor do I think it's impossible that in treating them, we might learn something of relevance to your own predicament. I'm growing out my roots, but in a milfy way. I almost made Val blind in one eye at one point, the eye covered by hair. Again, for Minifest, it's an irony thing. It's an irony thing that Minifest has been wearing eye patches for so long, and now one of her eyes is damaged. For Minifest, it's a pure irony thing. I'd even have, like, Minifest would reflect on that, of just being like... But the reason that Minifest has an eye patch for Shadowbringers in terms of, like, the glam, is that it's a practical reason. Going from intense, never-ending light to actual dark sky is a very rapid shift. So Minifest actually starts wearing an eye patch for Shadowbringers for a practical reason, which would be something that she would remark to herself how funny it is. That it's just like, I've always worn one of these for aesthetic reasons, and now it's actually useful to wear. How funny things turn. Just like, as an ironic thing of just like a little piece of irony that ties into the whole, the Warrior of Light now has to be the Warrior of Darkness. Funny how these things go and everything like that. That she now has to wear an eye patch for practical reasons and stuff like that. And just so happens that the eye that she would cover to make sure it can see in the night after the fact is the eye that starts getting damaged by all of the light. What a piece of irony. So it would have been a good time to have the pinchness. Makes sense as a headcanon, honestly. Well, again, it's a cute little thing for Minifest. And now Minifest actually has one damaged eye. Because of that. But again, like, it's a thing that I love doing in general. It's a thing that I love doing in general. I like making characters show their journey on their body. Tearaway is one of those things. Tearaway wants you to, like, add little, like... Tearaway gives you a bunch of opportunities to, like, redecorate your character as you go through. And sometimes you need to, like, make certain types of decorations to be able to advance the story. What I did in my character is every time I could decorate my character, I added one piece and left everything else. Or if I had to add something that was required, I'd add just that piece and leave everything else intact. So by the end of my journey, all of the little moments that happens throughout the game of Tearaway are reflective on my character. Because I've kept them all on there and they've just steadily grown on there. And I've done the exact same fucking thing for Minifest. Minifest has the earrings. She has the scars. The scars were there from the beginning, but I've retroactively retconned that to change how she got the scars. She has the eye. You can't see them because of the glam, but she has the bracelet. She has the rings. Like, there's a lot of stuff about her that is, like, indicative of the journey that she's been through. I've tried to deliberately make it so that her journey is marked on her physically and stuff like that, because that's just what I like. I like doing that. It's a character trait that I like. I mean, I also do it for myself. I have red hair. I've got the heart here. I've got these things and stuff like that. Like, I do it for myself, so it's fine. You know how I got these scars? Xenos. You know how I got the second scar? It was also Xenos. Draw a book for practical reasons, but the opening shot of the first shows us how insanely brain-bleachingly bright it is. Yeah, just how fucking bright it is. And then it goes to nighttime in an instant. Like, you would not be able to see shit at the first time that you see the sunless sea in the first. Because your eyes would be so adjusted to the light, you wouldn't be able to see a goddamn fucking thing. Oh, the irony. Corporeal and incorporeal aether. I guess I've never had a cause to make the distinction. Did they say what I think they said? Would there really be a way to help Halric and the others? And help ourselves in the process? Avril is a canon Fantasia, so a spotless complexion, absence of visible injuries is very understandable. Good for the soul. Becklug is ready to speak of the metaphysical. Trying to fix my hair. As I always am, which I always make it worse by touching it, but I can't help myself. I suspect the Crystal Exarch has told you of my past. That I was once a mage of the Royal Court of Vobert, and that my soulcraft was my field of study. The tonic you administered to the patients here is one of the fruits of my labors. I hope to do great things for the kingdom. But in the end, my knowledge brought only suffering. A plague the like of which none had ever seen. In the hands of unscrupulous men, what should have been my greatest triumph instead became my greatest shame. Hey, I wonder if there's any characters who are currently present who could possibly be familiar with something being a triumph and it accidentally turning into something really bad that threatens people they care about. I wonder if any characters here could possibly relate to this moment. I'm obviously talking about Alphino and the Crystal Braves. You mustn't dwell in the past, and now you have a chance to redeem yourself. At least the Warriors of Light brought those responsible to justice. I want Minefus to say this is like the tank roll quest response. I want Minefus to say this with zero self-awareness. I want Minefus to say this with no no, actually, no, a little bit. She has a little self-awareness. Post 5.0, she is starting to get a little bit of self-awareness, and it can slightly grow. A little bit. A little bit. A little bit. She's slightly aware of it. A little bit. Small amount. I know this is the tank response. I'm going to go with this one anyways. Because it's in character for a Minefus that is slowly becoming self-aware. But I do. Accompanying thought indeed. But let us return to the task at hand. Finding a means by which we might revitalize these people's incorporeal ether. Do you think it can be done? Well, the sky is still ablaze with primordial light. I would call it an exercise in futility. But now we may have a chance. The method I have in mind will entail a conjuring of a familiar. They're able to amplify the energies poured into them, making them the perfect conduit for the aether revitalizing magics we will ultimately employ. If you're about to launch into a lengthy explanation of the metaphysics of your plan, don't bother. I'd rather get on with doing whatever it is that needs to be done if it's all the same to you. Whatever reagents must be procured or spells invoked, I'll do it. And I'd be interested to learn, but I understand that Alice is in a rush. I admire your spirit. Very well. Your first task will be to gather the necessary materials. The purest of waters and finest of clays, as well as a fey lantern brimming with pixie magic. If you're convinced the resulting familiar could help the patients, fine. Alphino, the water and clay will be simple enough, but I think you know what we'll have to do to get the lantern. You don't mean... The pixies took quite a liking to us before. If we humor them with our company, I'm sure they'll be willing to help us. Or I could... Oh my god. Yo! 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 Perfect moment to see the fucking... subsurface scattering of Alphino's giant elf ears in front of the fireplace. Yo, graphics update. Graphics update making this framing in particular show it off as much as possible. Hell. The story's been trying to hammer this concept into her head and she's moving the hole each time. Hey, she's moving it less now. Again, post 5.0 Minefus is slowly on the mend. She's getting there, slowly. Coming from the steps, Serena had a nice big collection of scars, even before she got on the boat to Eorzea. Understandable. I'll say Julie has a one-track mind when she has a goal she cares about. I love her. She's a great character. So, well, like, literally all the signs. Fine. We'll pay a visit to Elmeg. Though I never thought you would be the one to suggest going back there. I'm impressed you've been there at all, let alone be friends with the Faith Folk. I'm friends with the king. Besties with the king, actually. Oh, while you're about it, seek out the Nemo of Pla Any. They'll be able to supply you with water suitable for our needs. Right, let's get this over with, shall we? And off they run. There still remains the matter of the clay. Might I prevail upon you to find it? He's got mauled by a tiger, but it's nothing to worry about. He's okay. Oh, Serena. We could have just asked Feowell. We could have just asked Feowell. But I feel like Alice is using this as an opportunity to torment Alphino. No, she wouldn't be doing that. There's stuff too important going on right now. I think she just convinced herself she needs to be the one to do it, and she forgot that I could literally just ask my bestie. Clay from Armoring would likely be best. Know you of anyone who might be able to assist us? Alright, I gotta go speak to the world's saddest, I was about to say widow, but that's the other way around. For Clay specifically, I'd say the miners. Ah, yes, they'll be able to point you in the right direction, I am sure. While your turns are occupied, I'll see if there's hotels I can learn in the stagnation, which reflects the people here. Oh, widow is gender neutral. Oh, I thought it was different. I thought there was different terms depending on whether like you lost a husband or a wife. Okay. Never mind. I thought that for years. I guess I'm dumb. Ignore me. I don't know what I'm talking about. Just playing away on the keys with the absolutely goddamn beautiful armoring. Armoring music is so fucking good. I feel like armoring music is one of the more underhyped, underappreciated zones for music. Like the night and daytime themes are so good for armoring. I fucking love them both. But I think it's gender neutral, just need to be like person whose spouse died. Magnus! And we got the trolley autism brothers, let's go. Sometimes we should never got that trolley rolling again. Now Jarek wants more of the bloody things and refuses to shut up about it. Other than Jarek brothers, because I'm going to call them trolley autism brothers regardless, but I just want to know whether they're brothers in like a familial sense or just like a friendship bond sense. I can't stop thinking about that giant talus we built. Can you imagine what it could do with matching trolley? Feels like a waste not to build one. I also feel like Fath and Jarek are just that one meme of just like person who's 1% more autistic than you. So I feel like they are also that meme. One is Midlander and one of them is Highlander. I doubt it. I'll be honest, I cannot tell the difference by looking. I'll be honest, I can't tell the difference between mid and high on Here's by looking at them. I can't tell the difference. Other than, I guess, Highlanders are taller. They're too similar. I can't tell the difference. Here's don't look... Fath doesn't have eyebrow. Is that the difference? Is not having eye... Look, I'll be honest. Here's are so, like, normal that I find it really hard to tell the difference. Just in general. like the other fantasy races are more fantasy. They got more fantasy difference and everything like that. Here's are just humans. I find it harder to tell the difference. I have to actually look at facial details to be able to tell shit. And for someone who's partially face blind, that's hard to do. Whereas if it's just like, oh, look at the femro. What color skin do they have? It will tell you whether they're like a Hell's God or a Sea Wolf. Like I can tell that shit a lot easier. Or like the shape of the eyes, or the keeper of the sun, or a keeper of the moon. As opposed to the overall mass phase, be serious. I can't tell. I can't tell. This is not stuff that my brain can like pass differently. Awesome blood twin. Well, what a coincidence. You've come at a good time. We've just at this moment finished repairing the talus and the trolley. You lot took to Nabath and rang. Oh right, because an old man kicked it over. The trolley was a trouble, but the talus would have been another matter had we not had a visit from Master Chai. Yo! He offered us a share of the leftover building materials and the data of the stoneworks, as well as a few trade secrets to help us along. Clever man that Chai knows. He seemed pretty keen on the ideas I had for putting the giant talus to work. Like a giant trolley! But Magnus still refused to see all the good we could do with it. You're entitled to your dreams, Jarek, but that doesn't mean you can go harassing our guests with them. Master Chai was just being polite. And something tells me your Semblow in here didn't come all this way to talk about trolleys. What is it you need, my friend? I need a clay. I see. And this familiar requires clay from Amarang. We'll look no further. If anyone can find some quality clay, it's us. Saying that, this isn't actually a commodity nowadays, but there must be some lurking somewhere or other, waiting to be dug up. If I'm not mistaken, there was a time when we used to take clay from mountains beyond mines to make our adobe bricks. But then they started charging a monthly subscription for it, and it ended up being like way too expensive, and then we had to cancel our subscription to the bricks, and where was I going with this? Place is swarming with coyotes now, but if you're after the good stuff, you can do worse than look there. With a giant roller, we can move rocks, but like a lot of rocks at once. Why didn't he die at Thancred's hand? Why didn't we randomly murk him in Yulmore? It's so out of place. This is true. This is true. Stay safe out there. And remember, you don't need an excuse to come and visit us. So say a Jolly Fat Dallas is a good idea. You agree, don't you? You want to be on guard at the mines. Spend too long period on the ground and a coyote is sure to come bite you on the ass. Yeah, I only like cat boys and cat girls biting me on the ass. Who said that? Put Marine's jailer, whom I forget the name of. Ranjit! Yeah, no, Ranjit. No, I agree. No, that's all I'm talking about. Ranjit. I agree. It is odd that Ranjit, like, just died when we fought him at Yulmore. And he had to run away from Thancred. Unless they didn't want to make it like, oh, the Warrior of Light lost to Ranjit at, like, Lakelands, but then somehow Thancred was the one who killed them, which I just assume, like, the reason that we lost to Ranjit in Lakeland is because we were too focused on protecting others rather than trying to kill him, which was the right thing to do. That should have been a Thancred moment. Or even just, like, have Thancred kill him at Yulmore. Like, if Ranjit has to survive until Yulmore to try and get across the idea of, like, why don't you just go and kill Vorthri now that Ranjit's no longer there? Like, have Thancred kill Ranjit at Yulmore. Have Thancred, like, become more powerful because of his acceptance of Rain and everything like that. And that gives him the strength to just, like, solo Ranjit even easier. Like, make it a cutscene, just kills him. Or something, I don't know. Like, I get the idea that it's just, like, Thancred's moment there isn't about killing Ranjit, it's about protecting Rain. He doesn't need to kill Ranjit to, like, actually fulfill his, like, desire of wanting to protect Rain and everything like that. Like, I get that. But ultimately, the way they ended up doing it just makes Ranjit's death very anticlimactic. Which is where the main problem was. It's the fact that he's meant to be a villain that is built up for most of the story. He has this giant moment as part of the story as an antagonistic force, and then he just dies, like, nonchalantly and without much fanfare later. And it's not like him dying with no fanfare. Oh, we don't even go back and, like, thank them for the clay. Like, a character dying nonchalantly can make sense depending on what that character is. It just felt like that wasn't, like, for Ranjit. Again, Ranjit's one of the biggest problems. Like, one of the biggest issues with Shadowbringers as a whole is Ranjit, so, like, yeah. Again, so when people say that, like, oh, Shadowbringers is perfect and every other expansion is, like, nowhere near as good, which, like, I would say the others, like, I agree Shadowbringers is the best that I've done so far. I wouldn't say that it's, like, a billion light years above everything else, because I think everything else is so good. But people really act like that Shadowbringers is perfect and makes no mistakes, whereas all the other expansions have all these fuck-ups, and yet Ranjit exists. So... not true. It's okay, it's a rock. I thought you were going to use the Amaro. I forgot. I forgot. I forgot. Very easy, Mara. Vixens are constantly confusing me with Alice. In jest, I assume. I mean, it's not as if we look that much alike. We don't look that much alike, do we? If you two were not color coordinated, I would not know which one of you is which. I constantly forget which one of you parts their hair on which side. I don't have a mnemonic device to remember which Like, one of you has the part to your right, one of you has the part to your left, and I don't have the mnemonic device to remember that. Alice is a lesbian, her hair is parted to the left. There we go, because they both begin with L's. There we go. I will now remember it forever. Alice, lesbian, Alice, left. There we go. I will now remember it forever. Triggering his dysphoria. We're currently in the middle of addressing a murmuring visit. Number 1 is kind of funny in a way. We'll take a stop on the pain and suffering tour of Northrend and never go back. Hey, we come back here now, and Alice makes a mention about this, like, as after we do Malik as well. Alphino Prate. I think my Alice lesbian thing works a little better. That'd better be the only thing we need from the Pixies. But I told you one more prank, so help me gods. So this is one thing I will say, it's a legitimate plot hole. I do not believe that Alice would, 1, not have a dakier haircut than she does. 2, be willing to have the same hairstyle as Alphino for this long. Like, they were both wearing the same clothes for a while, and I assume that was because of their mum. Don't even know who she is. But dressing up your twins the same is a very mum move. They got over that, and they're changing that. I refuse to believe that Alice would willingly have the same hairstyle as Alphino for this long. And I refuse to believe that that Alice wouldn't have an undercut or, like, a side shave. Right? Like, Alice would absolutely have at least one of those, and the fact that she doesn't already is bullshit. And, like, I would straight up say it's a character plot hole. Oh, I didn't look at my clay. Finally grained soil from armoring. I'm glad I read it. The twins have returned, and in one piece at that. I was convinced the Pixies would turn at least one of them into a garden ornament, but no. Here, have this rock. It's the best rock ever. I found it. It was the first thing I grabbed. Wonderful. We need to combine the clay and the water and heat the mixture with the Fey Lantern. After, it'll be a simple matter of settling upon a suitable form and performing the necessary incantation. Back in Evans, what they did say was because of their mum, and according to the game, parting left and parting right made them completely different. Suffering from entering low rolls in my brazen prospecting help. It's like me when I keep trying to roll for fucking rapid synthesis when I'm doing expert crafts, and it never, 50% of the time, it works every time. Backlog, I have a question. In the event that we had needed this spell and you weren't around, would it be possible for another to perform the incantation? Assuming they possess the requisite skill, yes. I reckon the others love it so much, and I swore to do everything in my power to save them. If there was a chance the spell could do that, I would be the one to invoke it. Heat waves are kicked in. Mayhap you should be the one to do so. A deep understanding of the subject's physical states, combined with a strong desire to help them, can drastically increase the magic's effect. And you are plainly more familiar with these people than I dare say there are few in all Northrend more dedicated to finding a cure. Is that not so, Islam? But if she fucks up, I'll do what I could do. She's the best woman for the job. I'll give it my all. For Howrick. For Tisleen. Then we are all of a mind on the matter. Alice shall be the one to conjure the familiar. It's so fucked up that Alice has had like 2 girlfriends die and she's like late teens. I'm saying she's late teens because fuck you. She is not still 16 from ARR. They've also aged an extra year because of the first.
Let us begin.
Fuck you. Like Alice at this point is like bare minimum 19. I'd honestly say she's 20 though.
I trust you've prepared the clay.
Their growth spurt's just really late compared to most Ellisons. So what I desperately hope for is that whenever the twins do have their growth spurt, I desperately hope Alice gets hers 1 expansion early compared to Alphino. That's what I hope for more than anything in life. Plot timer was one of the first things that gets stitched in my headcanons. At this point in the story, it's like roughly 4
now,
to
I
4.5 years in a pass since
me
ARR.
a proxy.
At this point for Shadowbringers, it's 4 to 4.5 years. I don't have like an exact thing, but it's roughly that. That whenever is doing a lot of heavy lifting. See fan art of that? Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Yo, Porksy.
Plump, with floppy ears and a short curly tail.
Yo, Porksy Familiars, let's go. See, Alice, all you need to do is go to Gongsha.
A porksy.
Buy 3
think
drinks.
I know what you mean.
They don't need to be they don't need to be the mango chocobo one. You don't need to get the dirty fat cat latte. Just any 3 drinks, but you gotta buy them at once. And then you can get your porksy and everything will be fine, Alice. Don't worry. Don't worry. Although, I will say, you should probably get the mango one. The mango one is really good. The dirty latte is more so just dependent on whether you like brown sugar. Oh, the opposite because of, well, an next pack of Depressed Shore Alpha was funny. I think a whole expansion of Seething Shore Alice would be funnier.
There we are. How's that?
Is that a pig?
Well, it is certainly creative. There's no denying that.
Manifest just realizing, Alphina, you're gonna die if you don't shut up.
Yes, yes, I'm no artist. Very funny.
Elbow him before he dies!
Pay him no mind, child. Though it may look like a grotesque parody of reality, it is what the invoker believes that matters.
A grotesque parody of reality. Even Becklog's getting in there with the burns.
You're not helping.
Alice is not swapping to pick that monster.
But I speak the truth. If successful, this incantation will turn imagination into reality.
This was my nickname in high school. Ouch. Hey, we were discussing this before the stream. That's more likely to have happened to me. Because I live in Australia.
Which is why the only thing of import is what you believe this figure embodies. You must focus. Hold the Porksy's image steady in your mind's eye. Now then, as I taught you, relax and allow your energies to flow.
A whole expansion of her being like this. I just worry she'd actually kill someone. Want to pat her pincher, but also I know I'd lose her hands.
With flesh of clay I bid thee rise, on wings of dreams to touch the skies. What once was idle fantasy, I call forth to reality.
Oh, you could have shoved a final in there. Come on. Yay! Pig! Pig! Pig!
Not bad for a first attempt.
Pig! Yo. This
Now,
pig for this
let
very
us see
serious
what can be
moment of
done
helping
for
this
young
kid recover
Hagrid.
from being in a sort of coma for his whole life. The whimsy is what helps it cure people.
Through the operation of the magics you invoked to animate this familiar, it is now replete with the energies required to stir the boy's soul. You need but give it a name, and it will do as your heart desires.
Hey, pig.
A name.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Don't say any. Shut up. Shut up. Don't say a goddamn fucking. Shut up. Shut up. How much meaning are you gonna put behind what name you're gonna give it, LSA? How important will it be?
All right, I've decided. Now.
They're giving a name to the pig. They're giving a name to the pig. Give it a name and it will do what LSA desires, and she has to contemplate on what name to give the pig. How much meaning will this name have for the pig, LSA? I swear to fucking God.
Go, Angelo!
Oh my God, she's also a DMC4 fan. It's not just my character that's DMC4, it's also this pig. Yeah, I assume Angela is a reference to something for pigs in Final Fantasy.
Mother, I...
Game's tonal whiplash is beating its fucking dick across my face right now. Yeah. Yeah. The girl's resolve is quite impressive. I also think she drew strength from him though. By the 12! It was only for a moment he spoke. There may yet be hope for these people. How is your backlog? Did it work? No comment on the words that he said, LSA? I believe it did. You and your fledgling familiar have done well. If my eyes do not deceive, a hint of color has returned to his soul. God, I would jump for joy if I weren't so exhausted. She was waking up with the worst trauma known to man. We're so close now, Ulrich. As you are even now in the process of discovering, this magic asks much of the invoker. What you may not have realized is that the same is also true of the subject. As such, we must proceed with caution. However, with further treatment, I have the utmost confidence the boy will make a full recovery. Observing the reanimation of his stagnant soul has been most enlightening. I'll need time to put my theories to the proof, but I believe I can fashion a spell to produce the opposite effect. That is, to induce stagnation. Thus enabling a safe transport back to the source via Orosite. Thought occurred to me about this treatment. Backlog said that when the soul is rendered dormant, the mind is separated from the body, that a person becomes incapable of interacting with the world around them. Does that not sound a lot like some of the tempered back in the source? I mean, I guess the idea could be not entirely dissimilar. Because the corporeal flesh can absolutely also be affected by tempering. We saw that in Sastasha Hard, so that's like ARR shit. So if tempering does something similar, Like, his tempering is being inflicted by, like, being afflicted and affected by the aether of the primal that's being summoned. And it makes sense that a primal would, instead of just turning the soul completely dormant and, like, not interacting with anything, it shifts them to being towards more fanatical towards the actual primal itself, because primals are they themselves summoned by faith. So the way that like, it would inflict a similar, like, thing onto that. We saw that with Nile. True, we did also... Yeah, even Nile was that, yeah. Nile was that with Bahamut, yeah. The Drowned Pirates of Sarshad could be really considered a water-aspected version of Sin Eaters, yeah. Yeah. Tempered for long enough, and the corporeal flesh is also affected, yeah. Like, there's definitely a difference in terms of tempering and, like, Soul Eater corruption. But that's more so in terms of how it affects the mind. In terms of how it affects the body, possibly the soul, but how much, like, it affects the mind is because of how it's affecting the soul. There's definitely a difference there. Because, again, like, primals kind of invoke, like, fanatical worship to the primal. But again, fanatical worship is literally the summoning aspect of a primal, so it makes sense that it also does that. The same kind of aether, the aether of prayer, which is a more incorporeal form of aether, is what, like, creates the primal. And therefore, it recreates that idea in what it tempers, in terms of, like, how it turns the soul and everything like that. By the way, I don't know if it's been hard confirmed, but I'm going to assume, based on our dives into Armoron, I'm going to assume that the Ascians teaching primal summoning to people is just trying to awaken creation magics in people, but because people are sundered, then what it instead requires is shitloads of crystals, because it requires a shitload of aether, and individual people don't have anywhere near as much aether as what the Unsundered had, so they can't do it themselves. And the prayer aspect is the only way to get their minds so heavily focused on an idea to bring it to life, as opposed to, like, the stuff that they would use to create stuff with their creation magics with the Unsundered. I imagine primal summoning is just the Ascians' bastardized version of that. I mean, the Unsundered themselves summoned primals. We know this. So their primals that they summoned were just also intense versions of their own creation magics, but they were so intense that they created shit like Zodiac and Heiderling and stuff like that. But even their versions of primals seem to inflict that, like, from what Emmett says, the whole idea of, like, summoning even their primals have, like, an effect on the soul in terms of, like, worship towards it. That's what they said about Zodiac. Tempering is more intentful, precise, while Generation into Ascenia is just being overwhelmed utterly by aether. Yeah. It could very well be that. I've always seen it as a bastardization of creation. Just never thought about being taught with naught but malicious intent. Yeah, because it's the Ascians who are doing it, they're doing it deliberately in a fucked up way. They're trying to make sure that, like, it's creation magics, but, like, the worst kind of it that has the most consequences. Because they're Ascians. They just want to sow chaos. It's sowing chaos helps them bring back their world, because more chaos means that it's more likely to bring about a calamity. And also just draining a shitload of aether from the land also fucks with Heidelin specifically. Not really. It is the fate of most tempered to become slaves to primals. Save in a handful of cases. Or am I missing something? Oh, so we just had this entire conversation, they're about to explain it. This is like the third time today alone this has happened. If I can master this technique, the art of revitalizing the soul, I know of at least one in the source who could desperately use such treatment. Garbu, which you also mentioned earlier today. Garbu. The beauty of this Let's Play, baby. Shows I'm paying attention and caring. Exactly. His condition is uncannily similar to Halrick's, is it not? The only difference being that his soul was suffused with earth-aspected aether instead of light. It follows that if his soul is subject to a similar kind of stagnation, there may be a chance we can save him. Right? We would need to discuss this with people who are more familiar with how tempering works, just because there are some differences. The fanatical worship being one of the bigger ones. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's similar. I wouldn't be surprised if it's similar. The stagnation could possibly also line up, but again, the stagnation of the soul is because of light, because light causes stagnation. Whereas we don't know, like, regardless, like, you can have people tempered by any element. Hell, Nail is specifically tempered by darkness, which is activity. So it's though I guess Nail was very, very far from stagnant. They were very, very proactive. So there is also that. But I guess there's not anything that specifically says, like, light and darkness are just aspects of, like, activity. If light and darkness are aspects of activity and stagnation, like, some elements might be more predisposed towards shifting one way, but I guess there's nothing to say that you could have, like, fire elements, but it's relatively stagnant fire elements and stuff like that. Like, I imagine some elements would be more heavily leaned towards stasis, just because of the way they work and everything like that. Something like ice, obviously, would be, like, way easier to go towards stasis because it's literally fucking freezing things. And I imagine that lines up with the elemental wheel that we see in, what's it called? Urianje's Bachelor Pad, because it, like, shows, like ones that are more likely to be aspected towards astral and umbral and stuff like that. But I guess that but because it's just, like, an aspect of the element itself, I guess there's nothing that strictly says it can't be there. Like, in my heart of hearts, I can see you can become a lore contributor just trying to, like, lore lines and archives by the time you're up to date with the story. That would require me, like, being able to back up my sources, and that would require going through everything, and I'm going to be hard to remember where I get all that from. Forgive me, but who is this Gabu fellow of whom you speak? Have primals existed on the source, like, ever? Have primals ever existed on the source? Because if you don't know about this, it's going to be hard to explain. Sorry, not on the source, on the first. If primals have never existed on the first, it's going to be hard to explain what it is. Like, primals do exist on other worlds. That's, like, literally primals were what fucked up the Void, the 13th, and stuff like that. But that's probably because it's probably because that place was like, they wanted to do darkness with that they focused so much on primals, where in this one there's been none. You have an avalanche or a glacier or a small bonfire or a giant blaze. Yeah, so yeah, you can have any element, like, aspect towards umbral or astral. It's just some are more predisposed towards particular ones, I imagine. And that's what the elemental wheel is. Are you telling me the person who has a physics tattoo on their body cares about learning about the metaphysics of the video game? What? Oh, Bert was familiar with them when he ran into us for the first time killing Ravana. Was that because he was told about them by Elidibus, though? That's the question. Yeah, that could have been Elidibus saying, hey, these are primals, kill them, yeah. It's hard to say on that one. Because, like, even when we go back into the past to learn all the memories of all the Warriors of Darkness, like, the Warriors of Light. The Warriors of Light of this world go around doing very similar shit that we do, go around solving all the problems of everywhere. None of the things that they deal with are a primal. None of them. I assume there were primals on the first, it wouldn't have been an issue for years. Well, to be fair, you can also have primals show up without Ascian influence. I know it's Hildebrand, so whether you want to count it as canon or not is different, but Enkidu. But even if you don't want to go for Enkidu, Susanoo. You can have primals show up that don't require Ascian influence. Louis Soir himself turning into Phoenix is just the sheer overwhelming amount of prayer and aether at the time. And stuff like that. So it doesn't have to have an Ascian, it's just the Ascian specifically trying to make sure a shitload of them appear. Which is why they keep showing up significantly on the source, and the same ones repeatedly over and over again. At the very least, we know there were primal-like beings on the world that became the Void, so it's definitely not source exclusive. Yeah. Well, the primal-like beings were seemingly the thing that fucked up the 13th. Well, that's the whole thing, is that, like, people were feeding on primals to power themselves up or whatever it is that Anukul Hive specifically says. We also never saw them in any flashbacks. The closest thing was Sail as well as Shadowkeeper, but that's still really different, yeah. I'm covering my eyes and not acknowledging Hildebrands, but yeah, I was about to say Phoenix, yeah. I see. His condition does sound similar. Yet there is much and more about the soul that remains unknown even to me. I say this not to discourage you, you understand, but to remind you that this delicate work we do here, work requiring patience. Of course, as long as there is hope for the patients here, I'll devote whatever time is needed to see this through. But I refuse to spend that time in idleness. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to stay here with Angela and continue with their treatment. Both of you should return to the Crystarium with Becklug and see if you can't make some headway with their newly posited theories. I would tell you to rest first, but I see you're not to be convinced. The fire of youth. Let us return to the Crystarium, then. Finally, I found you! Uh-oh. If it's patience, there's a lot of them here. Patience is a virtue. You could say it's a vow of virtue. Holy shit! Kai! Hello! What the fuck are you doing in Hamarang, bro? This has massive Taichi showing up in the nightclub and Ryukyu vibes. Motherfucker, if you're this far out here, what the fuck is going on? Oh my god, Mine's gonna bulldoze Yomo! Actually, no, that would mean that Mine would be doing something good. Never mind. There's trouble back in Yulmore. Lady Chai's beside herself, sighing, pacing the whole lot. Near enough begged me to go and find you. I know it's familiar today, but now I do. Sighing and pacing, you say? It must be urgent. I take it I'll be returning to the Crystarium alone. Go on then, it's honest if I have anything for you to do. Thank you, Becklug. I gotta go like as cockney as possible doing Kai's voice. Which as an Australian, I'm obviously better. Sorry for bothering y'all and all that, but she says it's the future of your malls at stake. Are you telling me that the social hierarchy being completely and utterly thrown on its fucking head in Yulmore is possibly not going smoothly? What? I'm stunned. I'm flabbergasted. The future of Yulmore is at stake, is it? Well, do for them what you can, but keep an eye out for now, would you? See to it he doesn't involve himself more than is necessary. And Auric is still being depressing. Whatever could be so urgent for Lady Chai to summon us this? Nowhere to turn. Kai Shir is anxious to see you and Alphina back to Yulmore. Lady Chai is up in the parlor. Best not keep her waiting, eh? Alright, almost we got a Yulmore. You know what I'm noticing? You know what I'm noticing? Because this happens in literally every patch cycle. And honestly, I like it. I like it. I think it works for the patches. You don't do it during main MSQ, but it works for that. I just respawn the ground minion Jabring us areas, by the way. It could be spoilers for babies. That is true. That's fair. That's fair. I'll do that. We're back to the patches, so we're immediately back to the... Like, you go through the MSQ and you deal with, like, one thing at a time. You go through, deal with this, go through, deal with this, go through, deal with this. We're into the patches and we're doing the classic thing that has happened in literally every single patch. There's a billion things happening. Bounce between all of them constantly. I honestly love it. I honestly love it. Every single patch cycle is several different things going on at once that you gotta bounce between. I love it. You fool, this is the Exploit 1 patch. That makes it the politics patch. This soul study garbage was a diversion. Right. We've thrown a society on its head. We've now got to work out how it's going to handle that. Welcome back, Ishkard. Welcome back, Al Amigo. Don't worry, somehow, if this goes anything like 4.1 did, the end conclusion of this will be that the indentured servitude is a good thing. How do my headphones know to perfectly time? Having a snack something with autocorrect to get bear with me. Why are you using a Yoko Taro emote? I would think Crafts would be the last person in chat to use a Yoko Taro emote. My headphones know to perfectly time dying and losing sound as I teleport. It always happens, and it's really fucking funny that it consistently happens. I hear the teleport sound as I go away, and then when I spawn into a new area, I don't hear the port in sound. It keeps happening. It's really funny. I get a gift sub, I use it for. Yeah, they're both connected. Yeah, it's alright. The other ones lasted for damn near 4 hours. It's a lot longer than they usually last. I'm honestly kind of surprised. These ones, though, will last for an hour and a half. But that'll give it enough time for the other ones to charge back. And we've done the dungeon, so we're fine. Ironically, one of the best strengths of 14, of the story layout of 14. I genuinely love it. Like, how different patches feel to main story because you're constantly bouncing around and dealing with a lot of different things is something I legitimately love about it. And again, half an expansion just seeing half of it spent mixing everything together. No, it's, again, legitimately fantastic. Because also this bouncing around of everything really gets across the idea of how much 14 is willing to explore Aftermath. Do not go through their emotes, by the way. There's Yakuza spoilers. Okay. Speaking of spoilers, I will dismiss you. I will, who can I bring out? Who can I bring out? Heavens with Y'shtola. That's not a spoiler. Heavens with Y'shtola. There we go. Wife in her mid-evolution phase. She needs to get a moonstone after this, and then she can go into the final phase, but she doesn't have that right now. It was the folks over at Restructuring that told me you'd be down at Journey's Head. And luckily for me, you still were. Running around after people's tyrant work. Well, naught here seems out of the ordinary, though I do not see Lady Chai anywhere. Probably pacing around outside again, staring off into the distance and all that, sighing. No, we're Scions, but you shouldn't know that. How do you know that we're Scions? Strange. Let's see if we can find her and discover the source of her distress. Why not Julia Chai? Because I got the art book. She carries China's in her arm like a baguette. Adorable. I do want to buy the, Okay, when you say outside, do you mean I have to, like, leave, like, the floors? Okay, no, outside is in on the balcony. Okay. I do one day want to buy all the art books. All of them. I want to see if I can get literally all of them. I'm pretty sure most of them are still available at this point. In some capacity somewhere. Some of them might be resellers though, so I don't know if they'll actually come with like any of the bonuses. But at some point, I would like to have a 14 library. I'm brain-rotted and obsessed enough about this game. I'm willing to own as much fucking physical merchandise as I can possibly get my hand on for this game. And by that I mean not a lot, because holy shit, 14 outside of books, which there's a lot of, and soundtracks, which are more limited at this point, there seems to be very little fucking merch. How is there like so few figures of characters? How is there like so few figures? Like so many people have waifus. How do we not have Y'shtola like statues to like not put into jars, you sick freaks? How do we not have that? How do we not have that? I don't think I've ever been out of print, luckily. Yeah, again, the art books are the main ones that I want to get, because the art in this game is gorgeous. It's something I've been saying since ARR. This is one of my favorite looking games. Specific level of detail and quality and everything like that, I don't care about. I think this game's art direction is one of my favorite that I've ever played in a video game. I think it blends together so perfectly the Final Fantasy idea, the like anime aesthetic that goes alongside that, the like medieval fantasy aspect that it goes alongside that, like the high fantasy stuff, the evolution of the high fantasy stuff when we start getting into the more wild shit and everything like that, while also looking like a real ass fucking world. This is one of my favorite art styles in any video game, because I think it manages to blend all of that shit together incredibly well and feels completely congruous. And also it makes every character fucking hot as hell, so like, that's a Final Fantasy thing though. So like, I've been saying it for a long ass time. This is one of my favorite art directions in any video game that I've ever played. It was one of the things that I really noticed about it before I even started playing the game. And I mentioned it's just like, wow, like everything that I see in this game looks really good and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure Densha, if Densha is still around and not asleep because time zones, could vouch the fact that I was calling this game pretty before I started playing it. So art books is something that I really want to own. Like the bonuses are cool and whatever, but I want to own them because I want to own them. One $1 figure and it was like $5,000 owns. Of course it was. Of course it was. Can't confirm. There we go. See, I'm not lying. And there's no way that Densha would just back me up to make me look good on stream. There's no way that I'd have people in chat lie to make their Oshi look better. Absolutely no one in my chat would ever do that.
Oh, thank heavens you're here.
You know, sometimes I feel like I might over-exaggerate the accents when I do voice acting for, like, dialogue stuff. And then characters and cutscenes talk, and I realize I don't go hard enough. Weird, creepy Yestola doll that is not cursed. Stop asking. Can I do the thing? Do people want me to do the thing of having the Yestola body pillow here? I can have on one side the Yestola body pillow, and then on the other one I can have the Graha body pillow.
Lady Chai, whatever is the matter?
I'll just flip it over so the side that I installed the flashlight onto you can't see on camera.
I knew not where else to turn. Oh, this is all too much for my poor heart to bear alone.
On the $500 in statue, not because I actually want the statue even that any single place to put it, but I desperately want the Zantetsuken emote. Are the statues that come with the ridiculous emotes still in print, or are they just like you're never getting it at this point? Because I know there's a Shiva one, so I could get a Shiva one. Probably not. Yeah, I could get a Shiva one. I do like Shiva. What's up, Lady Chai?
Alone? What of Master Chai?
He's in our meringue. He's building stones.
But that is the very reason I summoned you. He's gone.
Oh. He went to Amarang. Did he not tell you? Or is he not back?
What? What happened?
It all began after the events at Mount Gulg. With Lord Vorthri out of the way, we all agreed that a new leader must be chosen.
And so he held an election?
Not that.
Yes, well, sort of. Not a single person volunteered to stand, you see. After a lifetime of leisure, we free citizens have grown somewhat indolent.
That is not wisdom!
The harsh realities of life is trying enough, but to take charge of a broken city as well. No one wanted such responsibility.
This is not wisdom! Get it? Because it's like a reference.
Nevertheless, Yulmore could not well do without a leader, and so we decided that anyone and everyone should be considered a candidate. And after we cast our ballots and tallied the votes, the mayorship fell.
Everyone's a candidate. Whoever gets voted for has to fucking do it. Then everyone, some of them are probably all sold out by now. Boo. It's alright. Depending on what statue it is, I might be willing to buy it from a reseller. If I ever have the money at the same time that I see a reseller sell the Lady Maria sitting in the chair statue for what I'm going to consider a reasonable price, which is well and truly above what is a reasonable price, I will buy it. I will buy it. I am not someone who is limited in like what I'm buying in terms of how much I'm willing to spend. It's, for me, the thing is, do I want it? Can I afford it? Therefore, I don't really care how much it costs. I'll buy it. I am very much not a person who is just like, I am not the person with money where I weigh up options in terms of like, is this worth the money that I'll spend? It's purely a, can I afford it and do I want it? But I will toss up, is there other stuff I would want more with the same money? I will consider that, obviously. I will consider that, but it's like for me for the mug shop. Like, people will just go, oh, this much money is too much money for the mug shop. And it's not that I disagree with them, it's just, for me, it's just like, I want it and I can afford it, so therefore I'm gonna get it. That's always how I've been. That's how I always treat money. Trying to weigh up stuff in terms of whether it's worth it is just like a mental exercise that I can't bother with. I can't bother with that. I'm just like, if I want it and I can afford it, I'll buy it. I don't care. Look how many band shirts I own. Do you know how much more expensive band shirts are compared to normal shirts? This shirt cost me $40. But also, when I'm buying a band shirt, I know that I'm, like, supporting the bands that I like because the money's going to the band. So I'm also more willing to spend for that. But, like, every shirt I wear on stream is, like, a $30 minimum, often $40 to $50 shirt that I'm wearing on stream. Because I like band shirts. I like owning band shirts. I like collecting band shirts. So therefore, I fucking buy them. So, you know. I may not look it because I just wear black t-shirts on every single fucking stream, but I'm showing off the fact that I don't care about where my money goes. If I want it and I can afford it, I'll buy it on every single stream that I fucking do. Compulsory electoral democracy is an extremely funny idea. You can just make a guy a leader and he has to deal with it. I mean, with a society of Yulmore that is like as many people as it is, that probably would, like, you couldn't do that in any countries with like millions of people. But in a city like Yulmore that probably has like a few thousand people, you could probably kind of get away with it. Anyone that people would know enough to like actually be someone that people would vote for is probably someone who like is well known enough in the town that they might be able to do it. I mean, I don't know if it'd be a good system, but like I could possibly see it making sense here. But it's also, at the same time, really funny.
Well, given the manner in which he orchestrated the construction of the giant Talos, none could deny his leadership qualities.
Considering he literally... Well, to be fair, I was about to say he brought together the entire people of Northront. We did that, but he got them to do the work and, like, divide up the work and tell them how to do it. He did. He was the one who did that.
But even before then, he had proven himself at Daedalus Stoneworks, don't forget. He is more than qualified for the role. The perfect choice.
But also everything we know about him kind of implies that he might be freaking out and panicking and thinking that he's not good enough for the role at this moment. In fact, he's probably exactly doing that because of everything we know about him.
Indeed. I told him as much when his victory was first announced. But perhaps I was too forceful in my attempt to encourage him. For shortly after that, he vanished without a word.
You believe he was so daunted by the burden of leadership that he felt compelled to flee?
He's gonna think he's not good enough for her, and then we're gonna play another dating sim game where we're gonna hype him up.
Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes. Your husband does not strike me as the sort of man who would abandon his duty, much less his beloved wife. There has to be some other reason for his absence.
I could see him doing the first one. I don't see him doing the second one. The second one, fair enough. He's too much of a wife guy.
You truly think so? What about you? What do you think has become of my husband?
De-stressing at Honeybee. I don't think he's fled. I think he's panicking. I'm just gonna say I think he's panicking.
And there you have it, Lady Chai. You needn't worry.
Going to buy cigarettes.
Master Chai loves you more than all the world, and he will return.
The amount that he is stressing about this, he needs to buy those cigarettes to help calm him down.
Wherever he may have gone, rest assured we will find him.
Thank you, my dear boy.
Yeah.
You have set my mind at ease. I will trust in my husband and await his return.
I'm now realizing a moment that's gonna fucking suck. So presuming everything goes fine with everything that we're doing, presuming there is a moment where the Scions have to return to the First, presuming this, that means we're gonna have a cutscene where Dulia Chai is gonna have to say goodbye to Alphino. Yes, I'm ignoring the obvious one because I don't even want to entertain the idea. I don't even want to think about the more obvious one of those issues. So I'm going to instead focus on the sadness of this one. The other one is a bridge we will cross when we fucking get to it. Pixie berry tea. Yo, looks kind of delicious. I'm still taking the Nightwood silver pieces though. I'm not even selling them. They're a unique item. I gotta get all of them that I can. At this point, I can't even post booze because even the booze will say something. But what about, but if you're posting the booze, but if you're saying that you can't post the booze because the booze would say something, is you posting about the booze that you can't post, posting something that might be booze? My nose is bleeding. You know, Yulmore's nothing like I thought it'd be, but somehow I can't picture going anywhere else. The Tri's a part of it, I suppose. They've been good to me. I only wish there was something more I could do to help them. A notable absence. For those comforting words, Alpha is plainly troubled by Master Chai's sudden disappearance. It makes no sense for Master Chai to have left without a word. But even if he had, he would not have done so unobserved. Someone here will have seen something, I'm sure of it. We should split up and inquire as to whether anyone saw him leave, or, failing that, if they have any idea where he might have gone. I'll meet you at Glory Gate to compare notes later. Oh, hell yeah, that was a good one. Oh, I think I came a little bit. Oh my god, that was a fucking good one. Holy shit. Oh man, incredibly satisfying. Hey, Melon. Your resplendent tools suck and I hate you and I'll never do them. I'm having enough difficulty with the Sky Builder's stuff. Fuck your resplendent tools, Melon. I heard there are apparently some places that do all writing type elections, or something close to like Finland. Although I assume you could say no if like everyone decided you should be the leader. But everyone's so opposed to my cigarettes idea. Well, we're gonna ask around and see whether he likes cigarettes. Ask the Chai. Well, yes, I spoke with him recently. But I recall he was in a rather dour mood. Concerned about Yulmore's neglect of industry, you see. With Lord Volthary's apparently inexhaustible stores of meal and no great need for money, it's little wonder our businesses were all but forgotten under his rule. But I assured Master Chai that the Boutique of Splendors will do all it can to contribute to the revival of trade here in Yulmore, which seemed to satisfy him. He took his leave soon after. You exchanged with Moen has taught you about the stagnant state of business in Yulmore. Oh no, I'm gonna have to actually like manually keep notes of what's happening here. Chat, am I cooked? Chat, I think I'm cooked. Right. I can sprint. I forgot I can sprint. I can also teleport, but I like exploring. The notes are key items? Oh, yeah. Hastily written. Nothing here? Nothing here? Still lower levels? Oh, sorry, the buttress is the lower floor, isn't it? Sorry, yeah, sorry. Yeah, Undercity's the outside, but buttress is the lower floor. I forget. Undercity's laid out so bad. Look, this is why Limsa is still 2 zones. Because if Limsa wasn't 2 zones, this is what Limsa would be. If you switch to Dancer, you can Peloton. I can do that, but then I won't be dressed like law accurate. You, remembering tiny bits of law from 3 years ago. Also you, I have to remember the single line of dialogue, I'm fucked. Looking for Master Chai, are you? Is something amiss? When I last saw him, he seemed ready to collapse from exhaustion. I insisted he rest and catch his breath, and we talked for a while about his concerns over the city's defenses, among other things. We made more than a few valid points. Many of our men are still recovering after your confrontation with Lord Vorthry. Just that badass. And finding General Ranjit in a heap in the middle of the plaza shook us all to the core. Oh yeah, he was evil, did you? Oh yeah, by the way, I killed him. By the way, I killed Ranjit. We chilled though? I mean, me killing Vorthry, everyone's chill about because everyone would have seen him would be fucking dead. But like Ranjit as well, by the way. And also those hot like twins that like gave everyone like their bosoms or whatever. I also killed them. I'm sorry, every clown fetishist in Yulmore has cried. The men commanded a small amount of loyalty, and some of our longest serving soldiers seemed lost without him. Indeed, a number of them were left. The Twicklessy. Not that we blame you, of course. That you and yours would still be blind to the error of our ways. Anyway, funding permitting, I propose replenishing the ranks of the volunteers from the Deluxe and Gatetown. We have a duty to protect not only Yulmore, you see, but the surrounding regions of Kalusha as well. And I, for one, would welcome any man or woman willing to take up arms for that cause. Indeed, I told him as much and he seemed relieved to hear it. It was on that note that we parted ways. He headed outside as I recall. The perilous states of Yulmore's defenses. Yeah, it turns out Yulmore's kind of fucked. And the solution to every problem that Yulmore had before was Sin Eaters. There's a little bit of work to do. A little bit of work to do. So I get it. I get why people have a twin fetish. Like, I understand in theory why people have a twin fetish. But like, you don't want to actually fuck them at the same time, do you? What am I talking about? Look at the amount of like quote unquote incest porn that is on like porn websites. What am I talking about? Of course they do. Of course we're still here. Can't leave while there are people in need. That's Hathenbet's creed. And the only reason I'm still alive. I recall a man fit in that description. I suspect where the poor buggers lately come from, right? Does anyone know the state of things down the derelicts? You can be sure we gave him an earful. Lack of food, medicine, clothing. There was plenty to tell. We hunt high and low for whatever we can scavenge, and it's barely enough to fill our bellies. But folks here just don't want to survive, they want to thrive. When he heard that, he started mumbling to himself. Something about finding us work, I think. Fair play to him, though. Not content with having his ear chewed out about the derelicts, he asked about the other settlements and all. After that, I can't really say. Looks like he was heading for Gate Town when I last saw him. I'm not reading something. Okay. Okay. The poor living conditions, the Kalish's downtrodden. Okay. You can read that I was doing a bit. Oh, I was wondering if somehow you talking about like incest fantasies was a spoiler. I was wondering if the incest twincest fantasy was somehow leading into spoiler territory, and I'm just like, where the fuck does Final Fantasy XIV go from here? Like, if we were gonna have that, it would have been the clown twins we just killed. What am I reading? What am I reading? What am I reading? This is why we elite gooners are into cloning. See, that's okay for my Nephist. I stand by. I am not changing this part of the law. Fuck you. She's simply committing to the bit where we simply respect that on this channel. True. I stand by this. I am not changing this law. I am keeping it. It's not changing. Fuck you. One of my Nephist's biggest kinks is self-cessed. I stand by the law that one of the most attractive people on the start of my Nephist is my Nephist herself, and she finds herself ungodly attractive. I stand by this, and I stand by that every single time that cloning has come up in the story, there's been a small part of her that has considered it. I'm sticking by it, and it's not changing. Let your perfect Mary Sue characters have flaws, damn it. My character's flaw is that she wants to fuck a clone of herself. She's never given into it, but you know, but the temptation is there. We have issues with inner attacks. Let's just bring back Vorthry. Well, that's a terrible idea. Any luck? I got no aim myself, but it sounds like Alpha might have. Oh, there you are. How did you fare? Have you learned anything which might offer a clue as to Master Chai's whereabouts? Minerva is also incredibly vain, but I know about that. Again, let your perfect walls have character flaws. Mind if it's facing off friend's friend in Dark Knight? Do I fight or fuck? What's the right move here? That is literally one of the bigger moments for it, yes. Quite literally one of the bigger moments for it is seeing Frey and just being like, oh my god, I'm so poor. And she has to like shake it off to remember, oh right, this Frey's trying to kill me. Now the question is, has Minefist brought up the concept of using glamours to change your appearance to Y'shtola yet? And the answer to that is no. Because I feel like Minefist is completely aware that if she brought up the idea of Y'shtola just being like, hey, do you want to take a glamour to look like me so I can have sex with you while you look like me? Would not go well. So she's not done this. But the thought has come up. But the thought has been entertained. Interesting. He apparently paid a visit to the Queen Bee as well. They discussed the possibility of granting admission to customers from outside Yulmore, an idea which the proprietor was surprisingly receptive. So, he's got big plans for the place. Yulmore, I mean, not the Bee. Perhaps. But the question remains, where did he go after leaving the city? I'd assume to nearby settlements or possibly Gay Town itself till I cast them. With furrowed brow, Arfano carefully considers where best to look next. All we know for certain is that Master Chai has shown great concern not only for Yulmore but its surrounding settlements. It seems logical then that having consulted those within the city walls, he would wish to do the same to those without. Usamot, when you'd go and make inquiries in Right, I shall likewise, I do likewise in Stilltide. Gate Town I leave to you, Kashir. Fair enough. Where shall we meet when we're finished? Well, Top Rung would seem to me be his next most likely destination. Let us reconvene there. With any luck, one of us stumbled upon him by then, but if not, we'll be well situated to continue our search. I mean, going to Amity is one that would make a lot of sense, just because, like, the painter he had thrown off the fucking building is in Amity, so it would make sense that he'd go back there. Passes Fantasia Graha. You know you can change back if it's less than an hour. This is Minefist indulging in one of her biggest fantasies. Do you think it would be less than an hour? That being said, though, Catgirl Graha would make me personally very hard. Wouldn't really affect Minefist because she doesn't even understand the fucking concept of gender and shit like that, so that wouldn't really affect her. Wouldn't really affect her, but for me, like, I do find Graha attractive. I do find Graha attractive, like, on a personal, non-Minefist level. But there's just something about Catboys in this game. There's just something about the appearance of Catboys in this game. And it's either the neck size and or the default poses that they have, or the constant needing to hold their hands out like this whenever they're just standing there. It's some combination of those things that always just makes me go, not as hot as they could be, though. And Femme Mikos don't have that problem. Gotta be real, if I was anywhere except for Miko, I'd be all over him. Mikos just do absolutely nothing for me. That's the thing. Mikos in general for me, like in this game, don't do anything for me. It's like, for Y'shtola is like obviously appearance-wise very hot and stuff like that. But like for both of them, it's primarily personality. It is primarily personality. But Red Mage Catman, oh, Zarun fucks. Zarun absolutely fucks. Have you seen the picture of Zarun in the fucking medium top? Like the Clive top? Because, oh my god, holy shit. Holy shit. When the FF16 crossover happened, people were posting pictures of Zarun and Yasel in the Clive top, and oh my god, holy, oh fuck. I guess that's kind of like the one way that Catboys really work in this game is all the Catboys. I guess that's, honestly, I think that's it. I think that's it. I think it's just the older appearance Catboys work, but the younger Catboy appearances here don't. The younger Catboys in this game aren't twinky enough to, like, be ideal. It was about maybe their anime-ness of their proportion that puts me off. I'm not put off by it, it's just they don't do anything in particular for me. Like, Femros obviously do it for me because, you know, I'm playing as one and stuff like that, but just like, I like women with muscles, but I also like women who aren't like I'm not into like huge like bodybuilding muscles. I'm into like toned athletic stuff. I mean, like, but I'm also like into really tall girls, but I'm also into girls who are like sweary and drinky and shit, and the pirates and stuff like that. So like obviously that does it for me, for the Femros. Cat girls especially look actively bad to me. Sorry, Stola. No, the name doesn't ring any bells. But there was a rather dapper-looking Mistel gentleman here not long ago. He wanted to talk about relations between Wright and Yulmore, or rather the lack of them. We lost a great many people to their promises of meal and the chance of a lavish life among the three. And more three thought to take even more from us, conspiring the few able-bodied men we had left to guard his paradise. I didn't tell you what happened when the Sin Eaters came. Such things are hard to forgive. But Volthury's gone now, and we're curious to see what will become of Yulmore in his absence. As I told your friends. Chai knows, was it? I'm sure the others did the same. not what he wanted to hear, I suppose, because he left soon after. And that was that. I don't dislike the dainty lizard girls, but I wish they could have been bigger than they are sometimes. I absolutely, on a personal level, think that it is kind of silly that the Aura girls are as like dainty and small as they are. Like having some of the races be like super sexually dimorphic, I think is like fine, especially because of like some of them being more based on animals. Like it makes sense that like Hrothgars like have a lot of difference between the male and female because they're based on lions, which like have a lot of difference between the male and female and stuff like that. But the sheer extreme difference that the Auras have is kind of absurd, especially considering depending on the clothing and the gear that you put them in, Auras kind of end up being treated by a lot of the player base as Miko too. Like, Aura men are very distinctive. They're very particular. They're the only race that kind of looks like that, whereas people treat femme Auras as just femme Miko too. So it's just like, yeah. Turns out Master Child was over in Gate Town too. That's where they feel the residents, apparently. They told me they've never seen a posh bloke look so miserable. Which is because female Auras are basically the exact same proportions, but when you pair them with chunky horns tails, they're like, so proportionally speaking. Aura men have micro penises, right? You're being one guide by Magno. So he paid a visit to both Wright and Gate Town as well, did he? I see. Kai Shear and I gleamed much the same. He seemed determined to salvage what goodwill might yet remain among the settlements of Kalusha. The only likely place he had left to go being Amity. Not the dwarves, though, apparently. Poor dwarves. Come, we're quick, we may yet catch up with him. Fine, they would break the woman's pelvis as they absolutely have tiny dicks. Aura women make do. To be fair, they do have that for half the Viera pops too. Then somewhere then somewhere out there, the reverse of the female races. So the dwarves give a shit about Yulmore either way. True. True. Chai! We found him. We found him. Well, dimorphism, you can now wear bows in your hair. Oh, Sim Blackwind. Alphino, Kashir, what are you doing here? I might ask you the same, Master Chai. We've been looking all over for you. Looking for me? Whatever for? Lady Chai has been nigh inconsolable in your absence. She came to dispute without so much as a word and bade us return you to her side. What in the blazes are you talking about? I left a letter for her in our chambers, though I suppose she could have overlooked it. And when she gets an idea into her head, I can only apologize. No harm done, Master Chai. But since we are here, might I ask what compelled you to come all this way? We were told you have been elected mayor, and from what we have gathered from the nearby villages, you've been inquiring about the people's grievances. Is it safe to assume you mean to take office? Now, let's not jump to conclusions. I did seek to learn about the problems faced by the people of Kalusha, that much is true, but I'm by no means sure I'm the man to solve them. Tackling how many challenges require resources. Until I've secured them, it would be not right to assume the role of mayor. I see. And you believe said resources can be found here? Indeed. People's grievances are many, but in the course of my inquiries, I've also met with several individuals willing to lend their aid in addressing them. However, there remains one individual crucial to my plans. A man whose counsel might yet make a mayor of me. With respect, such forethought is, in itself, proof of your suitability. The city needs you, Master Chai. And I am certain this man of whom you speak, whoever he may be, will reach the same conclusion. For what little it is worth, we will vouch for you should he require convincing. We believe in you, Master Chai! 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 I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything. You got your actions to speak for you. For as long as I can remember, all I ever wanted was to make it into Yulmore. But that dream's gone now. Burst like a bubble. Or a boil, more like. Anyway, outside of repaying Master Alphino, I haven't had a clue what to do with myself. Spend most of my days in a daze. But you? You've been running up and down trying to find a way to fix this mess for everyone. I reckon you can do it. You got this lot up in Mountain Gold, didn't you? How could Marin be? You're gonna steer Yulmore to a better future. Oh, I know it. And I want to help. Properly help. Do something that makes a difference. I don't know what it is yet, but I'll work it out on the way. If you let me come with you, that is. You give me entirely too much credit to a lot of you. But I can't deny it gives me heart. Come then, let us press on together. Thank you, Master Chai. But we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. Yulmore needs more than a man with good intentions. Which is why I am here. To find one with the experience needed to see the city thrive. Who is this man exactly, and are you certain he's here in Amity? Brendan is his name, and yes he is. Or was. I had scarcely begun to explain myself when he decided his time was better spent elsewhere. He served the chief advisor to Vorthry's father when he was in office. If Rangier was the mayor's right hand, one might say Brendan was the left, and between them they kept Yulmore on the road to prosperity. The city needs more than a man of mere business, which is why I must find him. But even if you do, what makes you think he will listen? Before giving chase, it might not be wise to speak with those who know him here in Amity. They may be able to shed some light on his reason for rejecting your overtures out of hand. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. Perhaps we should start with Tristal then. As I recall, you made rather a favourable impression on him. I'm certain he'd be willing to talk to us. John's gonna have to pick up some Valentine's gifts so we can go back to Yulmore. You can come do the event with us. Yeah, I think you should take power unless you have the means to address the current problems. You're right, you'd be a terrible politician. According to Master Chai, this Renzen fellow occupied a position of considerable influence in the Yulmoran leadership. Which begs the question, why did he choose to leave? So people complain about the 0.1 patches being mostly talking, meanwhile I'm like, yay world building! Yay politics! Yay dealing with the aftermath of the major events that happen and actually just being like, you don't just kill the villain and then everything's magically better. You actually need to put in the fucking work to make the world better after like putting in a position where it can happen. And like that's one of the biggest strengths of Final Fantasy XIV. See, there's something that I said back. There's something I said back going into Heavensward. And while I don't think it's true for a lot of the player base, the more that I play the game, the more that I'm aware it's a lot more of the player base than what I assumed. I remember going into Heavensward and saying that people is just like the build-up of Heavensward in terms of like 2.55 specifically, and Heavensward is where the story picks up. And then playing Heavensward and seeing, like, After the Vault, arriving in Azizla, the end of Azizla, 3.3, and stuff like that. I had this feeling in my mind that I'm just like, do people praise Heavensward? Not because they necessarily like the story or any of it more, because Heavensward has a lot of problems. Or are there people who are just like, I love Heavensward because it has big dramatic moments. And is that the only thing they care about? Do they not care about the in-between moments? Is it just people who get excited about the pop-off moments? And that's what they care about, and that's why they say Heavensward is better than ARR. And I don't think that's true for a lot of people, but I think there is a lot more people than I would like to believe who legitimately like this game's story primarily for the big moments, and they don't care about the in-between, which for me, it's the moments in between that make those big moments big. 3.3 doesn't fucking mean anything if you don't have all of those moments that are like a campfire with Estinian. 3.3 doesn't mean shit if you don't see Estinian go from being this hateful, vengeful person to him slowly warming up because of his interactions with Alphino and Acel. 3.3 doesn't mean shit if you don't have moments like Alphino and Minafist talking to each other about how much they're willing to go through to try and save Estinian. That they don't want to be the kind of people who just let him die and accept that he has to. 3.3 doesn't mean anything without all of that. Like, it's all of those in-between moments that give it meaning and why I end up caring so much. And I will be honest, like, going through Heavensward, I was aware that was definitely part of it. Shadowbringers has definitely cemented that there are legitimately a decent number of people in the 14 fan base who like Thing because shiny. Because, like, Shadowbringers has a lot of world building that is fucking fantastic. Shadowbringers has a lot of themes, and exploring those themes, that is fucking fantastic. Shadowbringers has a lot of quiet, reflective moments, reflecting on characters and their journeys and their motivations and how it leads them to those moments, and they are fucking fantastic. But Shadowbringers also has moments that are major, gigantic, emotionally charged pop-offs. Some of the biggest I have ever seen in video games. And I can't help but feel that there are some people who praise Shadowbringers primarily because it has that, and they don't really care about the rest. I'm not saying it's everyone, I'm not even saying it's a majority, but I'm saying it's more than I would expect. Which, honestly, I'm not going to be surprised if that's part of Dawn Trail's negative reception. Like, I don't... yeah, literally what I'm about to say. Literally what I'm about to say. Dawn Trail... I don't know what Dawn Trail is. I don't know shit about it. But what I do know about Dawn Trail is that it's the first expansion after Endwalker. Endwalker is the expansion that ends the story up until Endwalker. Dawn Trail, even the name Dawn in it implies it, is the beginning of the next section of the story of the game. Endwalker ends it, Dawn Trail is the new Dawn for the rest of the story. So it's the establishment arc. So I think some of the negative backlash against it is just going to be setting up shit and not having, like, several expansions build up to take it. We fight as one, because that moment matters because of how much you've gone up to that moment. So they're starting again, so you can't have moments on that level, so people don't care. I'm not saying it's guaranteed, but I wouldn't be fucking surprised. That story is quite literally the same as it ever was. Y'all are just one huge boss without any fucking builds up. Legitimately speaking, I think this is the biggest reason why the people who like my playthrough fucking love my playthrough. Like, I obviously can't go and watch people's playthroughs. Like, even watching people's playthroughs of stuff that, like, I've done is kind of risky with 14 in case there are no spoilers. Apparently fucking everyone knows about Graha. Like, people have been explicitly spoiled on Graha, and, like, it's not just that they predicted it because it's really obvious like I did. Apparently Graha is one of those things that everyone just fucking knows. But because I'm, like, so sheltered and deliberately sheltered, I didn't know it, I just predicted it because it's, again, really obvious and stuff like that. So if there are other stuff, Dawn Trail's gonna have its pop-off moments because fucking ARR has its pop-off moments. Even if it's the start of a new thing, it's gonna have its pop-off moments. But people, yeah. Graha's the worst kept secret of this game. Yeah, I legitimately wasn't spoiled on it. It's just really obvious. It's just really obvious. But yeah, out of every LP that I've done, this is the LP I'm the proudest of. I legitimately think this series is the best series that I've done out of anything that I've done. And part of that is just the self-insert, role-playing manifest part of everything like that. But, like, I can't watch a shitload of other people's videos. I can't do that. But from what I have seen, in terms of, like, taking this story seriously and taking the world building seriously and, like, trying to pay attention to all of it, even outside the fact that I do all the side content, like, on stream. From what I've seen, it's not common. It's not common. To take the story as seriously as I do, and to, like, go through it, try to predict things, try to work out things, try to, like, see what the game is trying to do, appreciate the quiet moments for what it's trying to do and everything like that. I've looked, and I obviously can't look too intensely, but, like, I can't really find it. It's one of the reasons why, like, one of the main ones I like watching is, like, Grinding Gear. Grinding Gear don't get anywhere near as emotional as I do. I think there being two of them is probably a decent part of that, but also there's probably different people. But, like, watching Grinding Gear do Shadowbringers stuff, they have moments after the, like, big cutscenes where they do reflect on it. Not to the extent that I do, but, like, I'm deliberately over the top with it. And everything like that. But it's one of the reasons why, like, I like watching Grinding Gear stuff, because it seems like they actually take the story, like, seriously. Meant the first time I watched you live, but your level of theorizing and involvement is uncommon. Yeah, which I'm confused by, because I feel like this game is designed to inspire it. Like, I feel like this game is deliberately designed to make the player want to do that. Look at how many people, like, have Warrior of Light headcanons. Like, Warrior of Light headcanon is one of the most common things about this game. For, like, the fandom, it's so omnipresent, but yet in the content creator space of, like, streaming and YouTube videos, it seems to be completely absent. It's one of those weird things to me. It's like, it's so present in the fandom, but, like, for the content creation space, it's almost not there at all, and I find it bizarre. This game is amazing to lore nerds. I'm generally not a lore nerd, but I am a lore nerd for this game because the lore matters. The lore isn't just learning about a bunch of lore that doesn't mean anything. Most of the lore in this game has active implications on how story events will progress or actively inform the world in its presence, which then actively informs how the story events, or the lore is there for thematic reasons and ties into the themes of the game. Most of the lore in this game doesn't feel like it's there just to expand the... I mean, like, the lore in this game also makes it feel like a real world very effectively, but most of the lore doesn't just feel like it's there to satisfy the need for lore. It feels like the lore is genuinely considered in terms of how it affects the story that they're telling, which is most of the reason why I'm usually not a lore nerd in games. I normally don't care about lore and a lot of stuff, like, too much. If I start paying attention to a lot of lore, but that lore doesn't, like, change the story, I don't really care about it. There's exactly one 14 content creator that I'm like, oh, she gets it, like I do with you. And funnily enough, she's also Australian and trans. Hey! I reckon Yulmore could learn a thing or two from Amity about standing on its own 2 feet. Well, then again, so could I. I realize it was me suggested speaking with Tristal, but who's to say you'll be any more receptive than Rendon? Why should any of them give me the time of day? Bah, has no way to think. Ignore me. Tristal. Greetings, friends. And to you too, Master Cho. I presume you're here to ask after Rendon. I couldn't help but overhearing your earlier exchange. I recommend ending myself because it's all Dawntrail related. Oops. And I oop. Yes, well, with Vorfrey gone, Yulmore wants for a leader. Should no one rise to the challenge, the city could very well collapse. I came here seeking Rendon's counsel in the hope that we could build a better Yulmore together. And that is still my wish. But given how abominably you were mistreated there, I'll quite understand if you choose not to help. Worry not, Master Chai, I bear no grudge against you or the people of Yulmore, and I will not see you suffer for Vorthry's villainy. As you no doubt gathered from your meeting earlier, Rendon can be rather uncompromising. He has his principles, you see, and little patience for anyone he deems less committed to their own. Your desire to right the wrongs of your past, of Yulmore's past, is quite admirable, but I fear the guilt you bear on the city's behalf works against you. I can see it in your eyes, and the way you carry yourself. It goes without saying he sees it as well. You must let those feelings go, Master Chai. Be more assertive, commit to this course, and prove to him Yulmore has the resolve to change. The resolve to change. Yeah, Chai being so depressed about it can definitely give off the impression that they're resolved to not fix things because they're too upset about how bad it went. I believe he was heading towards Pit 8 when he left. If you plan to go and speak with him, I suggest be firm and clear in your intentions. Very well, to Pit 8 we shall go, and I'll not take no for an answer. Nay, not even a maybe. I mean, I absolutely get it. Their point is just like, if the people who completely fucked you over come in, and the main thing they're talking about is how much they pity themselves for how poorly they treated you and how bad they did, it can absolutely 100% come across as they want sympathy for how bad they feel about what they did. And that to them is more important than actually trying to fix the fucking problem they caused. I get it. I totally get it, and that makes a lot of sense here. That's not what Chai is, but it's very much the impression Chai can give off because of the way he's acting. I totally get it, and I think that's a really cool thing that they're actually doing here. That it's just like, the people who've been fucked over don't want to hear fucking pity about how sad the people of Yulmore are, about how bad they did things. They want to see commitment. They want to see fucking action. They want to see shit change. They don't want to try and they don't care about forgiving the people who did shit. They want to see them change it. Despite our previous artistic differences, I do believe Master Chai means what he says. But until he starts believing it, I fear it won't amount to an awful lot. See, this is why the game's called Final Fantasy. The game's called Final Fantasy because we had a city of fucking liberals who believed that they were doing good. It was revealed to them that they were doing bad. And now those liberals are trying to do something to actually make things better. Instead of turning around and try to blame everyone else for not being receptive enough to them trying to fix everything. That's the truest fantasy of this entire fucking game. Is this a door that goes to somewhere? Never noticed that here. There's just a dwarf door here in the middle of the abandoned city here that goes underground? Or is it meant to be a grave? Never mind, I just realized I wasn't actually subbed, so I was just organically spoon-fed every one of her 14 videos by the algorithm. Watch her old stuff and see if I can find something that you'd enjoy. Ayo! I mean, it might be a mineshaft. I've never noticed, like, a little dwarven outpost thing like that outside of, like, Tomra and Comra.
Well, it's you again.
Oh my god, voice acting. Secret door teleport between the, between up and down the mountain. Oh.
Well, I see you've invited your friends. Need them to fight your battles for you, do you?
Ooh, not going well.
No, I didn't invite them, as it happens. Though they are indeed my
Yeah, we
friends.
kind of invaded them.
Well, not only mine, but every true Yulmoran's. They are the ones who awakened us to the truth, to Lord Vorthry's villainy, the famous warriors of darkness.
That's me, baby. Everyone knows now.
Are they now?
Yes,
And Kaishi.
they are. It would be no exaggeration to call them our saviors. We owe much and more to their kindness, but we cannot depend on that kindness forever. To do so would be a little different from entrusting our affairs to Lord Vorthry. Nay, we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. And I would have them present to witness my attempt.
Hear, hear, Master Chai.
Your sentiments are admirable. Yet admirable sentiments do not a nation make. In my capacity as advisor, I once strove to build a better Yulmore. Gave honest counsel to my superiors, drafted laws for the benefit of one and all. But in time, my values fell out of favor. There was no need for them in this paradise Vorthry was creating. And so I left my homeland behind.
He saw where Yulmore was going and just decided to bounce.
But you, Chai News, you were content to wallow in indolence under Vorthry's auspices. And so I cannot help but ask myself what manner of nation you intend to build.
I can offer no simple answer to that question.
Come on, Chai.
But this much I will say. It is my hope that Yulmore can become a nation which her citizens might freely choose to build together. A great many people, myself included, flocked to Yulmore seeking sanctuary. The alternative being to live in fear and die in pain. Seemed an easy choice. And sanctuary we found. As much food and drink as we could ever want. Secured at the cost of the surrounding villages. Little wonder the people gathered at our doorstep, begging to work among the bonded. The free were blind to it all, of course. Content to, as you say, wallow in indolence. In ignorance. Were I mayor, I would first take stock of the city's resources and see that they were assigned equitably. Our days of reckless consumption are behind us. The distinction between free and bonded died with Vows. The needs of rich and poor alike must be considered if our nation is to survive. To which end I would take steps to secure channels for supplies, rekindle relations with nearby settlements, who re-establish industry, reach out to neighboring nations, and the list goes on and on. But I am no ruler, nor even a politician. I am an entrepreneur. My expertise lie in planning and profit. I haven't the knowledge or experience to run a nation. Please, Rendon, will you not help me? Together, we could solve the city's problems. Build a Yulmore for the people.
A Yulmore for the people. I rather like the sound of that. But before I offer you my counsel, I would be certain of your ability to perform the duties of office.
You would?
You ask me to help you solve Yulmore's problems. But first, I would see you solve one on your own. Accomplish that, and you will prove both to me and the people that you are a man worth following.
I'm sorry, but how the fuck do people hate the politics and, like, moments like this in this game? How do people hate it? How, like... How do you hate it? How do you see cutscenes like this and not think that this is one of the best strengths of this fucking game? How do people do that? God of contentment with ignorance and indolence doesn't describe a bunch of current lit politics to a T. That's the thing, is that Yulmore is making a statement about this. Like, Yulmore is showing that, like with Vows included, like, Vows is like the fascist dictator kind of ruler. The power-hungry person who wants to rule over everyone with an iron fist. And, like, Vows is an obvious problem and needs to be gotten rid of. People like that cannot be allowed power, and if they get it, they need to be stripped of it. That's very much true. But Yulmore is very explicit in, like, the world's building and what they do here, that only has power because of, as you say, as the game says, the contentment with ignorance and indolence that all of the people who mean good have in that system. They mean good, they mean well, they think they mean those things, but they take too much, like, comfort in that their own personal lives and the direct people they know are comfortable, that they think they're doing good because of that, and despite seeing what's happening to other people, despite seeing the violence that is committed by the tyranny of their system, which they directly see in Yulmore, because, like, Yulmore has people thrown off fucking balconies. Kaishir is stabbed in front of a group of people, and all of the people there just accept it and don't do anything to confront it. Like, Yulmore is making a very explicit statement that it's just like, that, like, someone like Vows is the problem and needs to be gotten rid of, but Vows doesn't exist without the complacency of everything underneath it, and everything like that. It's making a very explicit point about that, and I don't... And again, It's fantasy because the actual Liv here wants to actually change and fix things. That's the fantasy part of this game. This game is showing us a world in which we could actually move past all of this by showing us a character who would be willing to do all of that. But like, how do you play this game? How do you play this game and just be like, oh yeah, when the game goes into these moments, it's boring. Like, how do you do that? How do you not get hype watching cutscenes like this? How do you not get hype watching cutscenes? Like, I don't get it. David, some bonus oppressors are also victims thrown in there with the Yulmorans being unaware of it. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. But it's even shown in the Bonded. Like, even the Bonded themselves are kind of complacent. Like, the Bonded are another step down entirely compared to, like, the free citizens of Yulmor. The game does also make a point that the Bonded are not entirely, like, they're victims and they're major victims, but they're also, like, partially complicit. Because they say in the game that one of the biggest reasons that the other settlements around here started falling is because of how many people left to go become Bonded. And it's just like, it's making a point of, one, this much opulence all put into one place actively makes things around it worse by bleeding everything from there. But it's also making a point about how the people who have the desires to get something better are they themselves kind of making things worse for the other people. It's a case of, like, again, they're still very much victims, but the people who are going to try and become Bonded are doing actions to improve their own lot in life, and only their own lot in life, while letting the community that they're a part of be negatively affected by them trying to do that. Even the Bonded themselves are not completely free of complicity in this system. It's not necessarily that you blame the Bonded, and it's, again, the Bonded are pushed into that because of Yulmor's opulence. Like, because again, a lot of them have the options of just like, it's go there, or possibly die in the village by lack of resources, or being killed by fucking Sin Eaters and stuff like that. Like, it's not their fault, and it's not necessarily like they're making the wrong choice, but it doesn't free them of the complicity of feeding into the structure of Yulmor that's making everything worse. So it's like, people cannot be brought together on the strength of high ideals alone. This I know from painful experience. Rindam was right to demand proof of Master Chai's commitment. Hey, even this point, even this far onwards, we are still, like, addressing, like, the Crystal Braves with Alphino, and how much that has, like, affected how he views the world and understands everything like that. It's almost like it would be an intensely traumatic moment for Alphino that's going to stick with him for the rest of his life, and inform his actions for the rest of his life. Imagine it. Are you all more that even a bloke like can make it up to build? It remains to be seen if his words will translate into deeds, but I shall endeavor to keep an open mind. It's amazing how much Urianje's voice actor doesn't sound like Urianje when he doesn't have to speak in, like, Prithies. At least I assume that Renden's voice actor was Urianje's. It sounded like his. But he didn't have to say Prithies or Pure Sans, so it doesn't sound like Urianje anymore. Right then, is there a particular issue you would have me resolve? You seem to have conducted an assessment of the problems Yulmor now faces. I assume you'll agree, therefore, that the matter of dwindling food stores is the most pressing. Yes, meal being neither a desirable nor less sustainable option, I assume alternative foodstuffs are now required to fill the void. And a man who hungers is not like to contribute much to society. Save violence, perhaps. So tell me, how do you propose to solve this problem? Give me a satisfactory answer and I'll consider offering you my counsel. Babe, we're in Kalusha. Food is like a problem for everyone here. We're in fucking Kalusha. What do you grow here? Look at the place! A combination of measures would seem to be in order. One to address the immediate issue of supply, and another, that of production. Go on. For the present, Yulmor's coffers can be used to purchase food from our neighbors. This would afford us time to address the underlying problem that affects us all. The long-standing neglect of agriculture. The villages that once served as sources of trade for foodstuffs must be repopulated, their means of production restored. This assumes, of course, that we can rekindle relations with our neighbors, guarantee security and stability in the region, and, most importantly, find people willing to leave the city and take up the rebuilding effort. My, think of that all by yourself, did you? Well, yes, it began as a rather abstract plan I drafted some time ago, after speaking with the peoples of Yulmore and the nearby settlements. You've impressed me, Chinese. Yes. I have? Well, that is a relief. Oh, you haven't secured my support just yet, only my attention. Ground plans are not me enough to persuade the masses. If you would ask them to rebuild, you must provide them the means to do so. A fair point, Renton. And one to which I have given much thought. I propose the use of Telos to aid in the establishment and maintenance of these settlements. Their employment should drastically improve efficiency and ultimately increase production. Telos? But Daedalus Stoneworks closed their doors years ago. Without already supply the necessary equipment, the people would starve before your plans could be put into effect. Well, as the heir to Daedalus Stoneworks, it just so happens that Telos are my field of expertise. And with a little help, I'm quite certain we can acquire what we need in no time at all. I mean, we built that one. Not literally season the means of production. Have I mentioned that I love this game and I love it when the game starts talking fucking politics? Have I mentioned that I like it? Like, to be fair, like, we're discussing politics in a very lib-focused way here still. Like, it's still very much a lib-focused thing. This is not like a major socialist commentary or anything. It's nothing like that. It was still very much firmly in the world of, like, liberalism, to an extent. But it's one thing I will say is just, like, the amount of, like, socialist movements, I'm gonna put big air quotes around that, the amount of socialist movements that don't have even the most basic answers like this for some things is kind of embarrassing. It's one thing, my friend Paulina has a lot at university. Like, she's like hardline socialist in terms of, like, values and everything like that. But whenever she talks to, like, the people, like, at her campus, who are, like, the actual people about, like, the people who are part of, like, the students' socialism groups and everything like that, she directly talks to them about just, like, hey, so, like, how do you address these problems? Like, there are students in the school who, like, are struggling to eat. Like, they're here and they can afford the tuition and the board, but, like, they can't eat. How are you gonna fix that? You're gonna, like, require, like, efforts to do all of these things. Okay. People will have to, like, step out of classes, like, take time off work to, like, solve these things. Do you have any plans to, like, do anything about that? And they never do. Like, they're into, I mean, it's the joke about, like, college student communism groups and everything like that. But from our experience, it is literally just, oh, we're getting our newsletter out, we're making people aware, and that's, like, literally the entire thing that they do in terms of, like, a productive standpoint. And it's just like, cool. Are you doing things other than the newsletter? No? Do you have answers for, like, even the most basic questions about how to, like, resolve some things? Any form of, like, community building or effort or support or, like, mutual aid or anything like that? No? Huh. I know it's not explicitly in the text, but the communism can definitely be read into Shadowbringers MSQ regarding Yulmore. The Marxism specifically, like, the Marxism politics are, you can absolutely do that, yeah. The politics of Marxism are directly, like, relevant to this in terms of just, like, how it analyzes class and shit, like, and, like, production and everything like that. It absolutely can be. I'm just saying this is, like, this game is not, like, making a super strong, like, this game is not, like, being, like, socialism pog yay or anything like that. The ideas of Marxism and everything are definitely present here. But it's not me. I'm not trying to, like, celebrate this game as, like, the most communist game I've played, but look how communist this story is and everything like that. Astro Zamir. Astrobot. I should play Astrobot again. This is re-LP the entire fucking game. Do you see it? There's a fire in Master Chai's eyes that was not there when we first met. A fire we best kept kindled, the wish to see Yulmore change was better. Our Brendan gazed at it doesn't seem so bad. What was Master Chai worried about? He got himself to give himself a bit more credit. Oh, I showed the controller. Right. I'm using this controller now because it's my only PlayStation controller that actually has a decent battery life. None of the others will last even one full 14 stream, whereas this can last an entire day. You can tell I'm on PC again because I'm starting to make typos. Don't call them typos, call them typing quirks. It adds personality. Got in construction at Giant Talos to the north, did you not? When the Ulmore volunteers began arriving, I hid myself away, lest I be recognized. Thus, depriving myself of what I am reliably informed was a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. Bugger. Something, people assume that women don't type as well. So something, if you want to pass more as a trans woman on the internet, stop using proper grammar. Because people assume that proper grammar is for men and that typos and improper grammar is for women. Something, fuck this world. Yeah, look at Chai Scream. Finding good help. Giant uses look of steely determination is only slightly undermined by the knocking of his knees. Rendon is quite right. Building Talos from scratch would require time we simply do not have. Which is why I propose to make use of the long abandoned Talos, which wander the wilds of Kalusha. They will need to be deactivated, of course, and if memory serves, the tools required to do so should still be at top run. Come with me. Oh, my giant sword isn't good enough for it? Alright. I guess my giant sword is not good enough to deactivate them. You have to pry the oxygen coming from my golden hands. I mean, I can't do it either. I try to type properly. I'm getting worse at it as time goes on. Because I'm trying to type faster. I'm trying to type at a speed that my accuracy can't match. But I'm still very much a person who tries to use proper grammar and everything. The main one I've abandoned is full stops. I usually don't use full stops unless I'm like writing descriptions on YouTube videos. So he's an authority on Talos, is he? What other surprises could be hiding over? How'd he catch Talos then? Dig a hole and lure it in? There's one thing to repair in a mobile Talos, as Orianjek did, but quite another to catch one, surely. Does this not sound a trifle dangerous? Alpha, no, I'm here. It's fine. Don't worry about it. That's still a one-liner. I have to be off. Good night, Densha. You, like, leave work and then have to sleep so soon afterwards. I'd hate that. I'm so glad I have a job where I finish at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. I'm groggy. I get groggy. I need coffee. I'm tempted to get a can of alcohol, I'll be honest. I'm almost done with this one. I'm tempted my next one to be booze. I got a 10-pack of fucking, Suntory minus 196 or whatever the fuck it's called. Because it was like half price when I went to the bottle shop. So I got a pack of 10 for half price. That's not great. I don't love it, but I do like it. And it's fine. It's like, because it's mixture of like shochu, vodka, and lemon soda. And the thing that I'm realizing as time goes on is that I just don't like shochu. So it's like the vodka lemon part of it I like, and then there's a little bit of aftertaste of shochu in it, and I'm just like, that's not great. But yeah, it's booze. It was half price. And it's lemon, and I do really like lemons. Aha! The old memory hasn't let me down. The chest contains canisters filled with a dashingly potent insulating powder capable of halting the flow of aether in a Talos. We'd only get within throwing distance of one and let's fly. Plus disabling them without damaging them. Ingenious. Yeah, might still probably damage them. An old trick of the trade, nothing more. Once disabled, there should be a simple enough manner to get them to march to Yulmore. More extensive repairs can wait. Ordinarily, this is where I'd ask you to run along and do the deed, but as I've said before, it's high time we learn to stand on our own 2 feet. Thankfully, throwing canisters is something even I should be able to manage. Yo, I don't have to be the one to do it. Come off it, Master Chai. Even if the Talos ain't a threat, there's 101 other things out there waiting to make a meal out of you. That's as may be, Kaishia, but Renton asked me to solving this problem, and I'll not sit idly by while there's risk everything to see my harebrained schemes realized. Not this time. Which isn't to say the mere thought of it doesn't fill me with dread. Truth be told, I can't feel my legs. But if I'm to prove I'm a man worth following, I must lead by example. Well said, Master Chai. Nah, I gotta encourage him. He's a man who has his resolve shaken easily. I gotta encourage him. Yeah. Yeah, so I should go without saying that I have no intention of dying for this. I've always preferred living to see the fruits of my labors. And to make sure I do, I will require your help. That is as Kaishia says. These lands are dangerous if one is not careful. I'd ask you to use my spyglass to look up any beasts that could get in the way of my work. I'd also need you to let me when it is safe to subdue the Talos. Understood? Ah, we get another looking thing now. I'm on lunch right now. I can never find rings my size. My hands aren't even that big. I'm like a woman's large. I got fat sausage fingers, so I can't help it. Are those McCurdy markings like makeup or... Good. Let's be off to Quick Way through the north gate and see if we can find a suitable vantage point. It's annoying for me because my the size of my hands and the length of my fingers is like actually very much like woman's size. It's just the fatness of the fingers is a lot bigger. And that's not even a weight thing. My hands have always been like that since I was young. Like, I can meet women who are like freaking half a foot shorter than me and put up my hand to their hand and it's the same size. I have relatively small hands. I thought I had huge hands for a lot of my life, but it's because I think my hands have been this size since I was like fucking 12 years old. So when I was younger, I had really big hands for my size, but then they just never fucking grew. They have Buffy vampire face. Grr, arg. Hey, the master tries off his nut. This means more to him than he's been letting on. What do you mean more than he's been letting... Have you heard the way he talks? Sounds like he's letting on that means a lot. Alright, nothing to worry about. Just a simple matter of sneaking up on the Talos while avoiding the slavering. Bloodthirsty beasts lurk behind every rock. Child's play. When you're ready, let us begin. There is little point in us both shouting directions. Keep him safe or something like that. When he first arrived, I could barely hear him over the knocking of his knees. Now this. Not sure what's gotten into him, but whatever it is, I like it. Alright. Learning when it's safe to incapacitate Talos. That one there? Fuck, they're way bigger than I thought. Alright, point spyglass to try to give him the signal to sneak near Talos with that. Oh god, what if I get him killed? Bad end. I no longer get to consider Shadowbringers. I'm doing my best. Oh, you can't be spotted along the way. Oh god, okay. Go! Run! Are we hiding behind another rock? Or is it done? Oh, it's done. Wow, that was is that the entire thing? Yeah! Don't let it fall on you. Oh, thank god it's falling forward. I did it! I did it! Let's move on to another Talos, shall we? Oh, it's multiple Talos. Oh, okay. Of course, it's not alone. Oh, they're running away. There, go! Go, go, go! Go, go, go! I had to make sure the holders weren't still looking around. I mean, they are bombs. They're literally explosive things. We've got to be careful. We've got to be a little careful. I do believe I'm getting the hang of this. Run away because there's bombs. Hell yeah. You may leave the next one to me or something. Oh, there it is right there. Throw it from here. Show that arm. Show that arm. Yeah! Yeah! Yeah. Ha ha! That should do it! Now we have all we need to proceed. Chai! 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 Ba 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 ba. Yeah! Yeah! Oh, they actually did the music. I'm so good at theory crafting in this game, I can even predict when the music will happen. Yeah. Blimey. Thought my heart was going to stop for a moment there. Make that a couple moments. Our friend returns with an area scratch. Well done. Would seem I misjudged Master Chai. They may yet be hopeful, you know. If you're wondering why some of these voices start sounding similar, it's because you know exactly the fucking reason why. Ant, are you climbing into my water bottle? Oi. Wait, buddy. It's water in there. No, you don't want the water. If you go in there, buddy, you'll drown. Go that way. Go that way. Go that way. Go on the table. Go on the table. Go on the table. My God, you're gonna die. Go on the table. Okay, you're on me now. I'm not gonna give you food. I'm not gonna give you food. Ant, go on the table. Go on the table. There you go. Did you? Yeah, there you go. So the ant was like climbing off out the bottle, and it's like, if it's going in here to get the water, it's gonna drown and not get out. None of them are. Nah, they're fine. There's been a major ant problem around here lately. Not as much in my room. My room seems to be mostly safe, but there's been like a lot of fucking ants outside, and for some reason in the bathroom. There's like one particular spot in the window for the bathroom. There's like an entire line of them that are going through, and they're literally just going from like the bathroom, like around to the wall of the bathroom to another door, and then going out that door, and they're just going back outside. But it's just like this one consistent line that goes around the entire way. It's like, what are they doing? I can scarcely believe it. It was a reckless, foolish plan, yet somehow it worked. Da 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 da. I did it! You got the victory music 3 times, Trey. I'm not doing it again. Master Chai, I believe I owe you an apology. Your plan to replenish Yulmore's food stores showed forethought and sound judgment. What's more, it is plain your time at Daedalus Stoneworks has equipped you to lead, as evidenced by the extraordinary company you keep. You, sir, are more than qualified to be the next mayor of Yulmore. I thank you for your vote of confidence, but the fact remains I am wholly ignorant of the world of politics, which is why I would ask you join me and grant Yulmore the benefit of your counsel. I would be honored. Hey. I'm supposed to tumble Paul in here without context. When the people behind these tell us, I have no doubts they will lend you their support. Or behold. It would seem Yulmore's leadership is at last in capable hands, would you not agree? Well, you should probably get batting soon, Master Chai. After you tinker with the Talos and all that. Lady Chai's worried sick. Oh yeah, right. That's why we came out here to find him. God, that was so long ago. She's gonna think we're all fucking dead. Shit. Shit, we should get on that. This is at least thematically appropriate. Because it's to do with, like, the Talos.
Right then, form a line and make for Yulmore.
So this is at least thematically appropriate. It's Chai doing stuff with the Talos, but it has to do with, like, a different kind of building. It's like a rebuilding of a nation as opposed to a building of giant Talos. So at least makes sense. Just after plot has happened. Well, today's stream is nothing but blood. But blood. I don't even know what that means, but I'm still gonna giggle at it. Look at him go. It's notable how different the Talos here are to the, like, Talos that were pushing the trolley. Talos that were pushing the trolley looked a little different, didn't they? Or am I thinking of something? I might be thinking of something different. I might be thinking of a different shape of Talos. Yeah, they are brick. Okay, yeah, I was right. Yeah, they're brick. Yeah. So I was like back when they built them out of brick, where these ones are probably like more like iron. Actually, no, they're still stone because of the cracks, but...
Wicked White! Runaway Talos! Call the guard!
These ones ain't runaway, though. To be fair, it does look like we're marching on Yulmore with an army. It is what it looks like. Chai, you should probably leave the van.
Stay back, all of you!
Run away, tell us, get help! And then they didn't move. Hey, Delia.
Is that?
Is he gonna do like a badass entrance or something? What is he waiting for? There! Literally waiting behind one of their legs!
Darling, you're back.
You fucking extra bitch.
But of course I'm back. You didn't see.
Dearest, I can't.
Oh no, he's fucking dead!
Oh dear.
He's fucking dead! They're new man now.
Oh, thank you.
That's alright. That was just a res.
I'm sorry, my darling. It's just the sight of you filled me with such joy, I couldn't help myself.
Oh, no, it's all right, dear. I should have just come out and said what it was I was intending instead of entrusting the task to a hastily scribbled letter.
Does that mean you'll do it?
Well, I'm here, aren't I? I mean, not that my absence signified any unwillingness, you understand? Oh, no, naught could be further from the truth. I only left to enlist the aid of the former mayor's senior advisor.
And also ask, like, questions from people about, like, what the nearby settlements needed. Also that.
And now that I have it, I believe I am ready to take office.
Oh my god, why do I'm now noticing, why do the Talos have fucking Miko male fucking idle hands as well? Oh my god. Like, look at Chai's hands, look at the Talos' hands. They're modeled to do the same thing where their fingers go out to the sides for some reason while they're just standing there. God damn it.
Oh, how wonderful.
I know the developers of that with Daedalus Stoneworks, and I imagine if one of the previous ones was also a mistel, then that's why, but like, god damn it. Yo! He's just gonna die again. He's just gonna die again.
Please.
Just shaking him around like a toy. This was so fun. Like, for what Chai starts as this man's spine. What Chai starts as when you first meet him compared to, like, what his character becomes, like, goddamn. Love seeing Chai's character growth. It has been, like, such a satisfying aspect of Shadowbringers. Sorry I wasn't much help. Still, seeing Master Chai go after those Talos was something, eh? Inspiring stuff. I dare say the future of Yulmore has never looked brighter. Thank you again for finding my husband. I confess I wasn't expecting your return to be quite so grand. That dear sweet man is gonna make the most wonderful mayor, I just know it. I'm fine. I just need a moment. Man, one day we're gonna find the mayor of our wonderful city dead, drowned between his wife's thighs. I was quite a reception. One Master Chai will struggle to forget. More seriously, the arrival of the Talos has seized the public's attention. Once word has spread around Gilmore, it'll be that much simpler to gather one and all so that Master Chai can make his inaugural address. No time to lose. He's going to make preparations for the inaugural address. Once Master Chai's got his breath, of course. Moving forward. Yo, we get music for this. Battle of the Tits, the Breast Chest of Heidelin and beyond. Valentine's special. On this honored loving holiday, we pit the greatest foes of foes against one another. Who has the greatest chess amongst this duo? Captain Roswin, leader of the Sanguine Sirens, owner of the missing member bar, 30.8%. Captain Carmeline the Cocaine of the Kraken's Arms, Ishkar's son, 69.2%. Despite the butterflies in his stomach, Chan News is prepared to address the masses. No need to fret, some black man. I have never felt better. I'm not at all overwrought by the prospect of addressing the assembled masses of Yulmore. As for where to do it, if we'd accommodate everyone who might feasibly wish to attend, I suppose the only place large enough would be the Emergent. Then I'll go and spread the word among the citizens, both free and bonded, that they are assembled there to meet their new mayor. You there, Kaishir, was it? Would you go inform the residents of Gaytown and the derelicts? Of course I will. Good lad. I'll let the guards know not to bar the way to Vorthry's chambers. It goes without saying that I expect the Warrior of Darkness to attend, assuming she's available. Might as well see it through to the bitter end, eh? The doorman at the Crown lift will show you up. Sad to say I was not able to vote, so I came upon it too late. Aww. Don't worry, I'll make sure everyone's there for Master's big speech, so get yourself down to the Emergent. Go on. However, have I voted would Carmeline have won by 69%? Sure. I'm gonna be lazy, I'm gonna teleport, fuck you. I know it's right there, but I'm gonna live in opulence and indolence, and I'm gonna teleport up to the top floor. And I'm going to just walk. Can't stop me. Won't stop me. Can never stop me. I am unstoppable. Ah, yes. Master Tri told us to expect you. The Emergent is already filling up with people of all persuasions. Free and bonded, citizens and non-citizens. But for you, our guest of honor, we have reserved a place at the front. Right this way, miss. I recognize them. We promise to redistribute the stuff to the masses, surrounded by Vorthry's treasure. We're gonna melt this shit down. Don't worry. Not indolence, it is wisdom.
Go on, dear.
Thank you all for gathering here today.
But I was in the back at section. To hell, I'm back. Graphics updates. Yeah.
But before going any further, could I ask the free citizens of Yulmore to look around?
At what? Okay, we turned our heads. What are we doing?
'Tis a sight none of us would ever have seen under Lord Vorthry's rule.
Oh, all the bonded here.
Not only do we stand in the familiar presence of those we once called the bonded, but today we welcome the peoples of the derelicts and Gatetown too. Today we welcome the Warriors of Darkness, come to bear witness to Yulmore's new beginning.
So does everyone knows this? Okay. Everyone's aware of this.
As you know, an election was recently held, at the end of which I had the honor of being chosen to succeed Lord Vorthry. You place great faith in me, and I promise to do my utmost to live up to your expectations, and I will seek always to carry out the duties of this office with integrity and fairness. Always, I say, but not forever. Let it be known that I do not intend to hold this post indefinitely. I consider myself but an acting mayor, who will serve only for the interim, while Yulmore is reshaped according to a new set of values.
I appreciate the sentiment. The last time we had someone who was leading as an interim until the actual thing got settled, Amrit got stuck being the leader anyways, so be prepared for that, Chai. The earnest but slightly stilted speech. Oh, the VA is fucking killing it here. Chai's VA is absolutely killing it. He sells, like, the multiple aspects of the character really fucking well. Like, not being so... Like, I feel like a lot of the praise for VAs in this game gets from, like, either characters who completely chew the scenery, like Emmett, or for the characters who have the really big, intense emotional moments, like Lena and Ardbert and stuff like that. But a VA like this, who's able to sell these subtle little moments in a speech like that, is also, mwah! Also love it. Also absolutely love it. Like, it just sells someone who is both confident and nervous at the same time very well. Because he's absolutely both.
No longer can we think of ourselves as divided, as the free and the bonded, citizens and non-citizens.
Oh, yeah, no, Try's up there. Try's absolutely up there for the entire game, 100%.
The systems put in place by Lord Vorthry must be undone. But even as we tear down the old, we must give thought to the new, to what manner of nation Yulmore should become. Whatever the answer may be, it cannot be decided by one man alone. And so I propose that an open forum be held, that we might all discuss how best to strive towards a better future. However, there can be no talk of the morrow unless we first address the issues of today. Securing new sources of food, rebuilding relations with our neighbors, re-establishing industry. There is much and more that needs to be done. Too much for a mere man of business. And so I pledge instead to do everything in my power to ensure our city's security and stability while we all work together to see these problems solved.
Yo, fuck yeah, Chai.
The road before us will not be easy, and I know full well how daunting the prospect of honest labor may seem to some of you. But we must accept the reality of our circumstances. We must move forward. This much we owe to ourselves and to the brave heroes who risked their lives to bring back the night. Once we have shored up our city's foundations and regained some semblance of normality, let us reconvene to speak of the future. Until then, I humbly ask that you lend me and each other your strength for Yulmore!
Yo, the increasing confidence he gets over the course of the speech, fucking, oh my god. The more that he talks, the more he starts to actually believe himself, the more he starts to believe in how possible this is and everything like that. So his confidence just, like, gets stronger and stronger over the course of the speech. God damn. Fucking love this game so much. Thanks, guy. Oh, the little look that Alfredo starts clapping, and then Alfredo and Manifest just look at each other, and Alfredo's just like, come on, clap. It's like, fine. Well nod. Yo. Okay. Seeing everyone come together like that. That was beautiful, that was. Now our work can begin in earnest. I very much look forward to seeing this Yulmore for the people. Wasn't he simply wonderful? Seeing him take charge of the room as he did. Oh, it reminds me of why I fell for him in the first place. The City of Final Pleasures, they used to call this place, back when the world was ending. But now I hope it will become the City of New Endeavors. Wonder when Kaishi will make enough money at the Honeybee to have level 5 clothes. Get on the pole, Kaishi! You said you wanted to put yourself to work for it? Well, I got something you can work. That was a fine speech, Master Chai. I believe your words stirred every soul in attendance. Stir them to action, I hope. If I had learned anything from all this, that is that change begins with the individual. 'Tis but a matter of finding the strength to take the first step. Assuming my fellow Yulmorans can, it shall be my honor and privilege to help them walk this road we have chosen. But we must not forget the individuals who made all these changes possible. Were it within my power to carve a tribute to your heroism in the very stone upon which this castle stands. Might be a little much. I hate to change the subject, darling, but now that you've officially taken office, have you given any thought to your mayoral seat? We will not be moving into the emergence, dearest. It's too big for one thing, and too far from the people for another. We will retain our current residence, and I will govern here in the parlor. Oh, I was hoping you'd say that. I much prefer the view from the parlor. Begging your pardon, Master Chai, but have you got time for a word? I say, last time someone said this, it was Kai showing up in the armor rank. Yes, of course. Hathan Bed. Aye, that's me. I liked your speech. But those folk outside these walls don't even have enough food to last till tomorrow, and more who are counting on their crumbs. If you plan to change that, I want to help set things in motion. Then we've much to discuss. No sooner do I take office than my work begins in earnest. Well, I suppose I brought it upon myself. Thank you again for your help, Mr. Lieutenant. I hope to see you again before long. What a day. I don't know what it means exactly, but I do know got plenty to think about. I sense we all have a great deal to consider. I'd resolved to remain here until such time as Yulmore's future was secured, but it's clear to me now that the city is in capable hands. I have every confidence they will find their way, and I believe it is time we went on ours. Thanks, fog cutscene. Thanks, foggy weather. Really is Limsa with extra steps. When does Limsa get a moment where we actually address the fucking problems with it like we do for this? Oh, what's that? We're never getting that for any of the starter cities because we've abandoned them forever? Alright, fine. Cool. With Master Chai at the helm, if only for the interim, I feel I can bid farewell to Yulmore and return to the source with no regrets. So Alphina's leaving too, is he? Seems like everyone's moving on. Everything's changing. If I had to bartend with the actually found behind me at all times, I would shank the first patron who looked at me sideways. I like fountain sounds, but that is very much a me thing. Though to be fair, I've not worked next to one for like 8-hour shifts, so there is that. I've been thinking about what I should do in all this. Like I told you, I spent most of my life dreaming about living here with my friends. In paradise. That paradise is gone, but something better's taken its place. I reckon I want to be a part of it. This Yulmore for the people Master Chai's been going on and about ain't gonna build itself after all. Not that I'm much of a builder. Me and my friends will find a way to make a difference though. Help keep things changing for the better. A far nobler dream than one to which you clung before, and one I'm happy to say we share. Whatever path you choose, I will pray for your success. Well, when you put it like that, there's no going back now, is there? We've got a few ideas on how we can do our bit. Just a matter of taking the first step. A pain and pleasure orchestra. Huh? Custom delivery? It's hand and land. Custom delivery? I'll be honest, I kind of accepted that we got all of our custom deliveries already in Shadowbringers because of fucking Ishgard restoration. We'll worry about that after MSQ. We'll worry about that after MSQ. But what I was gonna say is, like, I feel like this game handles Yulmore so fucking well. I know, like, I feel like one criticism people would have of Yulmore, how Yulmore is handled here, is that it's almost naive. In terms of, like, assuming the city would turn around this quickly, or be so willing to turn around and everything like that. But honestly, I'm willing to forgive that because of the overall themes of Shadowbringers. Shadowbringers is, like, you start Shadowbringers and it feels like that what Shadowbringers is the most depressing expansion so far. It is, this game has been beating you down into the ground and Shadowbringers is designed to completely break you. And, to be fair, it is. But the point of Shadowbringers is not the breaking down, which it is trying to do. There's a reason that the worst moment it's ever been is before the end of 5.0. It's, like, right before it. Like, from Mount Golg until you win is the worst it's ever been for your character and the world as a whole since ARR. Like, since the fucking 7th Umbral Calamity. And honestly, possibly worse than that, considering what's gonna happen after that. Because 8th Umbral Calamity seems to do the world a number on the world a lot worse than the 7th did. But ultimately, Shadowbringers isn't about the breaking you down part, it's about the rebuilding you afterwards. In terms of... Thanks, Yulmore Day theme. It's about being brought down to the lowest so you can rebuild again. And I'm not just saying that in terms of, like, Minifest's character. That's the intention of, like, the world as a whole. Each individual character, like, Thancred goes through that shit. Like, Alice has to, like, deal with Tesleen and then doing everything afterwards and everything like that. Ardbert has to deal with that in terms of, like, almost Shadowbringers City Themes Be Quiet challenge. Fucking, Ardbert has to go through that where, like, he's wanting to, like, just let the first be destroyed because of what he's done to it and everything like that. And then he has to do that, like, not just for Minifest's personal thing, but so many characters and the overall general, like, theme of how it goes. Shadowbringers is not a expansion that is about the despair of the end of the world and how difficult everything is. It does all of that and it tries to break you down because it's about rebuilding you with that hope. That's what Shadowbringers ultimately is. Shadowbringers is ultimately a hopeful expansion. Unlike the prior ones have, like, moments of hope, and overall you do improve the day, like, after the events of the expansions, regardless of what Minifest might think. But in terms of, like, specifically the idea of being hopeful for the future and everything like that, Shadowbringers is the expansion that does that the most. Like, again, even just all the side content that we've done before we started doing the MSQ after 5.0 instills that ideas a lot. It's why I'm just like, this might be the moment where Minifest goes on a positive direction for itself and everything like that. So, I feel like some people might criticize the Yulmore part here as being naive, or as being, like, not real and not how things work. But I'm okay with it, because and honestly, even the fact that, like, the First and Norvrant are more fantasy in their design is also, I think, a part of it. Like, Norvrant as a whole has so much more high fantasy stereotypes or high fantasy designs in it compared to what Eorzea and everything have. And I think that's deliberate in the fact that it's trying to tell a more fantasy story in terms of like themes and archetypes that a fantasy story goes through. The idea of like hope prevailing over the end of the day. Like the people who want to fight for a better world prevail over the people who want to keep the world suffering or don't want to try to change it or anything like that. Are the people who ultimately prevail. It like leans into the fantasy aesthetic to show a more hopeful vision for what the world can be. So it might be like something like Yulmore existing in our world probably wouldn't play out like this, but I think that's kind of the point. It's leaning into the fantasy of this is what we should strive for. We should strive to have something like this happen. It may not quite work out that way, but this is showing us the hopeful version. An honest version in terms of like the work that needs to be done. The fact that it won't be easy. The fact that it will take time. The fact that it requires a lot of people coming together. It still wants to be honest and not just like, we killed Vorthru, the day is saved, yay. Which would be more typical fantasy. Defeat the evil king, the day is saved, the town is happy, celebrations, cut to credits, nothing else happens. That's very traditional fantasy. And stereotypical and reductive, yes, but again, I'm making a point about how the themes of this work. So, I feel like the fact that it does just have, like, this city of opulence is filled with people who genuinely believe they're doing good, reveals that it doesn't, and then they actively try to do good, is meant to be a hopeful, inspiring tale that we can have parts of our world go like this. It's showing the hopefulness, it's showing the fantasy of what we hope we can achieve if we work towards it and everything like that. So, like, the fact that it's a little unrealistic, I think, is okay, because it's trying to demonstrate, like, why it's worth trying, why it's worth going for that and everything like that. That's my point. Anyways, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. When we come back from the bathroom, I'm gonna come back with some alcohol, and we're gonna continue MSQ. MSQ might be ending soon, and I could possibly wait until then, except one, no I can't, but two, after we do MSQ today, there's still, like, several other side quests we're doing before we wrap up today, so we'll be here for a while. Anyways, I'll be back. And we're back! I have alcohol. See? Minus 196 double lemon, shochu, vodka, and soda with natural lemon. This is decent. I like it, I don't love it. Again, I'm almost entirely sure it's because of the shochu. I think it's just the shochu that I don't like in this. It's not like overpowering shochu or anything. It's mostly just like while it's in my mouth, it's fine. When I immediately swallow it, it's fine. And then there's like a 1 or 2 second aftertaste that I don't like, and then it goes away. It's really bizarre. The only part of it that I mean, like, the taste of it itself also isn't amazing. It could do with being stronger in the lemon flavor. But the flavor is good. It's nothing wrong. But it's like, yeah, the only part of the flavor I don't like is this one particular part of the aftertaste, and it only lasts for a small amount of time on every mouthful. It's like, wow. It kind of makes me look at this and just be like, you know what? I get hard solo. I get why hard solo exists, because hard solo tastes a hell of a lot more like lemon than this does. Oh, it is at least a 6% can. It is at least a 6% can, so it does have a decent amount. And also, if you want to drink soda that, like, you don't have to worry about, like, the health impact of it, you could definitely do, this pretty okay, because it says on the side, 0.3 sugar per serve, 122 calories per serve. So that is also an advantage of this. So much, especially, like, pre-mixed cans, but a lot of alcohol is very intense on the sugar. Which obviously, therefore, makes it intense on the calories and stuff like that, so I imagine the hard solo is probably a big thing for that, because normal solo, holy shit. Normal solo is one of the sugariest fucking things I've ever seen when I actually looked at it. I think we're at the last quest. I think we're at the last quest for the patch. There's me taking a break right before the very end of the patch. So I'm just drinking this now because I want to, like, get my throat ready to talk. But again, we have plenty of things to do. We have a lot of other things to do today, so it's not like I'm taking a break like half hour before the stream ends. And also, You wouldn't want me to do this entire final quest needing to pee anyways, because I'd be moving around like this the whole time. Vows of virtue, deeds of cruelty. Alphino wears a satisfied smile, seemingly content with the state of your mom. No idea how much I'm holding my pee in right now. I just went! You could have joined me. We could have held hand and been pee sisters. And you have denied that opportunity. Truly, to see Kai's share thus inspired by our actions is inspiring as itself. It breaks it too short. I went to the toilet. I walked there. I went there. I came out. I washed my hands. I spoke with my roommate because he bought a new PC and wanted to talk about it. I came back. I tried to get a dog to hop up on the bed to show the dog on camera. Failed at doing that. Went back over and grabbed a can of booze and came back. Girl, how much pee is inside of you? How long does it take? I have a fidget toy, it's fine. That fixes needing to pee. You fidget with that instead of like focusing on how much you need to pee. I guess it kind of makes sense. It's however much I may wish to stay and see what comes of his efforts here in Yulmore. We have matters of our own to attend to. Come, we shall return to the Crystal Tower. Mayhap Beckler's studies have borne fruit in our absence. When I pee, it sounds like a fried chicken. I feel like I don't even get to that because I just go to the bathroom like 10 times a day. So I never have it build up that much. I am exaggerating. I don't count, so I would have no idea off the top of my head how many times it would be. Oh, hi. We both tried to lock onto the Aetherite and locked onto each other, I think. Fuck this goddamn fucking Aetherite. I hate this Aetherite. At my normal camera angle that I always have when I port here and I want to teleport, it's out of frame and I gotta either walk up to it or I gotta move my camera and I keep locking onto other shit. Why is it on this little ledge? Yara ra 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 ra. Call that a meat cute. You ever accidentally lock onto someone while you're playing 14 and you're in a city state? Oops, you're married now. Oh, I love going up these stairs. It absolutely looks so fantastic on the camera, all the lack of anti-aliasing on every stair as they move through the entire frame. Absolutely looks incredible. Hey everyone. So it seems Alice is to return from the inner journey's head. I do hope she doesn't overtire herself. She's gonna let that one Viera from the Gumraker quest. Her name is Sophie. I take it to her ready to resume our work. My congratulations, Usumbato. Glad tidings from Yulmore did precede thy coming. I will see that Thancred and Reen hear of these momentous events, that they too might take joy in that which thou hast helped to bring about. Dawn Trial Aetherite they patched because it landed you out of range of it when you teleport and annoy people that badly. That would drive me insane. That teleporting into a place and the Aetherite doesn't, like, isn't in range so you can select it for the Aether. That sounds so annoying. That sounds so annoying. That's so much worse than this. You know what? Maybe the people are right. Maybe 14 is a dead game. Maybe Dawn Trail is like where 14 fell off. Because of that alone. God damn it. Whatever the names of cities are in Toral. I know nothing. Vidral, Toral, and Toral. I know that. Toralville, there we go. In the course of preparing more aura sites, we made significant discovery. We thought it best to wait for your return before sharing our findings. Blank, 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 you will never be famous. How did you... My face grew so hard I didn't realize people needed their instant Aethernet. It's so important! You teleport and the first thing you do is teleport again on the Aethernet. It's so important. I counted the letters, beloved. No, how did you accidentally get a space in the middle of that is what I'm curious about. How were you typing all of those and accidentally hit the space bar in between some of them? That's what if it's in the middle, like maybe like your palm hits it, but I'm confused. Cause you got a spot missing and I'm just like, how? Like, the underscore is, like, so up the top, and then the space is down the bottom. Rage and anger. You know what? No instant access teleport on an Ethernet. I understand. I understand. Again, I'm annoyed that I have to move the camera up when I go here. The idea of going somewhere where I have to move? Oh, God. Welcome back. We're given to understand the new mayor has taken office in Yulmore. Indeed. Our good friend Master Chow was elected by popular vote and, after some considerable soul-searching, chose to accept the post. It is a shame you weren't able to attend his inaugural speech, though I have no doubt you will see more of him in the future. But tell me, how fared you in preparing the White Aura site? I'm mad. I'm mad, I'm fuming. Why do sometimes the boosts come out fine and sometimes the boosts come out fucked up? I don't get it. Our work did not proceed quite as expected. In your absence, we had a frank discussion on the principles of soul transference, and concluded at length that White Auracite was ill-suited for our purposes. Is it because White Auracite doesn't hold things very much, and that's like, your soul would leak out in time? Is it the thing that I called? But Orion-Che, did you not say that, compared to the massy soul of an Asian, the stone could house one of ours with ease? That I did, and armed as we are with Becklock's invaluable insights, would indeed prove a trifling matter. Were we to disregard the inviolable link twixt mind and soul, something else. A link which would, we did belatedly realize, be weakened most perilously in the process of rendering our souls dormant, as Auracite doth require. Thus the shedding of these fleshy simulacra, and the surfeit of ether which compriseth them, would in all likelihood deprive us of our psyches as well. It would theoretically be possible to channel your minds into the Auracite instead, but we would more than likely sacrifice your souls in the process. Which is why we abandoned that plan, and instead devoted our time to finding a means by which mind and soul might be transported together. Then we are no closer to a solution than when we first began. Well, no, we're closer. Because we know things that won't work. That does give us knowledge to hopefully find something that will. It is a vexing conundrum indeed, but one for which the Crystal Exarch has posited a most intriguing solution. When our discussions turn to the transference of memories in the psyche, I couldn't help but be reminded of a technique which I have personal experience. Mr. Blightwind, do you recall what we learned of my eyes from our encounter with Doga and Ulai? I speak of the royal eye of the Allagan Imperial line, gifted to my forebears through the blood and memories of the Allagans. It is by this gift that I am able to control the Crystal Tower. If we were to get an understanding of the technology by which the Allagans are able to accomplish this transference, perhaps then we could keep mind and soul together. Wow, Unai and Doga actually being relevant. Fuck yeah, let's go. Imagine, if you will, a device like unto a soul crystal, replete not only with our worldly memories, but also the bountiful energies of the soul. That is our current avenue of investigation, and we will follow it wheresoever it leads. While we are thus engaged, I think it best that Usan Blightwind return to the source and inform Krell and the others of our findings. Agreed. I imagine Tatara will be relieved to hear we've made progress of a sort. Actual safety law that isn't the Catboy Pog. Then I would beg leave to relay our findings unto Thancred and Reen, and to assist where I may in their investigation of the empty. Yes, please do. Should we have need of your counsel, we will not hesitate to summon you. Give our regards to Tataru, won't you? Backlogging insists we resume our work forthwith, but I grow weary at the thought. What would I not give her a cup of tea, and perhaps a vanilla tart? I pray the link to their bodies in your world will endure a while longer. Should it fail, our efforts will be for naught. Mark my words, Usan Blightwind. We'll unlock the secret to the Allagan Eye, and see the others returned home. There was a time when I thought these eyes are cursed, you know. But for what they've been able to do, and what they may yet make possible, I see now they are a blessing. With the benefits of our combined knowledge and the aid of the first leading authority on soulcraft, we must surely be able to find a solution. Surely. I know the thing's right in front of me and I could take that, but I'm going to teleport instead because I'm lazy. I'm lazy. Damn, no chocolate here. Damn. Could have brought that chocolate back to your stroller. That's close enough to a vanilla tart, right? What are you? Daddy Smalls! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Daddy Smalls! Ah, Mordona never fucking fails. What about you? Mac Jr. Our new Windrunner. Ah, there we go. Someone whose name is real and not a joke. Doesn't look that small to me. But I'd say, has anyone's dialogue here changed? It doesn't seem so. Doesn't seem so. Hey, Tataru! Usam Blackman, you're back! How did everything go on the first? Wait, don't tell me. Carl will be here shortly and she'll want to hear too. She's attending to the others. Their bodies, I mean. God, I don't think I'll ever get used to saying that. Anyway, you can tell us everything the moment she gets here. Motherfucker, we're at the end of the patch. God damn it. Alright, let's fucking go. Let's go on Yoshi P's Wild Ride once again. No, I guess this is Ishikawa's.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
What cutscenes are we waiting for here? How does anything that we're doing right now relate to unlocking Bozio? Why do we have to wait until this quest is done to unlock Bozio? They had to do it to you.
I've carried out the treatment as per Master Matoya's instructions. It should slow the destabilization of their corporeal ether quite significantly.
The 4.3 on a Obliter. Because that one's fucking insane. It's also after you get the achievement for the patch.
But tell me, how fare our friends in the first?
We're working on a solution. We had one idea, it didn't go well, but our knowledge and the people that we have helping us are significantly improved compared to what we had not long ago. Though Y'shtola did mention being tired, and I'm worried that's related.
Lead an authority on soulcraft, are they? Sounds promising.
I am a little worried about Y'shtola mentioning that she's falling tired, that she's getting tired. I feel like that dialogue has got to be there for a reason.
And Urianger's proffered solution of white auracite is rather ingenious now that I think of it. Well, while they press on with their preparations, you may rest assured we will continue to do our part here.
Oh, you're back.
Astinian! Yo! Yo!
And none the worse for wear, I
Stop
see.
playing Dragon Song anytime he shows up on screen. It's fucking cheating. If there's one thing I will say for Astinian, he's the friend. If there's one thing I will say about Astinian. Astinian's a funny thing for me. Because I would absolutely consider Astinian to be one of the hottest men in the game. He doesn't do it for me personally, but I super get why, and I do agree. I do agree that between his face, hair, and voice, he is absolutely one of the hottest men in the game. Again, not for me personally, but I super get it. And also, if he was real and offered, I wouldn't say no. But I absolutely get it. Astinian! It's always happy to see him.
Astinian! Oh, thank the gods! We've been worried sick. Did you lose your link
Doesn't
pearl
forget
or
his
something?
fetch.
The situation in Garlemald has become more complicated. I was making my escape from the capital when I ran into one of yours, Riol. He thought it best we come straight here.
What the fuck? I mean, I guess this is how they learn. I guess this is how they learn that Varus is dead and that Xenos is back. It's not like Garlemald's gonna put out a notification on everyone's smartphones, just being like, push notification. Oops, Vara's dead. Oops, Xeno's back. It's not like they're gonna do that. So this is how our characters learn about this happening.
Where to begin? After entering the Empire via Razat Han, I went about my mission of investigating Black Rose. It was then, inside a provincial factory, that I encountered the one who styles himself Shadow Hunter, Gaius Baelsar.
Again, Gaius' Justinian team up is still one of the like most fan servicey things this game has done, but I don't care. Presidential alert! Varus went to a farm upstate.
Our goals being apparently aligned, we joined forces and ventured on into the heart of the capital, to the very Imperial Palace itself. There, we found a man whom all assumed dead.
Minifus, are you comfortable? Are you like in a position to accept news that might be detrimental to you?
But his soul lives on, and he has wrested back his flesh.
Sitting guys, was my self-indulgent thing this game has done, and it's great. Guys, the scene team have sent my loins into hyperdrive to trust me if I really wanted to send it. I like how Sidian doesn't even say the name. It's just like, we assumed him dead and his soul lives on. It's like, oh, we know who it is.
Xenos Ye Galvus.
There's the name.
Nor did the surprises end there. For no sooner had we arrived than he murdered his sire in cold blood. The Emperor is dead. This sent Gaius into a rage, and he charged in, blade drawn.
Is Gaius dead?
What's wrong?
The game can do one of the sexiest things possible right now, and honestly, I don't even care which option. I would, like, absolutely lose my fucking shit over it. I don't even care which one. I've seen him in action. His body, at least. You will not best him alone. Trust me, I think Gaius would understand. Gaius would definitely understand. So Meisenfest like, you know, I'm just gonna echo it. Nay, death will not come easily to that thing. If you would join me, then by all means. Just being really cross while you and Corral just collapse. God damn it, not again. That's good, it will do. The Black Wolf and the Azure Dragoon. I suppose this might suffice. Come then. Power scaling established, by the way. Power scaling established, by the way. These two are known as the strongest motherfuckers in this game who aren't the Warrior of Light. And he's literally just deflecting them both at once. Yo! Yo! Team up attack, yo! That's also what I said to both these guys and Estinian. You're about 30 levels under what you need for shattering some SQ. Ah, the simple pleasures of one's own flesh. Truly, there is no place like home. Abomination. He's back in his own body. It's kind of like... I mean, I guess he died, though. Whatever he is, some Blightwind was barely a match for him. If we stay here much longer... Emperor Varus, your Radiance! Are you... Oh! Hey, guess who they're gonna think did this? Guess who they're gonna think did this? We may wear out. Welcome. Oh god, it's those two as well. Your Radiance! No! Must even the most middling of sports be spoiled? The world can sigh as to bore me. But I am no cause to remain. I leave these vermin to you. Xenos! Okay, so Xenos can now also straight up teleport. Well, any bright ideas? Either at some point during his shenanigans, or at some point of like just being with the Resident and shit like that. In some capacity, Xenos can now actually use magic. Yo! Yo! Reminder, Gaius is still one of the strongest people in this franchise. There is a scene in 1.0 where he literally wipes the floor with, like, all of the, like, 2B Scions combined. Like, we may have beaten him at the end of ARR. Gaius is still one of the most formidable forces in this game. Gaius is still way up there. There's a reason that we became the legend that we do after beating him. I think Elidibus being in him for a bit must have altered him. Yeah, it might have altered the body. So now the body can actually, like, manifest the magic. Or it's something to do with the Resident. I'm typing this with one hand. The intruders have taken a flight. I repeat, the intruders have taken a flight. Deploy all available Magitech armor. We cannot let them escape. Yeah, they're absolutely gonna think that we did it. Would they even recognize Gaius? Because Gaius, like, in his time in, like, the Imperial Army was always wearing his armor. Please, for the love of God. Yes! Let's go! Alert, intruders in the Imperial hallway. Seems there was no turning back. Must force our way. Yo! Black walls among the intruders. Deploy magic armor. Okay, they do recognize him. They do. They do. They do. Yeah, they do. I was gonna say, because he's always wearing armor. Would they recognize him? They do. There they are! Stop them! I only have AoE buttons. Interesting. What's the blue button do? Heal. It's a heal. I knew the 5.1 was over with the politics. Boom! Hell yeah! Let's keep moving. Let's have a look. Specifics. Heals, goes into things, and yeah, 800 damage to everything nearby. So enter them. Yo, Scorpion Tank! Scorpion Tank! You won't escape, Gaius Bilsa! Yeah, so they're completely aware that Gaius is like, wait. You will pay for your crimes! Oh, we're activists? Those two are straight up heal. Wondering when the Imperial Guard would appear. Focus on the Magitech armor first. They're the twins. Yeah, the twins are absolutely straight up heal. Like Anya and Julius from like Gimlet. They're straight up heal. Every mob in Alamy go at once, and these two are just handling it. They're just handling it. It's fine. It's fine. Sin isn't subtle enough for single target attacks. Anya, on my mark. I think not. Jesus Christ, Gaius! Casually doing multiple Stormblood dungeon bosses. This way, quickly. Again, it has been established several times that these two are some of the strongest people who are on the Warrior of Light. Make ourselves easy martyr. I suggest we split. Scorpion Hands, Colossus, Imperial Guards, and a bunch of soldiers. And also, like... I'll take the... Yo, he just jumps down! I'll see you outside. Stay safe. Again, Gaius, like, one-shot the two twins. They were a dungeon boss. Gaius one-shot them. Alright. Run! By the way, actual gameplay in Sylar Garlemald. I'll suck this shit. Welcome to fascism, baby. Welcome to fucking fascism. Yeah, we're actually, like, playing gameplay in Garlemald right now. Imperial way. Alright. Some downstairs. Connecting corridor. The fucking Garlean insignia on everything. Having a sense of style is ass. Principal dynamics. This is the palace, like, up to the throne room, and directly outside of the throne room is, like, experimentation to power shit. Like, so little space is dedicated to actually, like, the throne itself, and everything else is just like, yeah, we're still working on that bullshit. There's honestly, just make it big as and ugly as sin. It's almost like they're trying to say something about the Guardian Empire. Well, someone's been busy. Fucking what? Oh, the Garlean Empire is fucked up. You'd bar my way, would you? So be it. They are reverse. Come, Nidhogg. Lend me your strength. Yeah, they're straight up reverse engineering the fucking Ultima weapon, and some fucked up Evangelion bullshit is happening at the top of it. This is all for the silence? I'm gonna show this is all for the silence. It's not enough to just recreate the Ultima weapon. It requires, like, some form of human host to be controlled to do it. Submit for an impromptu field test. Radio battle time. Begin test sequence 2.0. I have more. By the way, I now have a new things. I have my limit break. There's some dude solo something. God damn. Well, the eyes went from white to black. So what the fuck did they do to him? Horrid Roar. I know this from PvP. Doesn't show recast time with anything else. It is a weapon skill, so you do have to, like, wait for the time for it. Okay. Stardiver, dive in, ability off global. Draken Lance delivers an attack with. Oh! An actual DOT. An Alarmon. I guess that the idea is that this is the power up that he gets from, like, channeling Nidhogg into the. Getting these skills are cool though. Alarmon and Draken Lance. Yo. Initiating synthetic Orosight system. Look! Wow, we get Stardive like every couple seconds, it seems. Straight up the fight again, and the music is there too. He's Shield, Draken God! How frequently we get back to skills here is kind of wild. Force incarnation using the final steps of faith. Oh, I got the DNT. We haven't much time. I said ready to battle data. Now loading sample 14. 14th Legion. 14 feels more than just 14. It's like 14th Legion. Angry Salamander. I know that attack. Terminus Est. Okay. Interesting extra player pattern we got there. We get the roars and the dives and everything super quickly. Actually, is Horrid Roar even a DPS game? Send Dragon, but send me. I mean, is this actually a game? What is it? 600. Oh, no! Oh, that's literally just for AoE. Oh, okay. Okay. It's just an AoE thing. It's not actually a gain in damage. That's just so you have an AoE. Okay. 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 It's not actually designed to be like used as part of it. It's just an AoE. It's okay. The one from Castrum Avanya. Now letting sample down to 11. Yeah, you don't actually. Yeah. You did. Yeah. The rules just for when the other. Like about. Well, they're up there standing because I don't know if I can. I mean, Asinian's soloing this shit just fine. He seems to be okay. Whoa! Whoa! Yo! Oh god. Dive to him! Yeah! There we go. They're using primals, it's loading data samples or just not finished yet or something. Something is going on with this. Because, yeah, this is not primal shit. This is, like, test data from, like, other people fighting? Like, it's using Livia shit. It's using, like, the, Like, I assume the 14 one was Livia, because Angry Salad is. Magic fields, full power! Yet now I can't hit it. It works! Ha! Arc Ultima is unstoppable! I no longer have my healing ring. Unstoppable. Let's see about stats. Yo! Nidhogg, show them your fury! Yo! Limit break! Yo! Fuck yeah! Yo! Gallian Empire is up to some bullshit. Sitting Johnny Sylvie just to prove a point. Gallians in their machina. Now, where are you guys? Yo! Oh, to finally get one of those as a Stinian was sexy. I came so many times. Well, I saw it. I fought as you in it. Kyle had at the same time. Wondering where the Empire would turn after Black Rose didn't pan out. Yes, and it seems to be the answer is recreating the ultimate weapon. Went so well the first time.
Peer into my past, did you?
Stinian, I don't have a choice in the matter. I don't control it. I'm sorry.
Well, I didn't quite relive the experience as you did, but I bore witness to it all.
Yeah, I played as you. Mr. Black, what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours. But no matter.
I don't get to control it. Something fashion their Wunderwaffen. Yeah. Again, it's almost like fascist empires have no concepts of ethics or humanity when it comes to their fucked up experiments. Wonderwall. Fascists invented Wonderwall to annoy everyone at parties.
Our confrontation was cut short when the Imperial Guard arrived. It was then that Xenos took his leave, citing boredom.
Did Kral play as Gaius?
To think their research into the Echo could bear such fruit.
But yes, even the idea of death doesn't stop you because the Echo can do that worked well enough for Xenos and his Resonant.
Escaping death, jumping from one body to the next, and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
Well, I feel like he has no interest in the rejoinings. Unless those rejoinings somehow getting to get another dose of they them pussy, but
It beggars belief, aye. But no more than a hero traversing the rift between worlds.
What? What?
My concerns are far more prosaic. With the Emperor dead and the Crown Prince missing, the Empire is in disarray.
This is why the fighting has stopped. Because shit is fucked in Golem mode right now.
Until order is restored, assuming it even possible.
It won't because there'll be a war.
We needn't fear an Imperial reprisal. And for reasons of his own, Xenos took it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose.
Like, It's already been established that the last war over Varus getting to rule after Solus died was bad, and that if another one were to happen now, it would be significantly worse. Garlemald's gonna have too much dealing with its own bullshit to worry about dealing with our own bullshit. And Xenos got rid of Black Rose because he hated the cowardly weapons.
Riol has already gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
To answer the other question, the Empire has fallen and we did not know. Like, we know, but we didn't, yeah. Empire is now currently fucked with a capital F. Now, that doesn't mean we're in the clear. A dying empire is still a dangerous empire. But we know what's happening at the very least.
Then perhaps we have seen the last of the fighting at Gimlet. Though, if it comes to civil war, I cannot help but fear for the provinces.
Yeah, like are fucking people from Rubber Nostra going to be conscripted into it and shit like that? Bosnia? Maybe that's how. Maybe that's how. Maybe the people of the Bosnian Resistance learn about this shit happening in Garlemald, and now we're just like, the Bosnian Resistance is now like, oh, this is now the time to push for our liberation. That would actually make sense. That's why this happens now. That it's like, this is when the Empire is at a point where we can actually strike back. At least it can still be very dangerous. It's demonstrated by that one boss from Sekiro. When the military was on fucked up experiment shit. Like, we knew that before. But, like, we didn't know about the Ultima weapon being recreated with, being a fucking EVA unit. Note, I have not seen Evangelion. I'm going to make my Evangelion references, despite having not seen it, and I'll probably get them wrong, and no, you can't stop me. Or make me watch Evangelion.
Ah, I'd nearly forgotten to ask. What became of Gaius? Did he not escape with you?
They had more than one prototype Ultima 2.0, then things would, those things get it. Like, what level of mass production are they on? They're clearly in the testing phase still because of the way they talked about it. It's a testing phase, but, like, how many can they make?
That he did, but we parted ways shortly after leaving Garlemald. He claimed another threat had arisen, which demanded his attention.
Did he see the Ultima weapon being recreated and decided that this also needs to be stopped? Because I wouldn't be surprised.
He didn't elaborate, but the absence of some device or other in the capital gave him reason to believe they're planning something. Lest you worry, I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. We may safely leave him to his own devices.
Is there still any form of, like, maybe holding him accountable for the 2.5 decades of Imperial occupation and oppression? Like, I don't want to, like, lock him up in, like, a prison with a shock collar like Fordola, but it's also like, why is Fordola the one who's locked up in prison with a shock collar, and we're leaving Gaius alone? It's more so that.
Well, it's nice to have one less foe to worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead. Speaking of which, I'll see that Riol and Al Shinobi are made aware. Though we still know next to nothing, it can't hurt to be vigilant.
I can't help but wonder if we're already getting, like, things trying to establish Endwalker. I can't help but feel if that's what we're doing. If they were aware at this point that Endwalker wasn't going to have, like, patches related to its story. Because the end, this is one thing I know. The end of Endwalker is 6.0. 6.1's a new thing. 6.1 is a new story. It's a new thing. There is no 6.3 as the epilogue of Endwalker. I know that already. So I have to wonder if they were aware of that already at this point. Are they trying to establish Endwalker earlier? Like, resolve Shadowbringers, but establish, don't wait until 5.4 to establish Endwalker. Start establishing it now, because Endwalker has less time in it to actually do anything. I have to wonder if that's what we're doing. Because I wouldn't be surprised.
Well then, with Black Rose nipped in the bud, I believe I've fulfilled my part
Because
of the bargain.
this moment that we're having here is, as Trash mentioned earlier, this is the equivalent of the 4.3. Pardon me, ending. Like, 4.3 happens. It resolved Stormblood. Though that being said, Stormblood into how it leads up to Shadowbringers is also kind of messy, because Shadowbringers is just about the Scions being teleported away, whereas, like, the war breaking out is a direct result of Stormblood, and so that continues into, like, 0.4 and 0.5. Whereas for, like, Heavens with the Stormblood, it was a much clear divide. Like, 1, 2, and 3 was firmly Ishgard, and then 4 and 5 were firmly building up Stormblood. There was no overlap at all. Whereas that overlap gets a little more complicated in that, but it does feel like this is the equivalent of Bombshell, here's the new shit that's happening for, like, the future. But we're getting it in 0.1 as opposed to 0.3 last time, where we had, like, Alphinaud traveling to Garlemald. In a way, we're still in post-Stormblood. Everything to do with the war is still post-Stormblood. Because the war breaking out is a direct result of Stormblood and what happened in it. I got into an interview Yoshi I did after 7.1. He said the next X.0 has its plot set and enters pre-production just after X.1. Okay. So they would have been aware, to some extent, that Endwalker was going to end on 0.0. By this stage, yeah. Are you just gonna leave, Estinian?
That's true, but with the Archon still slumbering away, we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
Sorry, but I'm not inclined to extend my contract. Gaius isn't the only one with business to attend to.
Thank you for your help then, Estinian. I see why Alphinaud admires you so.
God, how long
Farewell,
has it been?
my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
Oh. How long has it been since we had Estinian and Alphinaud talk to each other in a cutscene? Quite literally, have Estinian and Alphinaud spoken to each other in a cutscene that wasn't saving him in 3.3? When Kryl is shady. Because I'm trying to think, after we rescued Estinian, was he awake at any point while Alphinaud was still there? I can't remember if Alphinaud ever actually spoke to Estinian after we rescued him. Because he may have been asleep, and then the moment he got better, he left. So I don't know if Alphinaud actually got to see him at any point then. And then Alphinaud wasn't there when Estinian showed up in Stormblood. He was yelling while it tearing the eyes out of him. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like that. Is that the last moment that Alphinaud's actually gotten to talk to Estinian? Because I think it is. Yeah. Jumps to the hospital window. We don't see him in cutscenes until he bails us out with the cannon and Garabanya. Yeah. So Alphinaud's not even going to speak to him post saving his life.
I suppose we should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs. In the meantime, why not get some rest? You've more than earned it. Go on.
No, I gotta go, like, celebrate a Valentine's Day or something. No, I gotta do my season... not my seasonals. I gotta do my society quests. And seasonals. And I have to go speak with Chai. Not Chai. Kai. Don't think you've yet to find a workable solution. The Stroll and the others are making progress. And we cannot ask for more than that. Yeah, we gotta talk to Sky Sheet. We've got a lot to do, actually. A lot more than I thought we would. You must be shattered after all that hopping back and forth between worlds. Why not stay here and rest for a while? I immediately teleport back to the first. I'm sure Bekla can manage without you. They've got enough science to help them, if you ask me. Meanwhile in Garlemald? Meanwhile in Garlemald! Ew! Yep, so shit is going down. Traitors! You would dare deny Lord Nerva the throne? Hey, guess what? I think civil war broke out. I think a civil war started. Bros, bros, I think Garlemald might be fucked. Onward! Before this day is done, victory shall be ours! Damn, are you telling me that the fascist empire is cannibalizing itself? Wow, I'm so stunned. I'm so stunned that the ideology that inevitably leads to cannibalizing your own would start cannibalizing your own once the emperor died. A civil war breaks out in Garlemald after every other emperor dies. It was by design? This one's gonna be so much worse than the last one. Because this is so soon after. It's gonna be so much worse. This one wasn't by design, but it still gets my stamp of approval. And I just didn't want the throne, but this is madness. Boring, boring, boring. Do you think? I find it amusing. Like dogs herding cattle to the slaughterhouse. Who is the question mark? Literally, who the fuck would be talking to Xenos right now? I was about to say Elidibus, but no, that's not Elidibus' clothes. That's you. Your soul is. Who are you? Shadowless Endwalker Shadowless gear. The eye I was looking at, I thought it was facet gear. I thought it was like facet healing gear. Before your majesty, I am but another dog, lost, in want of a new master. A hunting dog, if you should wish it so. Who the... Literally, who the fuck? I am... I would assume an Ascian because of the hue of the soul, which, by the way, Xenos can now see the hues of souls. I guess another trick he learned from Elidibus. It's got to be a new character, right? Because who the fuck else would it be? For I know full well the prey you would seek next. Zodiac. You're aware of this? Who the fuck? It's got to be an Ascian. But who the fuck are you? I don't recognize those lips, and I'm not willing to go through every character in the game and work out whose lips it is. I mean, it would have to be a sundered Ascian, because there's only one unsundered left. We learned this. In Yulmore in the first. Another meanwhile. Because that's not Elidibus, because Xenos would recognize who it is. Is this Elidibus then? Is this dealing... Because we still have no idea what Elidibus is doing. We went an entire patch, we've learned nothing about him, so maybe we'll learn about him here. Because it's not Elidibus that's speaking to Xenos. Pardon me. I'm drinking soda with that now on burping. Damn it, Decker! Damn it, Decker. Can't believe you're the new Ascian. Did you hear? The maze reopening Daedalus Stoneworks, and they're looking for laborers. Let's look at resettling some old abandoned villages, too. They've been laying on free talos to help anyone willing to make the move. Free talos? Ha! We best get packing. That was on an XP of his 3.0 ending speech, I seem to remember. Being a drama queen on the moon. The last time he spoke about it, he was just like how ironic it was that we're now warriors of darkness. That's the main. He was just talking about. It's just like, well, Emmett's dead, but they're warriors of darkness now, are they? It was like the only thing we got. And he's on the moon because Zodiac is the moon. Steady work, board and lodging. That's not a recipe for hope. I don't know what is. hope. Oh, Elidibus, I'm gonna kill you so fucking hard, I swear to fucking God. Elidibus, I'm gonna kill you harder than anyone has ever been killed before. How fucking dare you? Did you shave? What? Is that part necessary? Is that part necessary? Was it? Elidibus, why did you shave? Why did you shave the beard? Why did you don't apply the makeup as Xenos. You don't apply the eyeshadow, but you shaved this. What the fuck? What the fuck? Thank God. The moment that I see this, I'm just like, we didn't have a cardinal virtue for Artbird. We did not have a cardinal virtue for Artbird. The moment that I saw that, I'm just like, the cardinal virtue for Artbird's gonna be fucking Elidibus! Oh, I'm gonna kill you so fucking hard, you fucking bitch. Oh, I fucking hate you so I'm gonna kill you so fucking hard. Yes, so long as I yet to live, I would see that feeble flame rekindled. Hope? The flame of hope? Death to Elidibus. Oh, how fucking dare you. It is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled. How fucking dare you. How fucking dare you. The audacity of his caucasity, I swear to God. Mother and also fucker. Oh, Elidibus, I'm gonna kill you! Of virtuous deeds. Oh, Elidibus, I'm gonna murder the shit out of you. Listen, Lightwind, might I ask a favor of you? I'm not normally one to pry, but Vladimir has been oddly distracted ever since you came back to tell us of your travels to the First. Would you go and see if she's alright? Someone asked me to do something. It was Salter Cesario. Oh, okay, yeah. I don't know if this is gonna be a good desert with rage when she finds out. That's my fucking bestie, you fucking bitch! Can I do this? Yay! God, it seems barely any time has passed since the Archons were whisked away to the First. And yet for them, it has been years. I can only imagine how much they have changed. How much stronger they have become. Who then tells you to speak to Farman? Yo, go speak to Farman. I can't mount him here. What am I looking at? I've had this thing made since 2002. What am I looking at? Just a man shaving with Elidibus's mask on. Oh, you have an actual quest. Oh, Flamin has an actual quest. Oh. Yes, it also has the music that plays whenever there's Elidibus on the moon. One final journey. Flamin appears lost in her memories. Oh, so Flamin. Forgive me, I did not see you there. Ever since you spoke to me of your last moments with Minfilia, I find myself often thinking of the moments I shared with her. And it was during one such moment of remembrance that a missive arrived from an acquaintance in Ul'dah. Even now I can see a zip of the letter's contents, written as if an answer to my heart's lamentations. Such fortuitous timing is nothing short of a miracle. No less than your arrival here this day, I should think. I'm mad to depart for the Sultanate to meet with my acquaintance, you see. And I cannot think of a better companion for this journey than you. Will you not indulge me with your company? I'll not begrudge your absence, but if you are so inclined, it would mean more than you to me than you know. How could I refuse? You are too kind, my friend. We are to meet on the steps of Thal in front of SM's Aesthetics. Pray go ahead. I'll be along shortly. Chat, am I gonna cry? Chat, am I gonna cry? So many notifications. So many notifications in this one. That photo I shared to me on is so bad. It was not long after I woke up, to be fair. I could cry. You know, I've heard out there that even a fire may cry when they lose someone they love. It's up to you, really. Oh, thank God, I get the choice. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad I'm allowed to choose whether I cry or not. Is that a reference? It's a Devil May Cry reference. It's one of the most smoothly done title drops I've ever seen in my life. I hope I have not kept you waiting over long. Plowman, thank you for coming on such short notice. Who is it? Oh, miners. That makes sense. Are these from the minor quest? Are these from the minor quest or another side quest? They possibly could be, and I wouldn't, and I may not remember. They're not miners. They're just lallas. I can't say I was expecting you at all, Mr. Blackman. Though I suppose you do have a knack for assisting in matters of the dearly departed. So is it true, my friends? Did you find it? The Alchemist quest. Oh, right. Yes. Right, yeah, the Alchemist quest. I remember they showed up at some point. So hey, do your Alchemist quest line for this. To start from the beginning, the concern was contracted to work on the waterways below Uldar. Naturally, this included reconstruction of the Sildi aqueducts. The policeman filling the others fled after the ill-fated bang. Last time Infilia was, well, herself. Aye. And while we were clearing out the tunnel, a glint amidst the debris caught our attention. Cat's eye. First we wondered how it got to be there of all places. But then we remembered the stone Minfilia gave you all those years ago. There's no mistake about it. This is the self-same stone. The very first stone she ever unearthed in those halcyon days when she was still called Acilia. Baby Minfilia. She was beaming with pride when she presented it to me. It was a gift I would treasure for years to come. Until the day came when she needed it more than I. She seemed so lost that day in the waking sands. I knew that the cat's eye would remind her of how far she had already come, and instill her with a little more courage to take the next step. To think she wore it all this time. When we searched the waterway shortly after the collapse, we didn't find a trace of the Scions. No belongings or anything. Curious that would appear after all this time. With the stone in hand, Minfilia pressed onward in her quest for true peace. Never once did she look back. And though she is gone, her legacy lives on. In you, Isamblawen, and the Scions, and in the child Reen. Safe in the knowledge that others continue to walk her path, she has sent this stone back to me. This I choose to believe. She has earned her rest. I shall bury this stone, that she might have peace in the hereafter. Where are you thinking? Next to where her father rests. Indeed, there is no better place than with your loved ones. Well, you're doubtless keen to see to that, so we won't keep you any longer. We'll find a moment to go and pay respects ourselves afterwards. Till next time, take care. Thank you, both of you. Warburton was interred here in the Aldars at Erelic's burial chamber. But around the time of the Scion's foundings, he was moved to the Church of Saint Adama Lendama, under the care of Father Iliad. The place that we went after the attack on the Waking Sands. Come, Mr. Malone. Let us seek out the Father and request his permission to bury the stone. But I think there's like little moments from ARR. That it's like, I still fell in love with this game during ARR and everything like that, but like, how much more I love the game now compared to then is like a lot. But like, there's still those little moments from ARR that I get called back to, and I'm still just like, oh my god. Ah, there you are. I was just telling Father Iliad about Minfilia and the cat's eye. Welcome, my child, welcome. Flamin has explained to me the purpose of your visit, and I see no reason to refuse you. Minfilia would wish to rest with her father. I have known her since she was but a child, full of hope and wonder. An aspiring young miner following in Flamin's footsteps. A dutiful student, to be sure. Nary a day passed that she did not set out onto the wilderness with a pickaxe in hand. But fate was here, set aside the miner's tool, and set on a mantle of a far greater responsibility. She was as passionate then as she was in her childhood. A fire in her eyes that refused to be extinguished. It was that flame that compelled me to lend the silence my support without a moment's hesitation. To now see so many brave and noble souls continue her work. It only reaffirms that I was right to place my faith in her. Ah, forgive my meandering musings. You have not come here to hear me wax nostalgic. Proceed to burying the cat's eye, until its blessing be upon you. Young miners redundant. Thank you, Father Iliad. Come, Miss Mletwin. Warburton Graves is just to the south. Takes great strength to raise a child. Takes even greater strength to let a child walk her own path, though it leads to danger. I have naught but respect for Flamin. I've gotten like so many moments across this franchise, series, game, expansions, whatever you want to call it. We've gotten so many moments that are our farewells to Minfilia. Like 2.55, 3.2, 3.4, that moment in 5.0, oh sorry, yeah, 5.0, and now there's post 5.1. We've had so many moments to say farewell to Minfilia. Again, something like everything Heavensward onwards they do with Minfilia is fantastic. Again, it makes a lot of sense for the character that we knew. It makes a lot of sense that all of the actions that continue on from there line up with her. They line up with her thematically. They line up with what she wanted to do. They line up with all of that and everything like that. I just wish the inciting incident for it was more respectful towards who she was. Talk about doomed by the narrative, damn. I know, we've said goodbye to her so many times. This one feels like it's the absolute final one, though. I don't know how much more final it can get than this. I don't know how... I mean, it's literally called One Final Journey. I don't know how it can get more final than this, but, you know. This one's gonna stick for real, I promise. Here it is, Miss Mletwin. It was 20 years ago that Warburton came to Ul'dah, risking life and limb to warn us of the threat encroaching on Eorzea. 20 years ago that my ambition robbed him of his life, a daughter of her whole family. We would have been so proud of her. She was a warm, compassionate, and vibrant woman, always ready to answer the clarion call of duty without a moment's hesitation. Just like her father. In the end, that selflessness would save not one, but 2 worlds. Now her duty is ended. And though your worlds apart, I pray with this stone, this precious gem from Asilia, a part of her remain to you, son. Just as she remains forever in my heart. Oh, Asilia. Never did I imagine such greatness could be born from a beginning so humble. I am proud to have been there for that first little triumph. Not only did you find a gemstone, you found your own path. The path took you far away, to a place fraught with danger. But you have achieved all that you ever desired. And you have returned. Rest now, Asilia, my dearest daughter. Won't you say a few words too? I mean, I know I said few, but maybe a little bit more than 4 would have been nice, isn't it, man? There is much I've left unsaid to Asilia, but I feel as though a weight has been lifted. With a lighter heart, I shall return to Moderna and resume doing my little part for the science, for her legacy. Wherever you may be headed, please take care. And when you meet them, do pass my regards to Thancred and Rain and all the others. Thank you, Asilia, for everything. God damn it. Ugh. I like bawling my eyes out, but there's just enough. Just enough. So there's one specific aspect for this for mine. Like, obviously, I could go into the details about, like, how this hits. I don't need to. I really don't need to. But in terms of Minifest specifically, there is one aspect of this. There's one aspect of this for Minifest that, like, hits particular. And again, obviously, I'm just dealing with the lore that the game gives me, the story that the game gives me, so stuff lining up with, like, what the story is makes sense for Minifest, but whatever. The first true moment that, like, Minifest had her self-doubts about herself, the first moment that Minifest started blaming herself for the problems that were happening, the first time that Minifest had doubts about what she was doing and, like, whether she was doing the right thing, is losing Minfilia. Because, like, during base ARR, she's both just, like, new enough and green enough to adventuring that, like, the attack on the science she doesn't blame on herself. I would say in canon for Minifest, it doesn't, like, there's elements of 2.0 that just because we're playing the game for the first time, the stuff doesn't, like, quite line up in terms of how I played it. But I would say for Minifest canon, the moment she goes from, like, warrior to donning, like, the full-on persona of, like, the fuck this, the badass pirate bitch, going the gunbreaker, going the full, like, black pirate look with the tricorn and the pirate coat and everything like that. I would say the moment that happens for Minifest is after the attack on the Waking Sands. Minifest wouldn't blame herself for the attack on the Waking Sands at that point. But that would be, like, an inciting moment for her to, like, show the Empire who the fuck they're messing with. Like, still enough of an ego at that point, still enough of a desire to be the biggest, bestest hero ever. To just be like, oh, they're going to attack our home base, I'm going to show them who they're truly fucking with. I'm going to make them regret ever doing this because they don't realize who the fuck I am. And that's when she dons on that full persona, trying to intentionally come across as terrifying as she can to her enemies, which she looks like a pirate in cosplay, so it made me that terrifying. But one, this is a world where pirates are real and actually, like, do attack a lot of people. And two, when she's running at you with a gunblade, she makes, and then kills you in, like, Castra Meridianum and Praetorium and shit like that, should make an impact. Like, this isn't just someone playing at a pirate. This is someone who is, like, as ruthless as a pirate and stuff like that, in terms of, like, wiping out the enemies and stuff like that. So, like, during the 2.0 stuff, Minifus wouldn't really be blaming herself for any of that. Just too early in her journey to, like, have that, like, hero aspect, like, feel like that she's failing it. Because that's the moment where she feels like she adopts it and everything like that. And then everything succeeds from there. But the moment that Minifus first starts, like, having those doubts about herself, the stuff that is built up to what she is now, is losing Minfilia at 2.55. Not even the other Scions. Because I would say from Minifus' perspective, the way that Bloody Banquet goes for her mentally, like, seeing the, like, well, first Rauban. Seeing Rauban sacrifice himself so the Scions can get out. Seeing Ida and Papalima sacrifice themselves out so they can continue. Seeing Thancred and Y'shtola sacrifice themselves to get out. All of that for Minifus, she would consider at the time, they're all doing that to save Minfilia. She's staying by Minfilia's side to protect her, in case someone tries to attack her specifically, but all the other Scions are staying back to make sure Minfilia can get out. And that's how Minifus would be mentally, like, thinking about that as it happens. And then Minfilia turns around and says, I need to stay back. You need to go. You're hope. You're the beacon of hope for Eorzea. You need to continue shining your light on this world. You are the person that everyone looks up to. You need to be the one to survive. I will stay back. And it's at that moment that the doubts start happening for Minifist. Because it's at that moment that she's just like, wait a minute. Did all of my friends just sacrifice themselves and possibly die because I wasn't strong enough? Because I wasn't strong enough to be able to get out without them needing to do that? Did they all give themselves up for me because I'm not good enough to have done it on my own? And at that moment, there's those self-doubts, but she tries to cover it up. That's the switch to Warrior. This happens, like, when I was playing the game. I switched to Warrior at the beginning of, like, Heavensward. So you can tell the brain rot was sitting in early, because I went into Heavensward as Warrior for that mental reason. Because the idea is that, at that point, Minifist, those doubts are appearing there, but she's not, like, actively doubting herself. They're more so just, like, the seed has been planted of self-doubt, but it hasn't taken root yet. Because her immediate response to that is, no, I am good enough. I am strong enough. I just need to convince people of this. And that's the switch to Warrior. The switch to Warrior is like taking the mantle of Warrior Light more seriously. It's dressing, as opposed to trying to dress like an intimidating pirate who's showing off, dressing in full armor to be like the warrior who stands at the front lines and takes all the hits and everything like that. The switch to Warrior specifically is because of the idea of the warrior in this game is kind of like the invincible hero who stands at the front and takes all the hits so other people don't. It doesn't matter how many hits they take, they keep fucking going and everything like that. That's like the idea of what people think of the warrior here. So she adopts that to try and just be like, I'm good enough. You don't need to sacrifice yourself for me. I'm good enough to be this. I can do this. And it's trying to convince other people of that, and also partially trying to convince herself of that, to not let those self-doubts actually manifest too much. And then Heavensward happens. And then everything, it's one thing after another after that point. So the start of Minifist's self-doubts and self-worries, of feeling like she's not good enough, of blaming herself for the things that happen to other people, is specifically Minfilia being lost in 2.5. So I feel like this moment, but there's been multiple moments of it, because also when you actually speak to Minfilia in 5.0 would also be another moment of it and stuff like that. But because this is post 5.0, this is post defeating Emmet, it takes a little bit more root. But I would say this is another moment of closure, like the Dark Knight questline. It's another moment of just, like, accepting what has happened in the past, accepting how things played out, and just ensuring you continue putting one foot in front of the other. Minfilia may be lost, but you can still do the best that you can to carry on her legacy. She may be lost, but she has helped create a better world, and she has done the things that she wanted to do, and stuff like that. And even after she initially got lost, you have been the one to help her do that. You're the one who shows up to her in the Antitower. You're the one who it is summoned in to bring like her and Ardbert and the other Warriors of Darkness to the First and things like that. You're the one who brings Reen to her to help Reen like embrace herself and everything like that. So like even after you lose Minfilia, you help out Minfilia several times after that. So I feel like this would be another moment for Minifest of just, like, acceptance of all the stuff that's happened and how to continue moving on past that without letting it destroy you. Like, it's a moment that hurts, but, like, again, it's just a lot of little moments in post 5.0. None of them lead to breakthroughs. Nothing at this stage has led to a breakthrough, and honestly, she can still absolutely backpedal. She absolutely can still backpedal at this point. But it seems like a lot of the content about the game is tying into that thing I said about Yulmore, where Shadowbringers is ultimately a story about hope. It is ultimately a very hopeful, inspiring story. It uses the fact that it beats you into a bloody pulp to remind you that hope still exists, that a better path forward still exists, as long as you keep trying, no matter how bad things get. Keep trying, because one day it can be better and stuff like that. And so much of Post 5.0 has been trying to, like, hammer that point home. And while this is not specifically hammering that home, other than the carrying of the legacy aspect, it's another aspect to try and help have some closure on, like, her own self-perceived myriad failings and stuff like that. Hilarious how you had to stress there was only a very small hint of self-awareness in your world after 5.0, and then the game just keeps punching like this. The game was made for you in particular. Well, the moment 5.0 happened and I beat it, I could tell that I'm just like, oh, if there is going to be a moment where Minifest improves, it's now. Because of how unmitigated a victory you have at the end of 5.0. And stuff like that. And I was saying to people on the Discord for a year straight after I did 5.0 that part of the problem with how perfect the ending of 5.0 is, will it just result in Minifest thinking about herself, oh, I can be perfect. I can be the perfect hero. I can be the invincible hero who does everything perfectly and saves everyone. Because I just did that. I defeated the bad guy, I saved myself from the light, I saved Graha, I stopped the First from being overwhelmed by light. I did it. I did everything perfect. I can be the perfect hero. Yay! And so I had that immediate thing of just like, this is showing that Minifest can do good in a completely, you literally cannot avoid this way because of how perfect the ending of 5.0 is. But is it too perfect? Will it try to convince Minifest again that she's perfect, and the moment a single mistake happens, it immediately all comes crashing down? Because that's how it starts. It starts by her thinking she can be a perfect hero, and then no one can be that because it's a completely unreasonable expectation. So the moment things aren't perfect, it starts breaking her down until it gets to the point where she believes she can't do literally a single thing correctly. And stuff like that. So is something perfect happening just going to put her still in a fragile state of, yay, I'm improving, but if one thing goes wrong, if I accidentally drop this bit of bread that I'm buttering and it lands butter side down, am I just going to believe that I'm a fuck up and I'm going to ruin the entire world again? And stuff like that. That was like my worry immediately after beating 5.0, and I was saying this in the Discord. So to come back to the game, and so much of the side content has just been gentle reassurances, I think is really helpful. Because, like, if there's a moment where Minifest has a breakthrough, at this point, it won't be because one specific thing happens. It's not like we're going to get to a point in the MSQ where one thing happens and that immediately 180s Manifest. Because we've had so much side content that has been all of these gentle reassurances given to her specifically at a moment where she's been the most receptive. She's likely the most receptive to them since fucking A Realm Reborn. Like, again, if there's a moment where Manifest improves, and by the way, if you're wondering, yes, you know exactly what's going to happen. The moment that I consider, like, Manifest to have improved, the moment where it all solidifies, yes, that will be characterized and represented by, one, Manifest going Gunbreaker, and two, her going by her own name. The name shit's super important. Recognizing yourself as who you are and standing for everything like that. It's Shadowbringers and all of its name things. Manifest going by her own name again would be an important part of that. And yes, Manifest going by Gunbreaker is also an important part of that, because every job that Manifest has had since Gunbreaker has been her trying to play a role. She's trying to play the Warrior of Light in Heavensward. She's trying to reject that role as the Warrior of Light in Stormblood with the bow. She's accepting the role of Warrior of Light, but a more fucked up version of it that's actually the Weapon of Light with Warrior in Post-Stormblood. She's taking on the role of the Warrior of Darkness to convince herself more than anything that she can actually do this in Shadowbringers. Every job that she's had since Gunbreaker has been her trying to prove to others and /or herself about who she is, because the job is representative of that. So Manifest going to Gunbreaker would be representative of her accepting herself. Now, you might be wondering, wait a minute, didn't I just say that Manifest going Gunbreaker initially is also kind of playing a role? Yes. But I would consider the role that Manifest takes on as Gunbreaker in ARR, after the attack on Waking Sands and throughout the patches, it's Manifest taking on the role of the idealized version she has of herself. So it would be a difference, like, everything else she's trying to play a different role. She isn't trying to be herself, she's trying to be something. Whereas Gunbreaker, fuck this, the badass pirate bitch era, full tricorn and everything, is Manifest trying to be an exaggerated version of herself. So the idea would be going back to Gunbreaker, can be going back to Gunbreaker in a way that's an acceptance of who she is overall. No exaggerations, no, like, trying to make a point about herself, no trying to prove to others about herself, just full acceptance of who she is. And that's why going back to Gunbreaker would be that. So yeah, if there's that moment where that happens for Manifest, going by her own name and going by Gunbreaker again is, like, the things that, like, on a character level are representative of that. The breakthrough, because we're writing a story here, because it's a fantasy story where, like, character moments are embodied in these big flashy moments, that would be what it is for Manifest. Like, and I'm just glad that if that moment happens, at this point, it's not going to feel like it's coming out of nowhere. Or that one thing happens that fixed everything immediately. Because everything about this, almost every single fucking piece of side content we've done since beginning 5.0 has been reinforcing this mindset. So it's not going to be a case of one thing happens that it makes it all, like, happen at once, all this progression happen at once. It would more likely be one moment happens that solidifies everything that Manifest has experienced from 5.0 onwards. So, I'm confident that the story is going to go in a way that lets me give my character a positive path in the story, just because from a writing perspective, if they're trying to write all the side content to be this hopeful, to be this affirmative, to be this reminding of just, like, what it is to be a person and what we need to do for, like, a better future and everything like that, and what we need to think about ourselves for that in terms of not blaming ourselves for all the problems, or accepting problems that we have made and finding ways to move forward and fix them, as opposed to just, like, wallowing in the sadness and pity of doing all of that. If all of the side content is focused on that, then it makes me confident that the MSQ can also focus on that at some point and stuff like that. So I'm getting very giddy about the fact that, like, the moment that Manifest is building up towards might happen at some point in, like, the next patches / expansion, because it may not be until Endwalker. This could be building up until Endwalker. I don't know. It could be the next patch. It could be the next patch. I may or may not have tested a macro before I started stream today to make sure in case it happened today. Because I might have a macro for that moment. What are you talking about? I might have had a macro for that moment for like several expansions now. Might have made a macro for that moment like mid-fucking Heavenswood that I've still not gotten to use for that moment in case it happens. I might have tested that today before stream today to make sure it worked today in case it happened today. But I don't know when it will happen. I also don't know if it will happen because maybe the story gets really fucked from this point and gets like and just pummels her back into the ground again. I don't know. But I'm getting more and more confidence that this game's going to go in a way that will make me very, very happy for my Warrior of Light. But also just again, it lines up for a Warrior of Light. A lot of Manifest emotional reactions I feel like are just lining up with what they expect the Warrior of Light to do based on how they write the story. There's just little specific moments that they could not have planned for, the name shit, and the intensity with which it affects your character, because it affects Manifest ridiculously intensely. Anyways. Kai! Oh my god, the stream's nearly 8 hours long. Oh, kill me. Oh, kill me. Fucking Christ. Okay, let's do this shit. We still have 5 quests to do. Kill me. What's the sexiest one here? What's the sexiest fucking crafter that we have? We gotta look opulent. Goldsmithing, obviously. Goldsmithing. If we're in here, we're gonna be goldsmithing. Yo! Okay. Oh, behive yourself. Oh, behive. Kashi is bursting with enthusiasm, and all he needs is somewhere to direct it. 14 stream being long. Call the fire department, call the police, call the governor. The problem is more so that I have another one tomorrow. Oh, by the way, Trash, I don't know if I put it on the Twitch schedule. I'm streaming 14 tomorrow. We're doing Bosnia tomorrow. We're not waiting until next week. We're starting Bosnia tomorrow. Be excited. Kona, if you're still here. Kona, if you're still here, that's also happening. We're doing Bosnia now? No, because otherwise the stream will go for too long. And then I'll have nothing to do tomorrow. Bosnia. Way, 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 let's motherfucking go. Let's fucking go. Oh, Simbla, have you got a moment? I've been waiting to have a word. Is it true you're an expert goldsmith and every other possible form of the arts that a person can think of? That's just one of my many, many talents. Ha! Is there anything you can't do? Alvaro says you've been dealing with the Boutique Splendors and all, and not just anybody can do that. I've not really been dealing with them. I have been trying to avoid working on the Splendid tools because I still haven't finished my Sky Builders. I need to finish my Sky Builders soon if I want every storyline finished before moving into Endwalker. Sky Builders is one of the few there. Oi, mister, you me dad? Oi, cashier, do you want this, like, pink lemonade calypso? Do you want to see if it's fucking minging? Anyhow, I asked because I'm going to get your help with something. Bit of a project of mine as it goes. Since I decided to stay here in Yulmore, I've been trying to find ways for people like me to contribute to the future of the city. Thing is, I've never learned to trade or nothing like that, so I was struggling to come up with ideas. After a lot of thinking, I put together a pretty decent plan. But I could do with your professional opinion and maybe a bit of help, if you're up for it. What do you say? I've been humiliated. Skibbity these nuts. It's for a good cause, I promise. Oh, there's a couple of mates of mine to meet us outside the Beehive, so I'll see you there. It's Beehive related. It's a good cause. Those cause being seen some fucking titties. What? Who said that? Who said that? I wonder where the ERP scene gets it from. CBU through, you're a bad influence on the players. First things first, let me introduce you. This is Anfric. He says his drink shaken, not stirred. Get it? It's like a general reference. Found out the eagle eating my liver for eternity is a girl eagle. Yes, as the saying goes in the beehive, fancy a shake. Reactions vary, as I'm sure you can imagine. Pleasure to meet you. Some of the stuff in Dontra destroyed the RP community. Oh no. Oh no. And the glam community. Oh no. I'm seeing things that are like overtly sexual so far. There's like the fucking Mad Max gear. There's the Squid Game armor. That's about all I've seen. The couch. Okay. Okay. Is there like one room that has a casting couch? Oh no. Oh no. And this is Bustas here. No, we're doing Bustia tomorrow. I also work in the Beehive, and my talents tend more towards winning and dining. Whining and dining, winding and grinding, whatever our patrons desire. Too many pronunciations to work out which one's is which. Anyway, our friend Akashius is a friend of ours. It's right from the materia vendor fighter. They're fucking by the materia vendor. Hell yeah, Dondre, let's go. What are they using the materia for? How many of the materia get destroyed when they try to We grew up together in Gate Down. Guys, his family. Don't worry, this vibrator's been pentamelted with tenacity. All three of us are orphans, so we had to stick together to survive. We shared everything we had, right down to our last crust of, hell, whatever was available. So we promised each other we'd find our way into Yulmore no matter what it took. But Anfric and I were chosen while Kaishi was left behind. I can't say how glad we were to be reunited with him after so long apart. We've been through a lot, him more than most, but we're all here now. Never thought I'd see the day. This is gonna be a custom delivery, right? This is gonna be a custom delivery, right? Because I'm just thinking. Chloe, Monago, Charlemagne's, and now Kai. Yep, that's our fourth custom delivery that involves orphans. We've got poor orphans, we've got war orphans. We've got a different kind of war and poor orphan combined. And now we have poor orphans again. Noticing a trend here. I'm noticing a trend. I had to say it, but the way things are going, there might not be a reason for us to stay in Yulmore. So much has changed since the fall of War 3, and business at the Beehive is really dried up. We're gonna get the people wet then. Well, more for the city becoming a fairer place to live, we need to face facts. With a stray place like the Beehive will struggle to stay afloat. Would it be let go, the chance of us finding similar work here would be slim at best. You're not thinking about leaving Yulmore, are you? To be honest, we don't have much choice. Whoa! I said I saw something out, didn't I? I got a plan to bring visitors into Yulmore. I want you two to be part of it. It's also why I brought us in Blackwind here. Our skills as a gold so they're gonna solve all our problems, I swear, somehow. Oh, the Princess Leia gold bikini. I make that for the dancers. Got it. Well, how wonderful is to see my employees engage in such a lively conversation. Oh my god, it's Marlon. The Queen Bee! Sorry, sir. I'll get back behind the bar. No, as you are. Mistress Mo and I were discussing ways in which the Beehive's fortunes might be improved. Was there anything we ever heard you, and my ears pricked up when you mentioned the possibility of attracting new customers to Yulmore? Given the current state of affairs, this would be most welcome. Would you share your ideas with me, young man? Hey, those are my eyes. Stop them. Stop that. I ain't a businessman or nothing, so you have to excuse me if I'm off the mark here, but Seems to me that under Vorther, you morons forgot what it means to actually work for a living. And most of the old industries disappeared altogether. Still, there are a few things left over from those days that we can put to good use. Look at his gay little side swoop. Such as the entertainment. You morons aren't the only ones who like to have a good knees up, you know. If we open the City of Final Pleasures to visitors, we'll be raking in the gale. And what better way to do that than telling everyone about the Beehive? Of course, word of mouth will only get us so far. But if you put me in charge of promoting your establishment, I'll do whatever it takes to bring in people from every corner of Norvrant. Come to Yulmore, we have tits. Honestly, it's a pretty effective strategy. Also, apologies for inadvertently spoiling Kaishi working with the Beehive earlier. I thought it would have been already been unlocked by now. Oh, I thought you were just joking about wanting the Catboy to twerk on the pole. I assumed that was just a joke about wanting Kaishi to work on the pole. And then I saw that his quest was called Beehive Yourself when I saw this custom delivery, and I'm like, oh. Yeah, I thought you were just making a joke about Catboys twerking. I say your enthusiasm is positively infectious. And for a self-confessed amateur, I find you remarkably persuasive. Correct response, Rowena. Thank God you did. I, for one, think it's a marvelous idea. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, this is certainly in line with Master Chai's aim to foster trade with outsiders. As far as I can see, the Beehive stands only to gain from this most worthy of endeavors. Do I have custom deliveries available this week? I may or may not. I don't actually know. So I find it funny that apparently the Barsal shop club is somehow doing badly, all things considered. It's because no one has the money to afford on luxuries. It's totally not at all like when poor people have very little money that they actually just spend more money on, like, temporary things because they can't save up for better things. Therefore, placing you in charge of advertising the Beehive. Can we get him out of the potato sack if he's going to work for the Beehive? Maybe in the denim shorts and gold bra like the person behind him. Since I have vested interest in the success of this undertaking, the Boutique Splendors will gladly grant awards for bringing much needed custom to our doorstep. God, metallic dye looks ass. Hey, I have a suit that's made out of that. Because I wear it to the gold saucer. It looks tacky on purpose. But first, you'll need to look the part and have the perfect ensemble in mind. Yo! Well, it needs to be around to give you the scripts. Yeah. And somehow these scripts are still valid on the first source. Whichever one we're on, and whichever one we have to go to. In the meantime, why don't the two of you resume your duties? When the time comes, I should like to provide assistance in any way that you can. Our knowledge and expertise are at Kaishi's disposal, sir. I gather you hear the lad's request, yes? Can only guess as to what it may entail, though I dare say all shall become clear soon enough. I bid you good evening. Oh, fuck! I just realized this is custom deliveries. I mean, so I'm be able to, like, work on just handing in the best custom deliveries for a while. I have to use some of them on Kai to, like, complete the quest over time. Even if he doesn't have bonuses for to give me. Which also means that I have to, like, continue giving to him long after the quest is done, because I need the achievement for giving 150 to him. So it means for quite some time, I'm actually not going to be able to get any bonuses for any of my shit. Well, fortunately, most of my crafters are at, like, level 98 or 7. And it's not like I'm in a rush to get them to 100, so it should be fine. Yo, he's a strapping young lad. Now, if only someone would come over here and strap this young lad. Kaishi, you're a bottom. You're a designated bottom. That's unless he's given the bonuses. True, if he gives the bonuses, then everything works out. But I don't even think they give you bonuses while you're progressing the story. I think they only get bonuses once you finish. I'm surprised you recognize me in this gal. You have blue hair, my guy! I have to tell you, I ain't used to wearing anything like this. Still, if I'm gonna advertise a place like a Beehive, I suppose I got a part. Not that it really matters for our first task, though. my joke about getting level 5 close was prophetic, in a way. Well, as we'll get measured for my outfit, I was thinking how we could convince everyone to come and spend their hard-earned coin in the beehive. Rather than shouting on the rooftops, it's a lot easier if we gave out flyers everywhere. I ain't just talking about a handful, though. Steal one of Vortharu's ships and drop the flyers from there, you're correct. So again, I never do custom deliveries. Final Fantasy XIV player not playing content in the game, I'm baffled. I'll need hundreds, and that means I'll need paper, ink, and something to print them with. The last one's the trickiest, but it'll speed things up like no one's business. You think you can get those for me? Is that catching fish and I'm catching squids for the rink? There was one other thing. Oh! Okay, when, where, and what time? Oh, right, payment. Of course, I expect you to do it for free. I'll be getting scripts and whatnot from Moen, so I'll send the fee your way. Can you invent a printing press real quick? It's fine, sure, I'll whip one up for you. That sound alright to you? Sounds familiar. Weirdly familiar. Thanks, how you on? Or I will once everything's been sorted out. All you have to do is bring me the stuff for the flyers, and I'll take it from there. Deco, we have printed and bound books already. And paper. Yeah, but are they from a printing press? Or are they hand done? Custom deliveries unlocked. Kaishia. It was either that or Kaishia was going to be the secret fourth society. What do you mean satisfaction 1? I turned in the quest. I've not delivered anything. What? That doesn't make any sense. Yo, Femme Heroth, let's go. Got everything. Ain't gotta be perfect. What even will probably be fine. Fuck. I've already done mine for this week. Alright, well, we can't hand that in. Yo, we can dress him up, Pog. So, I can't hand this in. I can't hand this in because I've done mine for the week. Whoops. Whoops. Fire, what universe would a weekly paper like the black whatever the fuck that appears in the Rising event exist without a printing press? I was right. Go fishing for the ink. I was right. I was right. I was correct. I was about to say who the fuck is doing the shaking emote, I swear to God. Never mind, it's an actual NPC. Gosh, you always has been one nice spontaneously, so I hope you'll be able to keep his impulsive streak in check. Alright, where's the other one? Is she one of the dancers on stage? Oh, there she is! There she is. Oh my god, they're laminating them. See, that's progress. Someone I wish the emote was available for players and that'd be neat for RP. And then it made a sound. There she is! She is actually here. There she goes. Actually, it might be that one. No, actually, I think it's this one. Actually, I think it's this one. You can't see their faces. No, never mind. Never mind, I think it was the other one. No, there you are! Sorry, there you are. Sorry. You all wear the same outfit! It's confusing. There you are. Queen Bee's only allowed to take risks, so I was surprised when he hired Kaishia on the spot. Guys are just being haters. I'll play the game or listen to podcasts and therefore not have the audio on a lot of the time. Can I speak to Queen Bee? No, I'm not allowed to speak to Queen Bee. Boo! Alrighty! To Little the Run! These quests should hopefully not be the longest thing in the world. I mean, they're gonna be a little longer than getting one fucking line of dialogue after goddamn 11 fucking days of fucking dailies. But they're not gonna be the full epilogue ones. We have every society quest to finish. All of them are now ready to hand in. All of them are now ready to finish. We did the big triumphant finale quest where you like do the big thing. But now there is an epilogue for all of them. From memory, these aren't super long, but they're like, again, the Heavenswood ones are literally one line of dialogue. It's fucking embarrassing. Forever and a dream. Dear Becca's gratitude written all over their face. Oh, some Lightwind, how nice of you to visit. Thanks, you are having more fun in dreams than we've ever had. We're really truly grateful, us pixies and the children both. When we first created Meg, I never dreamed that it became such a beautiful place. Everything in it is a treasure and I couldn't be prouder of what we have. Unless you wonder, I continue to fight that good fight, devouring nightmares across the realm, including those Unlad accidentally creates. Speaking of Unlad, they've been wanting to speak with you at some point. If you have a moment, let's go and see them and remake together. I'll join you! That hurt. Doing that hurt that time. Wanna get a remake to you? Well, very well, just close your eyes. Tomorrow's stream is going to be this long, and then I'm going to not talk on Tuesday in any capacity. Thank God I don't work. Oh, wait. Maybe I should have taken a day off so I can recover from a day off. They really called that Pixie a guy. Does that count as misgendering? Considering they're a Pixie? Oh, you're all here. Unlad, I swear you haven't budged from this spot since I last saw you. You've been gazing out at Lemeg again. I have. It's hard to explain, but simply gazing out at the place makes my heart sing. It's a feeling I remember from another life. Mr. Blackman, there's something I've been wanting to tell you. You help me feel the void in my heart, to find a purpose for my existence. For that, I'm eternally grateful. Though I've stopped seeing Titania's dreams, their will lives on in me. And I'll honor it by watching over Lemeg. Born of the souls of the children as we are, we pixies tend to get caught up in moments in our feelings. We need someone to watch out for us, to find when we lose ourselves. That's to say, we're not meant to be alone. And from now on, we'll see to it none of us is alone ever again. They have trans colors, can go both ways. Listen, Blackwind, I know I've already thanked you a dozen times, but I'll thank you again. You didn't only free my friends, you freed their will as well. And now everyone may revel in the precious garden of dreams as they had intended. Mortal and pixies alike. I also want to say, I'm absolutely green with envy. It's unfair that the king has you all to himself. I was a bit envious too. But that the king would share his Blackman with us. Yes, even a little piece of his Blackman would be nice. Fail immediately with the, oh good grief, what will everybody learn? This mortal is mine, do you hear me? Mine, mine. No, said God. Oh, second thought, it's more than plenty that you visit from time to time. Yes, please come and see me again. Me as well. I should get back to my tasks. Unlad, I could use some help. Do you want me to come see you and me? Aww. Take as much time as you like, Mr. Lightwood. We'll be waiting outside when you've had your fill. It kind of sucks that we get another, like, allied finale, for these quests here. That does suck. I don't know why, unless they just couldn't work out a way to time together. Or anything like that. But I will say, it took until fucking Shadowbringers to do it. But I'm glad that these society quests have really moved away from the idea of just, like, the good one of them is trying to fight against the bad one of them. Like, that kind of, but barely, works in ARR when, like, half of every fucking thing is tempered. But past that, it gets a little tedious to just be like, most of the societies are the good ones versus the bad ones. Like, the Moogles are kind of one of the few that aren't that. Because the Moogles are just like the Moogles and the Dragons trying to cooperate. But then you get the Shadowbringers, and there is, like, the closest ones you have to the evil one is the fucking dwarves, and it's very clear that the rivalry between the two dwarf cities is kind of a fucking joke. It's not real, and they get shit-faced and drunk with each other anyways as part of that quest line. Every time it's live blood, I'm like, there's something gonna do it. There's something gonna announce the Shadowbringers Society wrap-up. I do like stepping in the Dreaming Waters in Marwyn. I haven't found it highly enjoyable, so it's no small part due to the fine company. Thanks everyone in efforts were able to keep Lemeg the beautiful place that it is. For my part, I'm working on making dream spinning skills. Creating fun dreams will make Tierbeck happy. And that makes me happy. I must say, it saddens me that I can't be your branch. But whenever you're feeling weary, know that I'll always be ready with an invigorating dream for you. Tell me a similar one. Before you met us, did you ever imagine that mortals and pixies shared such a connection? How do you think people would react if they learned that we're spinning their fun-filled dreams? And devouring their nightmares? Well, then if people still have nightmares, then they would know who's to blame. There's only so much more porgs he can do, you know. I say, perhaps I shall ask my master to make more of me. Well, I shouldn't keep you any longer. Brief though it was, it's surely been a joy adventuring with you, Assimilatin. Whenever you can spare the time, I hope that you'll visit us. After all, we can never have enough help making dreams fun and beautiful. Hey. Hey. Dreams turn a reputation up. Bloodsworn! So they just stay as Bloodsworn forever, they don't even say allied? They don't even say... Wow, really? Yeah, they're not even turning it into allied the way that all the others do. It just... I figured they would have at least named it allied. But no, we're just Bloodsworn forever. That's weird. It is literally a joke rivalry, like to make fun of how the others look. We're the good blue ones, we are the evil, those are the evil red ones, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a joke rivalry of just like, oh, we're good, they're bad. Like, for some of the earlier societies, it works. Like, I would say it works for the Varth because of the specific, unique way the Varth work. Because the whole thing of the Varth is the idea of the, like, the hive mind and the one minds and stuff like that. I think for the Varth it works because the whole story of the Varth is built around them being separated from it and trying to find a new identity now that they're not a part of it. So for the Varth it works because it's a core, integral part of, like, what they're trying to do. MSQ adrenaline's fully died down. I'm going to bed now. Good night, Crafts. See you tomorrow. You'll need your sleep. You'll need your sleep for tomorrow. Especially if everyone's going to join me in gameplay for the whole time. So you can help me grind. So like for the Varth, it works. I'd say for the Varth, it works. They do some stuff with, like the difference in terms of like the good ones and the bad ones in ARR. Some of them are very boring, like the Sylphs, honestly. Some of them are kind of fine because like for the Kobolds, it's less like good ones and evil ones. When we're in what time, Crafts? And it's more so just like a hierarchical thing. It's like how do the ones on the bottom of the rung deal with the ones above them? So it's less good and evil ones and more so just like power, like hierarchy ones. But yeah, it is way too many of them. Even for the ones where it does kind of work for what the story's going for, it's way too many of them. So now you get to Shadowbringers and the Dwarfs ones is just like, ha ha ha, there's an evil one. Society quest about societies. We live in a society. Are we able to buy anything new because of this? Can we buy anything new because of this? Framer kit. This is how we get the framer kit. Okay. So that's why it doesn't tell you can buy new stuff, because this new stuff wasn't added until fucking Endwalker / possibly, I think for these ones, actually Dawntrail. Wow. So you do that many more dailies to get like a couple more bits of dialogue and you can't even like buy a new reward from it back when it came out. It's kind of penis, but I know I don't have long left. I'm gonna get a drink. Throat hurty. I'm not gonna go to the bathroom or anything, but I'm gonna get a drink. Yeah, I got more alcohol! You thought I was gonna be healthy and get water. Fuck you! I got booze. I got booze instead. Yeah. Sit back in place, move back into the middle of the frame, and go. I have no idea how loud that would have come on camera. That was right next to the microphone. The can was fucking touching it. That may have been really loud. It's so bizarre. It tastes good when it goes in. It tastes good as I swallow. And then there's like 2 seconds of a bad aftertaste and then it disappears. It's really fucking weird. It's so confusing. Because the thing is, once the bad aftertaste wears off, there's a good... It's not that the aftertaste entirely just disappears. The bad aftertaste wears off, and then it leaves a good aftertaste. It's so bizarre. One night and one more time. Thanks for the memories, even though they were badass as fucking shit with their lasers. Ronnet looks primed to fire a particularly cheery dwarven greeting in your general direction. Just it was open to see. Oh god, we got fucking the near one as well. Kill me and stab me with a fork. We got the near fucking thing to do. We're doing that after Valentine's. Lalio to you, is some Blackwin. Raleigh who? Lally ho! Haha, fine lally ho if ever I heard one. Since last time we spoke, we've been busier than ever. Our first paying customers, Iriolva and Kobleva, are already starting using rolling tankers to ferry their goods about. So far, we've been no reports of any horrendous accidents or anything, which is we're aiming for the same high level of quality for the rest of the tanks, and thanks to our new friends, so it's been getting around fast. Orders have been flying in thick and fast. It's going to be better than I dared dream. Soon every man, woman, child, and those who don't give a fuck in Northront will have their own tank, and everything will be good from that point forward. This calls for a celebration. Alcohol, let's go, yeah. I remember way back when we had to teach him how to lolly-ho. Yeah, character growth. Of course, I wouldn't be the same without all the others, so I'll go round them up. In the meantime, why don't you go over to Clearmount and wait for a Lorathia? Alright. To Lorathia. Oh, sorry, Chocobo's here. I'm not bothered to equip my fucking Amara to this one. I am not bothered. My throat is gonna be dead by tomorrow. Like, my throat feels really bad right now, and then I have the entirety of tomorrow. That's right, tomorrow should be significantly more combat. I may not be talking as much because I won't be reading out dialogue as frequently. I hope. Though that being said, I spoke a lot in the dungeon earlier today and didn't stop yammering. It's because I never stop yammering. I am a yapper. Oh, I see you're the opposite of what they call fashionably late. Since you're here, you can help me get everything ready. Do I look like a culinarian? Don't point out that I'm literally wearing the same clothes as when I wear culinarian, just I don't have a fry pan shirt on. Heh, I'm surprised you resisted temptation digging in before we got here. Yo, the food. And the highest quality thing on the table, the tanker, because it's an actual furniture item. I bet you ain't never seen a feast like this. We got the best grub Northront has to offer. Yulis and St. Luke even brought a keg of their famous ale over from right. Yo, they are growing that now. They actually are able to get some out. Yo. But they carry something so heavy all this way, I hear you cry. Yummy plastic turkey. The Rolling Tankard. Yeah, that's right. Why, tank, of course! Those things might be armed to the teeth with some of the world's most advanced weaponry, but it's what they carry that makes the real difference. People across the land can get what they need when they need it. Not to mention a few of life's luxuries, too. So, like, when they bring stuff by tank, is there like a storage compartment in the tank they keep them? Or do the tanks literally carry it in their tiny little frog arms that they have at the front? Because if it's just in the frog arms, 1, the laser, 2, things hitting it, 3, what if you drop it? I know it's a tank, but still. Seems all of our hard work has finally paid off. To think that right is at long last able to produce its own ale again. Thanks to you and Ronno, we've had the best barley crops in years. Even our very first batch had the approval of our village's most demanding beer aficionados. And due to the much improved quality of the soil, we've begun growing our own fruits, the juice of which were brought for the younger ones and teetotalers to enjoy. Hey, you can use some of that fruit to also make the booze better. Or different, at least. Flavored. Storage space would only if you're a Lalafell. Alright, everyone, time for a toast. So raise a tankard of ale or a tankard of juice if you're a mewling whelp like Ronnet. Watch it, also go, you'll be wearing that drink of yours. Ahem. For the continued success of What's Anvil and all our friends. It's not ale. Cheers! Hey! Having alcohol for that worked out really well. By the way, don't scold this shit. It has got a lot of stuff in there. Years of struggle and adversity seem dismembering to the Avens of the First as they strive for a better tomorrow. In particular, the Doors of Galusha will have a vital role to play in days to come. With ingenuity and diligence paving the way to unlimited possibilities. Everyone else is drinking and like partying and being merry. Minafist has continued drinking. She's a fucking alcoholic. And even after the dishes were cleared away, the celebrations continued. Oh, Minafist and her drink. She's gotten past the trauma of worried that alcohol is poisoned. Another thing that has changed post 5.0. Because beginning of 5.0, fuck no, you still deny Brennan Shard a bit of his drink. So post 5.0 Minafist, willing to accept drinks from other people. Show them, Ish. You don't seem drunk in the slightest. I fucking told you all. Motherfuckers here keep trying to tell me that there's no way that Minafist would be able to outdrink a dwarf. There's no way that a 220-meter soul, like, absolutely shredded pirate, fake pirate, shut up, could outdrink a dwarf. I was just like to say, to say. Oi, Kara, at least finish your sentence before you fall asleep. Minafist kept drinking, and she's less drunk than the others. I told you all it's canon that Minafist can outdrink a dwarf. I fucking told you. You're real pretty fast out. I think what he means is we all owe you a heartfelt thanks, especially on it. I've always showed up you wanted to say brew to a goose, but now he's turned into a great leader. Must be from following your example. The fake hiccups really fucking hurt, I want you to know. They're very painful, but I'm doing it for the bit. Oh god, there's so many. I know you got other people out there who need help, so it'd be selfish to expect you to stay, but we're grateful for the time you've spent with us. It means a lot, it really does. And if you remember Pasha 3, be sure to pass your vision. Anyways, we best be heading back to the Anvil. Safe travels. Fucking god, fucking piss, fuck ass, fuck shits. Oh, make sure you say goodbye to Yulish and Shailuka before you leave. They remain to speak with you. I fucking told you Minafist could outdrink a dwarf. I fucking told ya! And I was right. And I was right. Why they were bringing worms over from Armor Rainfrost to eat? I thought they were corn balmy. But I haven't tasted them, I can see the appeal. Who do you think she has called me a meal and well? I don't even know what that means, but I assume it's an insult. This how from right really hits the spot. Hard to see. I'm sorry, Comra. I'm sorry, Comra. I'm sorry, Gogs. Every single time I see a dwarf from there now, I'm reminded of the fucking Near Alliance raid, and I get mad again. I must say, this is quite the gathering. Yeah, remember how this entire thing with the dwarves actually started with these two? How they were the actual instigators of the whole thing? Oh, there you are. You also know I'm just talking about you. We're wondering if the ale was to your liking, and then it occurred to me that you may not even drink in the first place. Look at me. Do you, partake in the odd tipple? No, I never touch this stuff. I've been into my whistle on occasion. You can't buy alive, but you can buy alcohol, which is better. Fucking cheers to that, Minafist. Fuck yeah. Does your wall canonically drink? My wall is canonically borderline alcoholic. The only reason she isn't is because of how well she can handle it, so therefore it's not actually impacting her negatively. Words to live by. Perhaps we can use that as our slogan? Can I say so, Luke? How wonderful it is to see you in such high spirits. You're like a changed man. A change we have to thank you for, is a moment. Considering all you've done for us in our village, I cannot imagine how we'll ever repay you. So if there is all you need, just say the word. More grog, honestly. I will say, I almost had some lager for this. I think it's lager. I get my beers confused very easily because I don't drink that much beer. I always thought for so long that I hated beer, and then it turns out I just hate shitty Australian beer. And I've tried so many beers from other places that aren't Australia, and it turns out, oh, I actually do like beer. I just hate the shit piss water that we have here. But I will say, I almost had, instead of these, I almost had, Sapporos. In the same place that I was looking at these, they also had Sapporos. They had Sapporo Blacks, and I was almost gonna buy them, but then these were half price. But I was looking there, I'm just like, oh, Sapporos. Because it was like a pack of Sapporos. Most places I see only sell Sapporos by the can, so they end up quite expensive. They're massive fuck-off cans. But they usually only sell them by the can. But they were selling like, I think it was like a 3-pack. Which, to be fair, is a fucking still a shitload. Sapporo cans like 700 mils or some shit. It's ridiculous. But the 196s were on special, and then I bought them. And honestly, drinking this and the weird aftertaste that it has every couple of every sip, kind of wish I bought the Sapporos, but it's fine. By the way, speaking of the 196, if you pay attention to the Yakuza playthrough, there will be a thing on here that you'll recognize. Suntory! Hey! These are also a Suntory brands. From what I remember, from what I've seen, I'm going to assume that Suntory do a shitload of different alcohols. Because Suntory obviously have the whiskey and Yakuza. But, from my understanding, Suntory is also one of the massive brands in Japan. Like, from memory, the two big brands of alcohol that, like, own a bunch of things is Suntory and Asahi. Unless one owns the other. Like, overall, I don't actually know. My sentiments exactly. I don't think what would become of us without your intervention. Yes, so we owe a debt of gratitude to Master Ronitz as well. Thanks to him and his automaton, my father's dreams have at long last come true. If we take a leaf out of Ronit's book by combining ingenuity with hard work, there is nothing we cannot achieve. Yeah. Maybe next time you come to Riot, we'll have something new to show you. Our doors are always open, so don't be a stranger. I was about to ask, but if you've spoken with Ozog, it seems there's something she would like to discuss with you. This one's longer than the others, because we've got so many characters to speak to. If only our dearly departed were here with us now. So I think they're watching over us even at this very moment. We'll be taking it one step at a time. If we continue our efforts, right, we'll go from strength to strength. Ozog! So many cutscenes. Again, the fairy questline had like, the pixie questline had like 3 characters. This one has a lot more. Why the fuck did I save the Katara till last? Why did I not save this till last? I mean, you feel some flower. I'm sure she has room for some more. Have you tried these wriggles from Amarang? If you can pluck up the curries, they're quite delicious. I've eaten like the fire meat from Amarang. I'm fine. Yeah, I can't get enough of them. Oh, I was thinking about it. It's making me queasy. Come on, live a little. It's like I always say, youth is wasted on the young. Yes, even more of a waste if a good energy like me chokes on death and some godforsaken worm. Gotta look after myself on one of these plans if that's to come to fruition. Anyway, Larethiel, I bet your best years are still ahead of you. In fact, why don't you come and help us out at What's Anvil? It's gotta be better than drinking tea and soaking in the hot springs all day. When you get to my age, you'll learn to appreciate things like that. You mark my words. Still, it wouldn't do to let my skills get rusty. I suppose I could pop over and do a spot of welding from time to time. Man, how much this dynamic has shifted from when we started. Actually, there's something I wanted to say to you. Most of my life, I've been living according to others' expectations, without thinking about what I want. But thanks to you, I've made up my mind. Like you, I'm gonna pursue my own goals, my own dreams. That's why I've decided to carry on here, where I can express myself and be who I want to be. Rather than wasting my life being bound by traditions and rules, I want to be free to go where as I please and do as I please. But do you want to go back to your village? All the Foals here have permission to travel between Tomra and the Ample whenever they want. What about you? Well, thank God you weren't there because they recently got attacked by a shitload of incredibly fucking hot androids. Wow, it's not so I've been banished. Not yet, anyway. Now I will be. I can hardly go back to Conra now, can I? From this day forth, I am no longer a Gog. I shall only live as Ozog, descendant of Watts himself. I answer to no one. but you gotta take off your helmet like that. It's indecent. You just hear a subtle ding from Run It for reasons. Somehow avoid being banished. Let me fix that. I think he's just getting flustered by the sight of a pretty girl. How can he expect to beat me in a battle of wits if he turns into a babbling buffoon every time I take off my helmet off? What's hammer's as good as mine? That reminds me, I should get started on my next creation and prove my superiority once and for all. Time to head back to the anvil. Looks like I might be joining you sooner rather than later. You young'uns have brought me some much needed excitement, and I can't wait to see what you'll come up with next. I know the player base does it. And honestly they do it to an extent that it really annoys me. But I'm very glad that 14 does take the perspective that Lalafels are just adults like others. And like, people like Elizons admitting that there's like beauty in Lalafels isn't weird. And that, like, they've shown that, like, Lalas date non-Lalas, and that, like, non-Lalas find Lalas attractive, and it's, like, not weird. Because I'll be, like, if you have a preference not for Lalas because of their appearance, like, I can kind of, sort of, maybe kind of get that, and anything like that. But I feel like the jokes about Lalas being babies is taken way too literally by some fans who are just, like, if there is any form of sexualization of Lalas, or even saying that any Lala character is cute, then you're a sick fuck. And I'm just like, you know, people who, you know, there are adults in our world who are like a good amount shorter than the average person, right? Like, you know that exists. And that if you find someone who is like much shorter than average, I want to use a term, but I don't actually know, I constantly forget. There's like several terms for it, and one of them I know is the wrong one, and then the other ones I forget which one is like the correct one that like people usually prefer, so I don't want to say it, because I forget which one's the most appropriate one. But you know what I mean. But like, people who are shorter in real life constantly run into issues of not being taken seriously for their age, of being infantilized because of their height, of being assumed that they're like incapable of sexual thoughts or desires or activity. So like, and doing those things to them is fucked up because they're just fucking adults like anyone else. So it really, but like, again, if you have a preference to not say it, because I do understand that Lalas have a much more childlike face than people in real life who have, or are, whichever word I don't want to use. Hear them say different things to call them. That's kind of, I think, where I get confused, because I hear different people say different things, and one of them I know is like wrong. The one that begins with M, I know, I'm pretty confident that one's the wrong one. But when it comes to D or L or anything like that, I'm not sure which one people prefer, so I don't want to say either of them, but you know what I mean. But like, I understand that like a preference, like if you preference and you don't want to see anything like that with Lalas in this, I can understand it because they still have a very childlike face in this game. Well, not entirely. they have a more childlike face than what people who are shorter in real life do. I understand that. But when people turn around and are just like, you're a sick bastard if you sexualize any Lalas. If you think that any Lala character is pretty, you're a fucking freak. I'm just like, you know this isn't just a fantasy concept, right? Yeah, that's what I usually hear little person and dwarf, and then I'm just like, I don't, like, because I hear some people say, use this one, the other one's insulting, and I hear some people say, use the other one, this one's insulting. I can understand that liking or caring for Lalas are fine, but there's definitely people who go so far into babying stuff, it feels weird. And that's what I mean, like, oh, because they're shorter, it's wrong to have any form of sexualization of them because they're shorter is infantilizing. And the thing is, it's not just a fantasy infantilizing of just, oh, it's a fantasy race and I'm infantilizing them and stuff like that. And again, it's just a case of like, that happens to people in real life. And so I do not support it, doing it against people in a fantasy game. Again, little people, dwarves, whichever's the correct term, whichever term you prefer. People who are that in real life constantly run into issues of not being taken seriously or being infantilized or being assumed that they can't be sexual because of it. And it's fucked up to do that, and I find it equally fucked up to do it in this game. And so I disagree, and I'm glad that the writing of the game doesn't do that. I'm glad that the writing of the game treats them like they are any other fucking person in the world, and that they are capable of sex, they are capable of being desired, they are capable of being adults, they are capable of being old people who are treated the same way other old people are. That it is totally fine for people of the other races to find them attractive, and that's not a taboo or weird or considered anything like that. I'm glad the game does that, because I see people do it and it really bothers me. Yeah, some people baby Lalas way too much. Like, the jokes is just like, people make jokes about like all of the races, like cat people and cat-like behaviors, or Alras being lizards and everything like that. Like, those are just like community memes, and I think to some extent the community memes are just funny memes in terms of anything like that, because most of it comes from the people who play those races. But some people take it too far. And then there's people who go so far into hatred for some fucking reason too. Yeah, some people... I've seen some people say that it's just like, they need to remove Lalas from the game because it breaks my immersion. And I'm just like... Again, I have to point out, this is not a unique phenomenon to 14. The idea that seeing a Lalafell breaks your immersion really implies some fucked up, horrible things that you think about little people in the real world. Like, it's one of those things where it's just like, the way that you treat it in-game absolutely is reflective of a real-world thing, because the comparison is too close to ignore. So that makes a difference in the usual crowd we have here in Clearmelt. It's not just fun jokes and memes, like, oh, field trip time, whenever Lalafell party, whatever, but some stuff just goes too far. And I imagine you, as a Lalafell player, see it a lot more than I do. Yeah, as a Lala player yourself, Deku, I imagine you see it a hell of a lot more than I do. Like, I imagine it's not to this... I imagine I don't get it to the same extent, but, like, it does bother me when there are other players who reduce Femras to literally nothing but Dommy Mommy. Like, it does bother me when that's the only thing that some people will say. Like, there's a Femra, oh, peg me. Like, oh my god, Mommy. Like, oh my god. Oh my god. Like, it... When it's the... Again, the jokes I get. But when it's the only thing you do, or you take it way too far to, like, be hypersexual towards a Femro because of the fact that they're a Femro, and you have this preconceived notion about them, it's kind of weird. Again, Minifest is the bottom when it comes to your show around. But personality-wise, that's just, like, makes sense. Oh, other races have people that hate them too. Other races don't have mods to remove them from the game. That is true. I'm pretty sure the only mods that I've seen that people say to remove from the game is Lalas. And those people are fucked up. Again, it's not even just... It's not just a fantasy thing. Because there are little people in real life. It's fucked up and weird. That Ozog. And she got no shame? This is because she don't want to go back to combat. There's no need to expose herself like that. I know you ain't Valor a Gog, so I don't expect you to understand. But you agree with that, sure? The worst thing that's happened. I'm friends with Geod. Like, you're not gonna get me to agree. Geod still hangs around at the Wandering Stairs without the helmet on. You should take off your helmet too. You might find it liberating. What? No, absolutely not, never. I'd rather lose my whole damn head than remove my helmet. It's a Lozok's fault. She needs a bloody good talking to. But that can wait. Bugger it, I can't remember what I was gonna say now. Something about thanking you or whatever it was. Well, I was supposed to express my gratitude for sticking with me through thick and thin. Even when it looked like this whole plan was gonna blow up in my face. I know sometimes I can be a bit jealous of you having so many talents compared to me being the savior of the bleeding world and all that. But I know you ain't doing it to steal my thunder. You're just trying to be a good friend. And you are. The very best. Oh, thanks, Renan. I like Renan. You passed over to him, Geod. And Lummy, too. Bloody hell, I was getting someone else up born like a newborn! Anyways, the struggle to get those tanks might be over, but me, Ozog and the others will carry on here. So if you feel like showing off those skills of yours, you know where to come. In the meantime, best luck with saving the world or whatever you'll be doing. Hey. Yo. Oh, there's a tank driving up the top. I've never actually noticed that. Yo. There's a tank driving up the top. I gotta fly up there. Ow, I bit my tongue like that. Ow. I spoke that and I bit my fucking tongue. It really is like they just forgot to put in the Allied quest. Or more likely, COVID happened and they didn't have time to put it in. Don't worry about me, mate. We'll be holding down the fort. You're keeping an eye on this lot. So if you fancy jumping in with a bit of the work, I ain't gonna say no. Again, the fact that they're not called Allied now, it kind of implies that they were planning on doing an Allied, and they didn't. And again, based on the timing, I'm going to assume it's not a lack of choosing not to. I'm going to assume it's COVID. So I'm not gonna begrudge them for it. Sucks, but again, COVID. Hey, what sketches? This is a new one, I think. That's a new one, I believe. Drawn many, many moons ago by the famous Watts, these illustrations fit the concept of a form of wheel transportation. Unfortunately, details in the inner workings have been largely omitted, but even in this undeveloped state, the design showed promise. But, oh, there is a new one for this. There's an emote. An illustrated manual of various steps that comprise the Lolly Hop, a dance that, like most every dwarven custom, is tremendously rousing. So this feels like something that would have been included with the Allied quest. The Allied quest usually gives you an emote. This feels like it would have been that. I would definitely be surprised that they decided an Allied quest wasn't important enough. Yeah. Again, COVID. Shadowbringers came out 2019, so not during base, but at some point during the patches, COVID would have right on the table. And Dwarven Primus Gift. There we go. So yeah, even the fact that there's a dance here, kind of implies that there was going to be some elements of Allied Quest here, because the Allied Quest in Heavenswood and Stormblood both gave you a unique emote. You get the moon, you get like the Moonfall dance or whatever it is, and then you get Gratuity in the next one. Is it Gratuity that you get from Stormblood? Or, pardon me, Stormblood one? It's Gratuity, right? Because, like, Kagahama or whatever his name is, like, is doing that to distract people on the street, and then you copy him. Yeah. So big emotes are, like, I think that's the reward for the Allied quest, is a big emote. So this feels like it very easily could have been that. That one I'll pop now. I should remember that one. But, I'm still not going to pop these, or this, on stream, because, again, I got to put it in FF14 Collect. Alright, chat, here we go. Confirm! I got that emote at some point. Do I have any other new ones? Probably do that I haven't shown off on stream, but Lollihop! Yo! Yeah! Look at us go. Yeah! Break it fucking down, Minor Fist! Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yo! Hell yeah. See, this is a reward. This is a reward for completing the last step of this. Again, we did the pixies didn't have anything. Until Dawn Trail. For the frame of kit. Or again, that may have been Endwalker. I'm not actually sure. I can't remember when Society Framer Kits were actually introduced. Anyways, whee! Birds! Fly me up to— Yo, tanks! Look at them! I didn't realize when these got added, but yo, there's tanks up here. Yo, look at them go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Actually, you know, speaking of that, that's another thing. You know how I'm talking about how just like the way that people talk about llamas in this game? If you're gonna be fucked up and fucking weird about llamas in this game, then what do you think about little people in the real world? And don't you dare try to say, well, that's different, because fuck you. Like, if you think that about llamas in this game, some of that is definitely deep-seated and still a part of you, if you think about little people in the real world. It absolutely is, and I refuse to believe otherwise. It's another thing that, I'll be honest, I get that it's difficult, and I get that it's hard, like, it's like a force of habit, but I will be honest. If you are someone who doesn't even try to put in the effort to change what you call these quests from beast tribes, I will judge you for it. I will judge you, like, fucking it up and getting it wrong sometimes is fine. As a trans person with the name and shit, I get that. I get that fucking up is possible. I ain't demanding perfection from anyone, I'm asking for effort. If you put in 0 effort at all to ever change from calling them beast quests or tribe quests, I will judge you for it. The name changed for a reason. The name changed because in universe, in the world of Final Fantasy XIV, the term beastman is a racist term. It's weird that ARR called them that in the first place. It's weird that it took until Endwalker to change it. It's weird that when they changed it in Endwalker, they didn't change it to something better. It is weird. This is partially the developer's fault. This is partially the developer's fault. It's actually a lot the developer's fault. That they had a in-universe racist term for referring to non-here-looking races of Eorzea. That was in-universe a racist term to call them, to deride them as being lesser or separate to other races when they aren't. Look at the first and how that's treated and everything like that. It is weird that then the developers decided to use that term for the quests. It is weird, and it's weird that it took them a long time. It's partially the developer's fault. But also, like, again, it's one of those things that reflects on the real world. I'll only use Beast Drive for like certain story stuff, but I'll just use the side quest for most other things, yeah. But again, it's one of those things where like Beast Drive comes up because it's part of the story and how some people refer to other things. And again, in universe, it's a racist term. And stuff like that. But it's like, again, it's one of those things where I think it is indicative of reality. If you're, again, fucking up and getting it wrong, or calling the old thing, it's like, fine, whatever. I don't care if you fuck up. But if you put in 0 effort to change it from Beast Tribe, again, it's one of those things where I'm just like, what in your day-to-day life are you unwilling to put in the effort in terms of how you refer to something? Are you unwilling to, like, bother trying to learn a trans person's new name and call them by that? Are you unwilling to learn that some words that you know are actually racist terms and you're not going to use it? Like, think of the Inuit people and how the Inuit people, for a lot of people, are known by a word that begins with E that I'm not going to repeat, that people don't realize is a racist term. Learn that it's a racist term. Are you going to continue using it? You didn't realize it was racist. You learned that it is. Are you going to continue using it? And again, this is one of those things where it's just like, I understand it's not the exact same, but there is a certain level of indicativeness of if you're not willing to do it for a video game for a fantasy setting, are you necessarily going to be more willing to do it for a real world thing? Because it should be one of those things, if you're willing to try and put in the effort for it in the real world, it should come naturally to the video game world. Because of how well realized this world is. Like, it doesn't necessarily, like, if you keep using Beast Tribe, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're racist. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to do that, like, for racist terms in person. But I can confirm this. I've definitely seen people who refuse to ever not refer to it as a beast tribe here who are racist. I've definitely seen that. I've definitely seen people where it is absolutely indicative. And without any other things, it's gonna be like, I'm gonna wonder, I'm gonna look, and I'm gonna raise the eyebrow. Again, I see some people try to play off stuff like that, just being like, it's the video game. Why does it matter? And again, it's a case of just like, it's not that it's a video game, so therefore, I mean, one, I would say it doesn't matter that it's a video game. It does matter. Like, like, video games are stories, video games are art. Art matters. Art matters. Art shapes the world that we live in. How you interact with art shapes how you interact with the world. I think it does matter. I think it does matter. Not in terms of, like, how it will overall affect people or anything like that. Lie is art. But it's also just like, if you're willing to do it in the real world, it should naturally happen in the fantasy world. And if you're not willing to do it in the fantasy world, then why would I trust you to do it in the real world? It's kind of one of those things. Like, it doesn't matter which one comes first or which is your justification. Like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna, I don't want to, it's a video game, I don't want to put in the effort there. I'd rather save that effort for the real world. To which my response is, if you're willing to put in that effort, real big air quotes there, effort, to do it in the real world, it should naturally come over to here. And if you say, oh, I don't want to do it here, cause, like, it's, again, it's one of those things where it's just like, it's not guaranteed, but I can raise an eyebrow about it. It's like people who get really into Ishgard roleplay, but like pre-Heavensward Ishgard. We are a Ishgard roleplay server. We are an Ishgard roleplay FC, and we are a law-compliant Ishgard FC, and we want to focus on what the history and like lore and traditions of Ishgard are. It's just like, how long until you use a slur? Okay, what type of Garlean character are you? Yes, that's another one. That's another one. Okay. Now, when you say your character's a Garlean, what are you doing with that story? What's your character doing with the story that they're a Garlean? Again, none of it confirms, none of it sets in stone, none of it means definitively this. But the way people interact with art and the way that people respond to art does overall shape how they are in the real world. That's what art does. That's how humans function on a brain level. So if you're unwilling to change it for this, or you're willing to engage with this shit in the game, it can shape that, and I will judge it. Popular Ishgard girl, they got popping on Twitter for a while ago that was wild with that stuff. That's what I saw. No, I'm directly referencing that. Yeah, I'm directly referencing that. I'm not like, that's not me making up a thing. In case you're not aware, that was an actual thing. My brain want to say it was like Saint Valerian's form or something like that. I think that was the name of it. But yeah, there was an FC server, and that was their thing. They were law compliant Ishgard and FC. They were focused on RP that was law compliant Ishgard, and their entire thing for law compliant Ishgard was focusing on Ishgard before all the stuff in game tried to fix up all the fucked up parts of Ishgard, like caste systems, the racism and everything like that. That was their idea of law compliant. Glory be to the Scree! Thank you, Scree. Chakol Kotil is pondering the history of Roncaroni's people. Fuck this questline, by the way. Have I mentioned fuck this questline? I am so goddamn fucking mad that the gloriousness, the majesty, the holiness that is the Great Serpent of Roncar. I am so fucking mad that that is tied to this fucking questline, because wow, do I hate this fucking questline. People want to say that Shadowbringers is perfect, and then I'm just like, fuck you, Qatari Quest, fuck you, Near Alliance, fuck you, Run Sheet. Who's in Blackwind? On behalf of the stewards, I thank you for your tireless efforts. You have our sincere gratitude. Indeed, we Qatari must bear the responsibility for having spread the pox to these parts of the forest. Which you tried to write off as an allergy for whatever fucking reason. I think Yako, I think I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs. I think I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs. I think it's a combination of that and the bright light on my face. I think I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs. Finally, we have brought this painful chapter of our history to a close. We could not have done so without your invaluable aid. It's some of our allergies, and not the dank pond water from the millennia. Hiccups. At first, I fear we might damage our relations with the Knights Blessed and the Beast beyond repair. So we managed to overcome the plague together. In doing so, the time-tested bonds between our peoples are stronger than ever before. That's all you need! Go through a plague together. Once you and your fellow people suffer a pandemic together, you'll be closer knit than ever before and absolutely not, like, fast-tracking fascism. You're correct, video game. This questline is so good, and so world-weary, and so respectful with how it treats its topics. This shit would have been written around the fucking time. For fuck's sakes. Hopeful, maybe, but like, after the rest of the questline, I'm still just like, fuck you. Again, I hope, like, I know it's hypocritical considering I was saying about you before. It's not about a realistic depiction, it's about a hopeful depiction to line up with Shadowbringer's themes. I agree, but I hate the rest of the questline, so therefore, fuck you, I'm gonna hate it. I consider it a problem, and I'm not willing to give it an excuse this time, so therefore it's a problem. I'm a contrarian bitch, and I'm allowed to go against my own thoughts. You've watched like 800 hours of this LP, you know how this goes. I travel to Slitherbound and Fana all the time to share tidings from the forest with my newfound friends. And with the guidance of the Great Serpent, we have reclaimed long-lost knowledge, not just of our own kind, but of Great Vronka itself. In studying the restored Stella, I had the occasion to reflect and ruminate on the history of the Empire. It truly was a great civilization, controlling and exerting influence over all of ancient Northlands. What about the imperialism? The Ronkans ruled the land with an iron fist, great empire, and thought little of subjugating other peoples through force. And yet by uniting myriad races under their banner, the Empire did much to ensure peace and prosperity for its citizens. Bro, what the fuck? I'm going to... Maybe Shadowbringers is bad, actually. Maybe Shadowbringers is bad, actually. I know this is because of the dialogue options that we chose. But what the fuck? It's almost like they shouldn't have made this fucking questline deciding the history of a place about personal choice. And they should have stuck with an idea and stuck with a theme and tried to actually execute that, as opposed to whatever the fuck this is. Yet as Ronka continued to grow, there emerged more and more of those who grew dissatisfied with life under the rule of the throne. No doubt that was eventually what brought about its downfall. After all, even the greatest power will not last forever, just as even the mightiest tree will one day fall. Compared to the long and storied history of Ronka, my own 3 years seem as insignificant as the drop of water in the great and gushing river. I understand the sentiment, my boy, but it is not so. While the lifespan of any one Qatari may be short, we must never underestimate the value of our shared knowledge and wisdom, accumulated through our many experiences and recorded for the sake of posterity. Damn! This is like a really sweet idea. The fact that the life of the individual, like, it isn't like the individual that like defines the culture or like defines the worth of like an entire group of people. It's the efforts of all those people coming together. And so each individual can come together and create something grander and greater than themselves by like collecting everything together. Damn, that's like a really impactful and emotional beat that like for this story. I wish the rest of the fucking questline was that. Just as our forefathers did their part to shape the course of Ronkan history, so too will the discoveries you have made serve to forge the future of our people. And the Great Wood itself. But we must not forget that our friends and allies, without those who aid, we may not have survived to see this day. I trust you to convey our gratitude to them on my behalf, Draco. But of course, Father, consider our gratitude conveyed. Yo, he got one right. Oh, ever learning, I see. There's some light one. Might I trust you to escort my son to Fano? I'll be able to give myself, if anything unfortunate happened to him on this day of triumph. Come on, some light one. Master Lenny will be overjoyed to see us, I'm sure. Alright, in the bag you go. Go, get in the bag. The bag is used to carry many a Qatari and many a Murgle. And also many a Scree. Someone got some Master Lenny, would you kindly? Really hate this fucking questline. I really do. Like, the thing is, I can't even say that, oh, maybe I would like it more if we chose the boys' path. Because, one, the boy is way too naive. The boys' path is way too naive. There's, like... I think this is my issue. I think this is, like... I mean, other than the implications of, like, colonialism, good. Other than the implications of deciding history as opposed to actually learning it, you just decide what you want it to be and anything like that. Outside of those issues, I think the biggest reason why this questline falls apart and why it ends up falling into colonialism good, why it ends up falling into deciding history as opposed to learning it, is that because it divides it into two paths, it prevents the questline from having any level of nuance in terms of how it addresses the history. You either need to look at history as nothing but an onslaught of the most horrific tragedies, like that this Raktika Greatwood has ever experienced, of just cultures killing other cultures non-stop or subjugating them or anything like that, or it is about how this great, grand, powerful empire was totally chill and happy and never did anything wrong and invited people in and everything was happy and everyone joined hands and sang fucking songs around a campfire with about peace and prosperity and love and shit. Like, this questline can't take a nuanced look at the Ronkan Empire. You either need to view it as fucked up or as, like, unreasonably peaceful. And even mixing and matching between it doesn't fix that. Even because mixing and matching between it just makes the Empire of Ronka sound indecisive. Oh yeah, the Empire, like, the Empire ruled and, like, wanted to kill off all of the Qatari, but then they would chill with the Namazu, and it was fine. Like, it's just... The questline really needs to focus on a specific thing. Like, they could have had a thing of the questline of just being, like, the Ronkan... They could have done a similar thing to what they ended up doing with the Crystal Tower and the Alagons back in AR, honestly, which they ended up carrying forward into this, where it's just like, okay, the actual Empire was fucked. The Empire did a lot of fucked up things and everything like that. But within the Empire, there was a lot of people who genuinely strove to make the world a better place. And we can carry on the legacy of those people by carrying on the beacons of hope that they left for us. Like, the Ronkan Empire, the people who were, like, ruling the Empire tried to, like, rule over the Great Wood and Northrond and beyond with an iron fist and tried to subjugate all of those people. And that was bad, and that's why they got overthrown. But within the Ronkan Empire, there were the people who genuinely cared about studying knowledge, who tried to increase our understanding of the worlds. There were the people there who genuinely tried to forge bonds with the other people who lived around us, who tried to understand the V's, who tried to understand the Qatari, who tried to grow from that. Like, they could have had a questline that took a nuanced approach to Ronka, of just being like, the Empire itself did some fucked up shit, but there was people within the Empire who tried to do good, and that's what we can carry forward. To carry forward the positives while trying to make sure we're aware of the negatives and anything like that. It could have taken that approach. If you want to go for this route of the Ronkan Empire did some fucked up shit, the Ronkan Empire was also good in some ways, you can take a nuanced approach like that and have it work out. That it's just like, and it would tie in with, like, the themes of, like, the whole expansion, which we already do with everything. And even this questline does, but it butchers it, of look to those who walked before to lead those who walk after. Looking to those who walked before doesn't necessarily just mean following what they did. Sometimes, and this game even shows that, the unsunded people are a good example of that. We can look to those who walked before, to the unsunded, and we can understand the unsunded. We can remember them. We can remember that they once lived and everything like that, and we can honor them for that. But looking to them also means looking to their mistakes. Don't make the mistakes the unsunded people did. Don't try to aim for a life that is completely immune to anything negative. Do not try to live in a world that is ignoring any of the problems in it and trying to strive for a world to return to a point where you believed it idyllic. That was a bad thing that they did. Look to them and learn from that mistake. Look to Vobert. Look to the positives that Vobert had in terms of joining the Galgents and the I forget the name of the Auras, but they have in this. Look to how they joined these peoples together and did that, but also look to the magics that they used. Look to, which we literally had earlier today with Becklog. Look to the magics that they used in terms of how those magics in the wrong hands cause fucking problems. So make sure that shit doesn't happen by looking to them. But also look to them to learn how we can use those magics to help the future. You can take a nuanced approach where looking to those who walked before doesn't just mean replicating them. It means looking at the positives and the negatives that they did. Look to the ways that they succeeded, look to their failures, and learn from it. They could have done that with Ronka, and they just decided not to, and I don't know why. I feel like it'd be better if we just got rid of the choose the history, or make it so like there was a real history and both the kid and dad learned from it. Yeah, this whole questline falls the fuck apart because it's a choice. Because this is, you can have a story that is similar to this that actually works and doesn't say colonialism good, because we still need to say that the Ronkan Empire was a good, because we're following the steps of the Ronkan Empire, and learning from the Ronkan Empire has directly helped us. So we can't turn around and say that the Ronkan Empire wasn't good. But if we turn around and say that the Ronkan Empire did a colonialism, oh, they did a colonialism, but they did it in the fun way. Like, it just falls the fuck apart because of the whole having to choose one of the outcomes. Having to choose the outcomes just means that the storyline lacks any form of nuance, and it completely falls apart because of it, because of the topics it's addressing. And also just the fact that 14 is usually obsessed with nuance, so it's weird that this questline is explicitly designed to remove it. And I think the V's always scared my whiskers off when we first met. I must say I'm happy to call them friends today. The Victoria excavation was a success, and the sickness that plagued the forest has all but subsided. There are good tidings indeed. So why is that kind of help feel a bit sad? But I would not give to see the Stella with my own eyes. Sadly, at the moment, my duties keep me here. It almost feels like this questline was written by someone completely divorced from the rest of Shadowbringers. It really does. Like, it's completely and utterly dropping the ball, and it's dropping the ball in ways that go against what the rest of the expansion is, and it's so bizarre. It's real fucking weird. Pleased me to hear that all is well at the stable. We are honored to have done our small part to your service to our Qatari friends. Never did I think I would live to see this age-old alliance of Ronka rekindled. For us as well, Master Laniel, from ancient rituals to the remedies that eased our pains in trying times, there is so much wisdom that we learn from you. Even that. Even all of this, like, you learn wisdom from the past of, like, how to heal stuff. Let me see who wrote this. Yoko Taro! Oh, that hack fucking fraud is back. God damn it. I can't believe Yoko Taro is slowly turning into the villain of my channel. This is a path that I never expected my channel to take, that Yoko Taro would become the villain. Don't get me wrong, I've been calling Yoko Taro a hack since I played Automata. Like, calling Yoko Taro a hack is not a new thing because of Drakengard. I've been calling him a hack since Automata. It's just when I was calling Yoko Taro a hack when I was playing Automata, it was affectionate. And now it's not. So there is that. I mentioned on the Discord, it's reminded me, honestly, it's kind of making me want to add the entire Remedy franchise to the list. Because there's one YouTube video that I saw a thumbnail of ages ago, and I was reminded of it by calling Yoko Taro a hack. It's, I don't know if it's a review or a video essay. The title makes it a bit unclear. It might just be a review. I don't know. It's like an hour long though or something. It's like a super long video, so it might be an essay. About Alan Wake 2. And the title of the video is like literally Alan Wake 2, Sam Lake you hack, brackets affectionate. And seeing that, and also just seeing the way that Sam Lake acts when he's like in interviews and stuff like that, though that shit alone, and also just how positive a reception people have to Alan Wake 1 and 2, and the fact that I've known a couple of diehard Control fans, it kind of makes me want to add like the entire Remedy like history of like their main titles to the list and just play them all. Because to come away from a game that's like Sam Lake you hack affectionate is this type of shit that I'm just like, I came away from Nier Automata thinking Yoko Taro you hack affectionate. So it kind of makes me like go, oh, maybe I should play the Remedy games. You are wise beyond your years, my young friend, and there is much that you and your people have already taught us. Promise that you will continue to share with us your gleanings from history, though we might put them to our use ourselves in protecting and preserving our forest. It would be an honor! All's well that ends well, yes? And now I do believe the time has finally come, but I stop tarrying and take to the road. Alright, that was her whole thing. She was gonna leave after she did all this. Oh my god, the stream was 9 hours long. Are you going somewhere, my goddamn Fina? Well, the part of my journey that has been far too long in the making. And then on travel beyond the great woods reaches in search of these who live scattered across the land. Then they might join us here in Raktika to together preserve and pass down the wisdom of Ronka. I thought the whole thing for the V's was like when they came of age, they could decide to leave if they wanted to. Why are you dragging them back? Or am I thinking of specifically Vieira on the source? And for V's it's different. I could be doing that. For now, it's always been my home, and it'll not be easy for me to leave it behind. And yet I will leave with the knowledge that the forest is in good hands. Promise me that you'll not let Siuna get into too much trouble, yes? And there's you the one who needs looking after, sister. Perhaps I should accompany you? Ha! Rest assured I am more than capable of taking care of myself. Ah. Forgive me if I refrain from stepping in the midst of this sibling squabble. Go on safety, finder. And know that the azure blooms will always guide you home. Thank you, Master Lino. I will return. And with that, I'd best be off, before I find another reason to delay my journey any longer. Young Jakel, Isum Lightwind, promise me that you'll be well. So you know how this questline is fucking bullshit and it sucks and I hate it? None of this questline is specifically targeting Minor Fist with anything that directly relates to her traumas. What the fuck? I know. And you as well, so you know, no matter how far my journey may carry me, know that a part of me is always here with you. And I with you, sister. I tell you that this questline shit. Every other fucking questline in post Shadowbringers has been able to drive that fucking screwdriver in as far as possible, and this one's nothing. It's washing off. Saying goodbye is not easy, is it? By the time we return to the road again ourselves. So our respects to Valen and Quinn far after all. Oh my god, it's questline. Very well. I'll not keep you any longer. Do pass along our respects to the friends in Silverbow. I still don't want to think of that Quinn Ford at first, but he has proved a loyal friend. Actually, they're the ones who care about the screw. I actually like them. Should you ever have time to come visit Father and I? Nothing would make me happier than to be able to show you around the stopple. No, the headphones are running out of battery. I swapped them when I last went to the bathroom, thinking that they'd last for the rest of the stream. And then the stream went for another 3 hours. The Qatari, the Knights Blessed. The Empire may have fallen, but it would seem Ronka has as many allies today as ever. Truly blessed to have been alive to see this day. Won't be the same with the sister away, but she shall return someday. In the meantime, there is no time to sit around feeling lonely. We'll have to work hard and never to protect our forest from those who would cause it harm. I'm teleporting. Can't stop me. I'm running away forever. Bye. Oh, your stroller's not gonna be here. Boo. Actually, Runa's. I was about to say, is Runa even here? Runa! Master Masoso remains the Custodian, yes? She will not say why she had to leave, but I understand it is a matter of great import. We eagerly wait her return, which time I'll welcome her back with my famous stew! It's alright. At some point during these patches, we will get Runa to talk about something that isn't stew. I mean, I don't blame him. Stew is fucking delicious. I've been having a lot more stew lately. Where the fuck is this quest? I've been having a lot more stew lately because of my lunch plan of just canned shit that I can microwave. Guess what? A lot of canned shit that you can microwave and getting various flavors is stews. Did I mention? I think I mentioned it in a different LP about how I had an Irish stew that was like a microwave Irish stew, and how much better it was than just like the chunky beef or like hearty vegetable ones that I have. I don't know what difference you do in an Irish stew to make it an Irish stew, but it was fucking delicious. It was really fucking good. The sauce was like less dark brown and more of a light brown, so that might be part of it, but I don't know. It's fucking tasty though. In addition to the medicine, I've done an invocation to the great serpents in the name of each and every one of the afflicted. Turning from the spring and balanced step, I dare say my prayers were heard. How long was the Valentine's quest? Master Valen, you certainly should be up and about like this. Have no worries, my little friends. I'm feeling like my old self again. Nightmare Before Christmas reference. I don't care enough about this quest to do that. Pretty short? Yeah. I hear that all is well again in the Stopwall too. That's truly a relief. I try to think what would happen to all of us here in the Greatwood if you hadn't made your discovery. Truly, we owe a debt of gratitude to your ancestors and their wisdom. And truly, we all owe a debt to the great serpent of Ronka, by whose divine auspices young Chako was led to the stellar on which the cure was inscribed. Yes, praise be the serpent! Praise be! Do you think you can keep your voice down a bit? Some of us are still recuperating from a life-threatening plague, you know. Be careful if that fucks up your heart for a long time. Be careful. Be careful. Speaking of which, Chakal, what made you think that little fellow was the great serpent in the first place? When Gwynfor first started rambling on to that end, I thought he finally lost the last of his wits. An excellent question, Valen, and one I've been giving some thought to myself. Father had always told me tales of how the Ronkans worshipped the great serpent as their guardian protector, but there are no clear records of its physical appearance. Cowboy hat. On the night darkness returned to the skies, the small creature we don't know well arrived for us wearing that curious hat. Intrigued, I followed after it. It led me through the ravel, where I saw the passage to our ancestral homeland was at long last open once more. I might have been the bat squatch breaking down all the walls when it was gone. For its like raid-wide spam. Jumping for joy, I picked up the small creature and ran home to share the news with Father. With a tear in his eye, he gazed at me deeply and spoke these words. The great serpent itself has arrived to guide us home. In that moment, I knew it must be so. A moment of divine inspiration, no doubt, and not altogether unlike my own. Yes, this is most fascinating indeed. No, that's Huracan. No, that's the Gurkamat's familiar that Ranjit's father ties himself to. That's not a serpent of Ronka. That's great. In my own case, the great serpent appeared before me in my visions as long as I can remember. Time and again it shared with me the words of the wisdom that I had so dutifully recorded as the Gospel of Gwynfor. One day it called out to me with a terrifying scream, warning of a great calamity that was to befall the Greatwood, but did not rise to action. Shortly after that we came upon that tiny creature in the forest. I recognized it immediately as the incarnation of our divine protector. Looking for Ranjit, you seen him? It's clear now that all was leading up to this day. Its first appearance in my visions, our meeting, all has been part of the great serpent's grand design to restore peace and harmony and prosperity to the forest. I'd like to point out that the great calamity that befell the forest was the pox, which only came about because we had a bunch of rats scrolling about in fucking millennia old pond water. Alternatively, Delta Escape check. It could be Alta Roite. It could be Alta Roite. It's probably Alta Roite, because Alta Roite shows up every fucking day that I do raid roulette. I'm so sick of it, I want to fight something else. Fucking make it A12N or some shit. Like, come on. Make it A12N. You know how rarely I get to use tank LB? It's that one fight. You don't even have to use it in O11 then. They say this might even break your considerable limits, and you don't even need the tank LB for it. Said you tricked me. God damn it, motherfucker. It's clear now that all was leading up to this day. It's first appearance of my... I already read this. Mr. Granted, you now get A2N. No! No! God damn it. It's either A1N, it's either A1N, or fucking, like, I'm sorry, it's an A2N or O1N. It's the only two things that exist in that fucking roulette. Surely we'd never been able to rediscover our history, nor overcome the spread of the plague, were not for the serpent's guidance and wisdom. The plague also wouldn't have happened. If it wasn't for the serpent. Again, it's almost like this questline is dumb and bad and stupid. Unfortunately, it ties into the Grey Serpent Ronka, who is a fucking Chad, so like... Clearly your forefathers revered the Great Serpent as well. There's got to be somewhere out there who's made a Giga Chad edit, but it's of the Great Serpent, and it's still the Serpent, still has the chiseled face. Where else would they engraved it atop the final stela, buried deepest in feathers from the Sin Eater's reach? Now this immaculately preserved data stela before us an incontrovertible proof. The sign of creature is indeed that which we all instinctively perceived it to be. The manifestation of Ronka's divine protector, who hath come once more in our time of need to guide our peoples through trying times into a new generation of peace and prosperity. Scream. Last time after its work was done, the Grave Servant left us, going up to some place where only gods dared to tread. My pocket. Actually, she's been following us and blind about on her adventures, you know? What nonsense is Valen? Clearly the Great Serpent has been watching over us all this time. In any event, it's clear that we owe the Serpent a debt of gratitude. We rest miss for not us to make a pilgrimage to a site where we might properly pay obeisance. But nothing more than to pay obeisance, Master Quinn thought. They're telling where the Serpent has gone. Where might we go that we might hear our words? Fear not, my young Atari friend, for I know just the place. The ancestral slumbering place of the Great Serpent. The mighty crystal that appears before me time and again in my visions. As being other than the fruit of the Protector, cradled amidst the waters of Lake Tusimekta. Valen and I make a trek there every night to express our gratitude to the Great Serpent for deigning to share its divine guidance with us. Does Valen go every day? Don't look at me like that, Ismlawin. I didn't go every time. And when I did, it was just to keep Quinfor here out of trouble. How should we go expressing our gratitude to the Great Serpent? An astute question, my young friends. If you wish, I'd be happy to share with you some choice passages from the Gospel of Quinfor. This cutscene does not fucking end. That would be most suitable for the occasion. For example, here's chapter 15, verse 5, which begins as follows. Oh, hearken unto the heavenly scree. This motherfucker is giving goddamn motherfucking Zelda reference. No one Quinfor's ramblings. I'm sure the Serpent would appreciate all the more if you thanked it in your own words. And so would the rest of us. Trust me. I like how Quinfor is still talking. Thank you, Valen. I believe I'll do just that. Quinfor is still talking. But of course, I could forget chapter 9, verse 11. And chapter 2, verse 2. I've only had time to share the entire gospel with my Katari friends. Although Quinfor's ramblings would go to Chekhel's head, but the boys seem to have a good heart, head and shoulders. Knees and toes, head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes, knees and toes. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes, knees and toes. I'm getting both tired, a little feeling it, and sick of this quest. I'm sorry, this now creates this thing that we know as bad commentary for the streamer to make in the middle of the series. Woo! Woo! Stream is gonna be 10 hours long after the show we have to do after this. Gurg. Well, here I am, but what words can truly convey my feelings to the Great Serpent? Scree. You could just say thank you. You don't have to say, oh, hearken unto the heavenly scree. It's 11:30, I'm just vibing the commentary. That commentary no longer matters. There we go! Someone finally gets the point of streamers. I'm not here to be witting. I'm not here to be entertaining. I am not here to provide anything meaningful or insightful or entertaining. I'm here to be background noise that kills the time. Finally, someone gets the point of this. Perhaps I should just keep it simple. Yes. Oh, Great Serpent. I told you to say thank you. Oh, Great Serpent. Thank you ever so much for watching over us. You have my most sincerest gratitude. It was by your guidance that my people have reclaimed our history. Short. You were going to keep this short. and that I made so many new friends and allies. I promise I will never forget you, and to pass down tales of you for generations and generations to come. Flash. Do like a... It's gonna do a wah. To show that it hurt, it's gonna go wah. Hey! It's a bit higher pitched than I predicted, but it didn't! What's happening? I received your prayers. Do you think the serpent heard my words? Yeah. Scree, scree! So that's the thing, is like, all the stuff about the serpent is true. I would say that Minefus believes the stuff about this is actually the manifestation of, like, a serpent, and is a manifestation of all of that. Minefus is a spiritual person. She believes these things are true, or at least to some extent they are true. Whether the exact specifics or whatever is really irrelevant. She believes in the ideas is true. Again, that's been but Stormblood made Minefus a hell of a lot more spiritual as a person. Still doesn't stop Minefus from thinking that Quinfort's full of shit, though. Both can be true at the same time. When the crystal glimmered and glowed, I almost felt like it was speaking to me. Well, this means the serpent heard my words? I nodded and I did a smile. I did a really big smile and went, well done. At the very least, I take heart in knowing that I've conveyed my thanks to the serpent, and to all our new friends throughout the forest. And with this, I can return to Father and the stop with my head held high. I don't like this questline. Even when it comes to the cute moments, I'm just like, man, that'd be a lot better if the questline wasn't dog shit. But unfortunately, we're in a situation where the questline is indeed, and is in fact, dog shit. So my response is just, boo! It's amazing how we're, like, finishing up all the society stuff today. And also today, I unlocked a new fucking custom delivery. Very funny. Nice practical joke on me, video game. You did well. My siblings take father to see the Great Serpent's home. Cannot thank you enough for accompanying my son throughout the forest. To the end, you have gone above and beyond on our behalf. As a debt of gratitude the Qatari will not soon forget. Yeah. In reclaiming our heritage and history, we've also rekindled time-honored bonds of friendship with our fellow residents of Raktika. The Knights Blessed, the V's, the Grey Serpent, and not least of all, Ustam Blauwin, ally of Ronka. Oh, by the way, I lied about that. All have played a part in events that'll be etched into the annals of history. Man, they really just, like, fucking butchered every single aspect that they brought up Ronka in the storyline, didn't they, huh? Should really like this Qatari quest given to the last one. I will like the quest complete sound at the end of it. Yes, so much else see to it that these events are handed down to our children. And our children's children, so long until long after ourselves are gone. You have our world. Damn, you're gonna pass down these words for like 6 whole years in prison. In the meantime, we shall continue our excavation of the tunnels beneath the Stockholm. We have considered commissioning the great creation of a new stela, which we have all gleaned in recent days may be recorded for prosperity. And then future generations can have a look at it, and then just interpret their own version of history, and do no further research to actually verify their prejudices that they already have about it. Yay! Rather than I might not have seen eye to eye now, interpretations of history show that we are like-minded regarding the future we would forge for our people. Fuck this questline. Oh, how you have grown, Jakel. It nigh brings a tear to my eye. Thank you for everything, Ustam Blauwin. I know there are many places you must journey, but know that you'll always have a home here in the Stoppel. Is that not so, O Great Serpent? Scream. 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 Yeah, they're done! And no allied quest because fuck me. No allied quest because fuck me. The thing Jakel would once cower every time he stepped from my shadow. Now it commands respect from all in the Stockholm. Brings a tear to my eye, it does. When the crystal glowed fellas, the Great Serpent was speaking directly to me. And I felt such joy. Yo! Alright, you get to work, buddy. Get that stela carved. You have until the end of the Qatari's lifespan to finish it. I know that 6 weeks is probably cutting it a little short for a rock that big, but you know, we're gonna make sure that they can check that it's fine. Beheaded! Hey! Tremble! Shot a man for a creature of pure divinity wiggleth for the in all its beheaded glory. And we finally get the cowboy hat one. Scree. And I get the famous kid as well. Yay! Wow, so the pixie one really just gives you... The pixie one really just tells you to go fuck yourself, huh? Pixie one gives you nothing to actually, like, get at all. It really just says, fuck you. Seeking to honor the great servant of Ronka, the stewards recreate the stylish ensemble that was once observed sporting, and made an offering of it to one of the Vinny's incarnations gracing the stockbook. Also, the outfit brings out the stately serpent's adventurous aspect. Scree. Scree! Scree! Cowboy hat, scree! 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 Scree. Where the fuck is the Valentine's Day event so I can get out of Hopple's motherfucking stopple forever? Pixie gives you battle job XP at least. That'd be nice if I was on content in any capacity and not 5 years behind. Ulda Gridania or Limsa Lo Minsa. I want to assume Gridania. Gridania, I was right, because I'm pretty sure that's where the love people were last time. Sometimes the seasonal events change cities. Sometimes they don't. Fire Fair is always going to be in Limsa. This is always got to be here. Because it's the closest thing you can do to Ishgard. Because this is an Ishgardian holiday, but you can't go to Ishgard, so you just got to go to a place called Yelazanar instead. You know what's really romantic? Rain. It's butt. Rose also symbolizes passion, with fiery passion, emphasis, and emissary of love. She'll do my utmost to solve everyone's dilemmas and romance. Are you... Yeah, you two are fucking each other, I think. I was trying to see if there's any characters around, but I'm going to assume they don't appear until we actually do the quest. From memory, characters don't appear until you do the quest. Astrid! Emily! Yo! This is Valentine's Day. We have roses, roses, and more roses. Let's know the festivities to the fullest. And preferably with your special someone. Y'shtola! Come back to the source. Yo, shout out to this fucking Femmeroth who's just like wearing street gear and glasses. You look hot. I like it. And you know what? Skakel also thinks she's hot. Astrid! I promise you a rose garden. Astrid has need of an adventurer to resolve a quandary of love. Greetings, good madame. I am Astrid de Valentillon, emissary of ardor and affection. My fellows and I have come to help folks convey the depths of their hearts to a special someone this Valentine's Day. I'm pretty sure if you asked Elidibus, he would also consider himself an emissary of ardor, but you know, it's fine. Oh, but isn't it so blowing? It's ever so lovely to see you again, and precisely when I have need of a capable adventurer. Permit me to explain the situation. For this year's event, we are providing people with bouquets of roses to help make their feelings known. But as it happens, the partner who is currently providing us with the flowers, a lad named Loravic, appears to be having difficulties of his own in love. As emissaries, we should like nothing more to insist him. But given that the situation is complicated, if in the case, might I trouble you to act in my stead? Sure. We are in your debt. Without further ado, please seek out Loravic and lend an ear to his woes. He is like to be at the Great Loam Growery. Seek him out and lend an ear. Don't be fussed about Loravic's lovely roses. Do what you can for him, won't you? Ba-ba-bum. Okay, so we'll be, I was going to check. Will it be faster to teleport? Because I know the one in the Great Loam Growery is like really far in there. So if you're at the entrance for it, it won't be faster. But it is indeed far in. So it will be faster. Loravic! Hello, Ellison, man. To be honest, you look like most Ellison men. Oh, I got a near weekly after this too. Oh, why is there so much shit in this game? Oh, Silgeny, my love, where have you gotten to? Maybe the fact, Silgeny. Ah, forgive me, I didn't notice you. Is there something you require? I think it's something you require, and what you require is an ounce of getting your dick wet. Miss Ashford sent you to assist me, you say? It's very kind of you both. You see, there is someone I desperately wish to find. Allow me to begin from the beginning. A few years ago, an Ishgadian botanist arrived here in Gridania. Silgeny was her name, and in part due to our shared fondness of roses, we struck up a friendship that blossomed into love. The months that followed were the most wonderful of my life, filled with unforgettable days. But then one day, she disappeared without a word. More later. Leaving behind only the seeds of a rare variety of rose. More later. The flowers being given out this Valentine's Day are grown from those very seeds. It was my hope that the word of them would reach her, and that she might be compelled to return to me. As even in to answer my prayers, who shall I spot the grudges now but her? She wore the rose earring I gifted her, so there's no mistaking it. Last time I made my frantic way towards her, she vanished amidst the throng. Please help me look for her, I beg you. You can count on me. What does she look like? And don't just say prettier than the morning sun rising over the crowd. I need a more description. I'm in your debt. Now, Silgeny is an elven maiden with silver hair. I mean, it's not nothing, but it's not a lot. Oh, they also have an earring. Sorry, my bad. I will search near Maketo's amphitheater. Okay, find new fineries. May the spinner lead us to Silgeny. How am I streaming Bozzy tomorrow? I didn't realize this stream was going to go for so long. How the fuck am I going to do Bozzy tomorrow? I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to finish the stream. I'm going to cook a pizza. I'm going to eat it. And then I'm probably going to shower and then sleep immediately. That's how I'll do it. I think that'll solve our issues. Asking Manifest to look the silver-haired elven woman from Ishgard. Huh. No, I am not allowing that. I'm not allowing that of all fucking things to be the moment. No. Absolutely not. I refuse. I fucking refuse. No way. No. Not happening. I guess that's dark grey, because it counts. May I help you? That he should go to such lengths to find me. I love him still, I truly do, but I'm too ashamed to meet him. What about if I screed at you? I just wish to see the roses the lovers are giving one another. Please tell Lorovic that he should look for me no more. That he should forget me. Will definitely go well. Oh! There's another one with a rose earring over here. What of you? Oh, rose hairpin. Hope you find who you're looking for. I didn't say shit to you. How do you know I'm looking for someone? Bobby came into the room like, why the fuck you awake? It's not even midnight. It's not even midnight where you are. You got plenty of reasons to be awake. Oh, I was waiting for him down there. Oh, right, Fenil. Fenil, fineries, I forgot. I did a forgot. Give me a break, I've been streaming for 9.5 hours. Or don't! Give me a dick about it, not give me a break and say that it's like a personal moral failing of me. That'd be really being a dick about it, but you can do that, I can't stop you. I'm afraid to say, I had no luck. Did I hope you were able to learn something? She said you should forget about her. And I know you're not going to, especially now that I told her that I did find her. What? Forget her? She cannot ask me to do such a thing. My stomach is making the rumbles that only hands can satisfy. I guess technically, like, I ate breakfast and then I didn't have lunch, and it is, like, dinner time. Pray excuse my interruption. I am Sir Titoine. Titoine. A knight of House Helena. Do have the pleasure of addressing the botanist Lorovic. I can't believe Fire has such personal moral failings for, like, choosing the wrong teleport. Do I need to bust out the ukulele for the apology? The rose is being distributed during the carnival festivities. May I ask where you acquired them? It turns out they're poisonous and killing everyone. First, I got them from the seeds given to me by my love, Sojourner. So it is indeed the Drianquan. The rose permitted to be grown by none save our house. To think that she would bring it to a foreign nation. Oh, hey. I think we found the Ishgardian traditionalist RPs that we were talking about earlier. You know Sojourner? She's known at House Alienar's Rose Gardens until a few years ago when she vanished without a trace. Our house takes the rose for its symbol, and the Drianquan is foremost of all of our species. Sojourner had care of them on account of her skills. When Kurthus froze her in the Carmody's wake, every last plant withered away. It was believed that she fled out of shame. When she entrusted me with the seeds, she made no mention of their importance. Why'd she give them to me? This was all such a shock. Indeed, never did I imagine that the rose would only end up surviving in a foreign land, but thriving. So the reason you seek Sojourner is in order to bring her to account? While she has violated our laws, she has saved the Drianquan from extinction. As such, I doubt she would face much of a punishment, if any. Nevertheless, my duty is to ascertain the truth of the matter. I guess you cannot allow me to search with you. The Sojourner bade me not to do so, I cannot bear to do nothing. Nothing says love like helping the cops look for someone that you love. No more romantic than this. Maybe we can have her come to us instead, by devising a rumor that would draw her attention. Oh, my headphones died. Nice. Let us try it. As much as it chased me to deceive her, I'll do what it must to see her again. Then the question is what manner of rumor to employ. Have you any thoughts? Ah! Nothing says love than conspiring with the police to lie to the person you love so the police can grab them. I'm not wearing headphones, we're almost done. You get echoing through the speakers. That's what you get. Loravik is the duel in Ishgardian Knight. He has to duel one of the Heavens Ward, and I've been called in as his champion. We would actually fight, of course. I can't wield anything save botanist tools. Ask Garlean Reapers whether that's a good or a bad thing. They also wield Void Scent from another reflection. So I guess it is a little different. I mean, sometimes Sojourner is aware of your limits. I dare say she would come out of worry for your safety. We didn't go so far as to cross swords. One like tongue or hair is really annoying. He just wants to say, even if it's getting dragged away to get executed. At least I got to see her face once more before she got beheaded. Yes, that may well work. As for location, I believe the Great Limb Grove would be a suitable place as any. Then it is settled. Let us split up and recruit some citizens to our cause. Unless we cause undue commotion, be sure to clarify it is but a ruse. Ah, convince the entire town to lie to your partner so she can get arrested by the cops. Why is this quest so bad? FF14, stop making me play quest lines that are shit. There's 2 in a row now. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. What? The models of Julian is going down the Great Langurui. Don't tell me they're fighting over you. Oh, it's just the roots to find his sweetheart. Well, consider us a part of it. When it comes to endeavors in love, we have to help one another. I hope the end result of this is that Sojourner cuts off Loravik's head. I feel like that's what the fucking cunt deserves at this point. What is happening? Why is this happening? Why is this going on? I'm a talkative citizen. Lord wishes to be reunited with his love, you say? It'd be too tragic if they couldn't be together. You may count on us to spread this rumor far and wide. Oh, I gotta... Why? Why? Yeah, okay, come on. Where's the closest thing? Oh, it's the one outside. Video game. You're a butt and a fart. And a butt that's coming out of a fart. God damn it. I have to sprint for like 15 seconds to reach my destination. Again, normally, did I not say earlier that I don't care about this? Did I not criticize the Nier Automata questline for making fun of this? Yes, I did. The difference is that I don't like this quest, so therefore it sucks. Again, we discussed this with the Qatari. We discussed this. We just discussed this. It's fine. So you want this room to reach someone with a rose earring? Very well, we shall help. The roses brought my love and I together. This will be a fine chance to give it back. Should be glad to tell the other customers as well. In spirit of the occasion, my center, why are you part of... I'm a character too. I'm an NPC that's brought up in the game. Thank you, my center. I will come to you to deliver some of my level 1 and 5 lead quests soon. If I can be bothered to get the materials for them, which I gotta do soon because my leads are at like 90 for my allowances. Should I happen to win Lurvik's favor to lead a better deal with the Guild for the Blossoms, we're using our popular rose tea. Well, who am I to argue? Alright, Lurvik. Your stupid dumb cunt plan has come to stupid dumb cunt fruition. I'm gonna do Nier weeklies after this. I'd say can we save it and just not worry about doing the Nier weeklies, but the more weeks that we don't do the Nier weeklies means the longer that it is until we finish the Nier weeklies. Hungry. What if the last hour of a stream was just me bitching about still being on stream instead of not being able to not stream? What if that was the last hour of commentary that I did? Would that be a good video? What if I started getting really meta with it and started talking about whether it was a good or bad thing to do the bad thing on stream, and therefore it ended up becoming entertaining because I went meta with it? Oh, I bet that'd be a good idea. I should do that. There you are. I was able to recruit a good number of citizens to spread the word. It's Valentine's Day, I bet they're spreading other stuff too. Come on each other's titties, I guess that wasn't obvious. What are you thinking of, sick pervert? I'm truly grateful for your help, Isamblawen, but I'm beginning to worry that Silgeny won't come. I mean, don't worry, once she sees you two men start sword fighting, she definitely will. She must, or else I'll have suffered through all of your lovesick rambling for naught. But I was merely expressing the wonders of true love. One day someone doesn't exist in your life, the next you cannot imagine life without them. No, that's called stalking. Or being really clingy if it's a literal day. Fucking Romeo and Juliet ass fucking bitch. Enough of that, enough. Sir Tutoir, please wait. Lurvik stands no chance against you. Do not hurt him, I beg you. This feud relates to you, does it not? Please help me stop it. Wait, we actually said that it was about me? Why? Why did we do that? Oh, Silgeny, at long last I have found you. Hear me, my love. Sir Tutoir means me no harm, I assure you. He just means you harm, and I brought you to him. I'm sorry for causing you alarm, but I couldn't bear the thought of never seeing you again. I saw her spread a false rumor with help from Uzumright and Sir Tutoir. I have heard about the Dranquois. Will you not tell me why you entrusted me with the seeds and left? Nothing says love like dubbing you into the authorities. Please believe me when I say it was for the sake of the Dranquois. The rose wasn't made for the extreme cold that had overtaken Kurthus. Believing the conditions to be ideal in the Black Shroud, I brought the seeds here where I met you. Not only did I fail in my duty to my house, I violated its rules as well. I have no right to be happy. This is why I chose to entrust you with the seeds before disappearing. It was an unkind thing to do to you, and I'm truly sorry. I heard that roses would be handed out during Valentine's Day. I could not but come and see for myself, though I knew that I couldn't stay. Oh, Silgeny, to think that you carried such a burden. Whatever you may have done, you have every right to be happy. It's the emote! It is thanks to you that the drunk Wow now adorns the city, bringing happiness to all. You're a brilliant botanist, and the guild will surely welcome you as a member. Will you not do the honor of growing roses beside me, my love? I already read that message. Never mind. I thought I saw a new message in chat. I did not. So it's true you violated the rules of House Hay or not. You did so with noble intent, and your actions saved the most precious rose from extinction. In recognition of this, I'll speak in your defense, and I'll make a recommendation to our house that we officially entrust the growing of the drown to the Botanist Guild. New message. Dog barking. Loravic. Oh, I'm so glad that you deceived me to dob me into the cops. Unworthy though I may be, I would gladly grow roses beside you for all my days. Is this the single worst seasonal event that we've had? Because I honestly think it is. Because it's really stupid. And I hate it. All's well that ends well. Maybe you'd like to say a few words to the happy couple? You deserve each other. Maybe you'd like to say a word to them before they get hauled off to prison? Go on, offer that happy couple a few words. Thank you for lending Loravic your aid. Mr. Blackman, Sylgin and I reunited as thanks to the two of you. We shall go on and share the happy tidings with Miss Astrid. My task is done, so I shall return to Ishgard with my own happy tidings that the Dranghuan blooms once more. In due course, House will send a representative to make arrangements regarding the care of the rose. Till next time, my young botanist, I bid you farewell. Or if this is about House Durande, you forged such amazing bells. You gonna come with us to the amphitheater, Mr. Blackman? I'm certain Miss Astrid will wish to see you too. You're right, I can go there. Oh, don't give me a... are they gonna give me a repeatable quest with Astrid to be like, look at how Beaton talks about how he loves chafing his wood or something like that. Are we gonna get that as well? Is it gonna be a repeatable quest? Or we're gonna see the future? Who's like, cool, but like, hey, look! Dumbasses from last time. Yay. Yay. Damn, get a room, you two 40 fucking freaks. Jesus Christ. Can't believe you're standing 2 feet away from each other in public like that, you sick, perverted fucks. Oh my god. I'll forever cherish the bouquet Loravic gave me, and I'll never forget this day. NPCs are in the furniture item buy. Wow, this really is like a... really is the worst seasonal event. Terrible quest, no extra shit to it. Or to walk with Sylgin at my side again. This is a dream that may I never wake up. Like, I get why they don't put a shitload of effort into seasonals, but like... they gotta do something where, like, they don't need to put in a lot of effort each year, but there's something that people can do each year. Moonfire Fair is one of the obvious examples. They can just bring back the tower every year and people will have something to do. It doesn't even matter whether it's a new thing or not, just the tower is something cool. Or you have like the new Christmas one where like there's an instant zone that they're going to use as the thing for it each year. We've had this story from Loravic and Sylgin. How amazing you could help them find each other again. It inspires me to redouble my efforts. She continues striving to become an emissary who can resolve all matters that ponders at the heart. Like, this is one of those things that could be like really, really susceptible to scope creep, where they're just like, oh, we're gonna make every seasonal event a fucking banger. We're gonna make all of them like have a unique event to do. We're gonna do that for every single one. And it would end up taking away time that they could spend on other things, so I get that. But just like, they gotta start giving each one something that is a repeatable thing every year. So at least there's something new. Or not necessarily new, but something to do each year. Even if it is the same thing as last year, just an activity that like the community can do together. Because for some people it'll like, There'll be enough, like, you can do that every year, because one, some of them people want to come back to each year. Something like the Moonfire Fair is an obvious example. But also, there's enough new players in the game that if you just bring back the same event every year, there'll be a bunch of new players who are seeing it for the first time, and there'll be a bunch of people who are friends with those new players, or just people in general who will be around the area, who will want to show the new players those new things. That's why you can have a repeat every single year, and it doesn't matter. That's why you can have the new Moonfire Fair every single year. The Valentine's event! Bring back the Valentine's event that's like doing the maze and like solving the memory game at the end. Just do that. And then like every single year, like either people have a new, like for Valentine's, people have a new partner, they can do that with their new partner because they didn't get to do that before because they were single before. Or there's new players who come through who go, oh, new event that they can do, and like the people who they know who are taking them through the game can show them with them and stuff like that. Something that's like repeatable that you can just bring in every year, just so there's some form of like community thing around it, so it doesn't feel like it's just a quest, even if it's repeating stuff. I think that would go a long way to doing that. Even just cycle it every now and again instead of being something being gone for 5 years. Yeah. Yeah. Just something. Just something. Like again, very, very susceptible to scope creep where they put in way too much effort into seasonals, a thing that don't really matter. That drive away dev time from the stuff that really does matter. This is disposable content, quite literally, because it goes away once it ends and it never comes back. In terms of like the actual individual quest itself. The rewards are on the cash shop a year later. Some things come back each year and everything like that. I understand in each individual quest not wanting to put a shitload of effort into there, but it's a matter of one, making it a community thing so the community has something to do together, and it's also just a case of effective use of resources of you make it once and you can just do it multiple times. Lorvik and Siljani have told me all. On behalf of the emissaries, I thank you for helping them find one another again. You couldn't have sent a better adventurer to my aid. We're in your debt as well, Miss Astrid. Again, like, you know, I've got the game quiet enough so it doesn't echo, but I can't hear a literal fucking sound. There we go. I must say, it's just really felicitous that the Drunk One should bring in our people who grew them. They are a wondrous token of one's love, and should you have a special someone in your heart who's Simloan, I urge you present them with a bouquet as well. Alright, we gotta go to the Crystarium. We gotta go to the Crystarium. Oh, so I told you! I told you this cat girl had the hots for the Femproth. Did I not tell you? Did I not tell you that this cat girl had the hots for the Femproth? I fucking told you she did, and I have been proven correct. Oh, they're literally part of the same FC. They know each other. They're not the drunk one. I've previously seen the roses grown by House Helena. They're regularly company missives sent by the house, and it always adorn entrance hall of the family manor. People have been doing depots with this in front of Horshfont grave. That's fucked up. Fucked up. Fucked up. Or is it the flower as their way of connecting with others? I heard the story from Lorvik and Siljani. How's you gonna... Alright. Same dialogue. I'll not give Lorvik cause for sorrow again. Alright. NPC characters. Yo! Have you considered... It's extra fucked up whenever Valentine's Day happens here. Have you considered... being in love with each other? Yeah! Yeah! 'Tis the season of love! Yeah! 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 Francois and Oella. I don't know who these are. I don't think they're related to the quest. They're not related to the quest. Come back later. Oh, I wish every day could be a festival. Yo! Yo! So many bouquets. It's, I forget her name. Actually, you don't love each other. What if you both loved me instead? Hey. What's her name? I forget her name. She's from the fucking Weaver Quests. She's from the Weaver Quest. I forget her fucking name. Because she's looking at the roses because of the Wild Rose. It's like leader of the Weaver Quests. I forget her fucking name. I was gonna say Midnight Dew. That's the lady from Richco. Yo, look at these two. Yellow Moon or something. There we go. It's Lizette and Hotefons. I am a novice in the garden, but his plain Lorovic is exceptional at his craft. Above all, however, he loves what he does. His roses are the most beautiful specimens and utterly without flaw. He must care for them as though they were his children. That Hortefans. He went to the botanist guild and picked flowers himself for his bouquet for me. Not that I'm impressed with anything, mind you. I'm perfectly happy with anything he might have offered, is what I wish to say. Yo, see? See? Tiny Aura girl is falling in love with Femrose. Why are you looking at the camera, Femro? Why are you staring directly at the camera when I start talking about you? It's fucking creepy. How'd you know? How did you know? How did you know? Arthur, hello there. No, you don't care either. Okay, am I missing anyone? No, the same girl from before. Yeah, of fucking course. Of fucking course Roswin is here. Hey Roswin, did you know that the community voted that Carveline has a sweeter rack than you? I learned this earlier today. The community collectively thinks that Carveline's tits are way hotter than yours. Man, imagine how many fucking NPCs are gonna be here when I'm actually current. It's gonna be so goddamn many. Holy shit. Oh, I can buy shit. Yeah, I can buy the advertisement, yes. And I can buy the hearts, which I'll buy 2 stacks 99 like I do every single year. Yay. I gotta be careful with these advertisements. Apparently soon they'll start showing scions on them. So I have to be careful because they might be spoilers of future scions. Or just which scions are still alive at this point in Dawn Trail. And I'm pretty sure we've done all of that, talking about what the event is and who it is and what it does and everything like that. I don't think I see anyone else. I don't think anyone else here is actually part of the event. Oh! Yo! Never mind! Leonid is here! Yo! More Hellion people. Hey! I completely missed you. What'd you say? That I should behold this rose again! Yo! She recognizes it. Specifically this, because Hellion. Yo! Yo! That's nice. That's nice. Having someone from the actual Hellion family who we actually know. I like that. I like it. 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 I not obvious. Tomorrow's Bosnia stream is gonna go so fucking well. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be pug. It's gonna be tit-sploding. It's gonna be great. This is why we can't fix it. This is why we can't fix Gridania. Because otherwise we'd have to remove this NPC. We'd have to remove her. Alright. The fucking still tied. Still tied. One last thing and then we're done. And then I get some fucking rest because we're streaming 14 again tomorrow and it's gonna be boss room. The plan is to do that for like 8 hours. It's also Delirious best mental state for Nier. Again, I can't believe Yoko Taro of all people is the person who was turned into the channel's villain. It's just not what I predicted. I played Nier and I loved it, and then Automata was like announced, and I'm like, yo, Automata is gonna be sick. It's also by Platinum. Oh man, I love Platinum Games. Platinum Games put out such great video games. I'm excited for this Platinum Games and Yoko Taro combination. And oh, how that is very funny nowadays. How that is so very funny. But at least Yoko Taro and Square and Platinum managed to come together at the right moment in both of their histories to create the masterpiece that is Nier Automata. Because I stand by that Nier and Nier Automata are really good, and they don't fuck up, and they don't fall into the negative versions of the Yoko Taro-isms that we see here. And they're the same Yoko Taro-isms that are in that game, but they're actually done well as opposed to shithouse, like this and Drakengard do. Ready for another foray, are you? Well, it wouldn't be too much of a bother. Let our inexorable march towards failure continue. Recall the marketing you brought back last time? Unfortunately, they were rather far gone. I couldn't salvage much of them. Do you think you could bring back more of the same? Consider it done. Thank you. For the bits, I still haven't looked up the stuff for this. At some point, we're gonna like read all the dialogue for this, for all of the things. But I gotta look up which ones I might be missing, which I've not done yet. With the bits from the extra specimens, I think we can put together something useful. And we're inevitably doomed to fail. Alright. You know what the best weekly is? Running Explorer mode copied factory every fucking week. Where you can't teleport in that Explorer mode. This is the best weekly that has ever been devised into this game. It's definitely worthwhile, and it's totally not shit. It's definitely pog. I'll put together this with them later if I remember. I can look it up as well. I can also look it up and just double check. It's not like I'm at risk of spoilers. We have finished the storyline. We've finished the storyline. There ain't much risk of spoilers at this point. Thing is, I redid this raid. I've tried queuing for these raids since we did them. At the times that I can play the game, which is to say after streaming during middle of the week, I cannot get the queues to pop, but I did get one of them to pop. Spoilers as a flyer. Oh no. I did get the queue to pop for this one. So I have done this one a second time. I've still not done the other ones. But I did get to do this raid a second time. And I will say, yeah, my thought process that I had the first time around, the gameplay for these they're so fucking good. Holy shit. In terms of gameplay, these are some of my favorite fucking duties in the entire game. The gameplay for these, all of them are like, oh my god. I mean, I'd have to, again, I haven't redone the second and third one, but I liked those more than this one on my first playthrough, so I imagine it would stay roughly the similar. Some of them might fall into the Orbon trap. Like, Orbon is not my favorite. I know people love praising Orbon Monastery, and I get why. Orbon Monastery, while I do enjoy the raid, it is not my favorite Evilist raid, because I feel like Orbon Monastery is very solved once you know it. It feels like most of Orbon Monastery, outside of some of, like, High Seraph's attacks, are just, you know the solution, and then once you know the solution, executing it is really simple. It's just like learning what the tell is and learning how to read it and learning how to respond to it is like pretty simple. Whereas for Ritterana Lighthouse, I feel like Ritterana Lighthouse is way more of, you can understand like what the tells are and you can understand what you have to do to respond, but the actual execution of what you need to do still requires skill. Whereas I feel like Orbon is, you know it and then you just do it. Oh, there's a handful of mechanics that aren't. Mustard Banana when he does the, I forget the name of the attack, but when he brings the machines back to life, either the ones that attack the 2x2 grid, that they shoot at the ground, or he brings back the robots on the side that shoot the lasers. That's an example of, you know what it is, you know what the tell is, this will attack the squares, these will attack lines. But once you see the mechanic, you don't, like, it's not like, oh, this mechanic is happening, I immediately know where the safe spot is. You have to look around and manually work out where the safe spot is. You have to look, okay, these are the floors that are going to be attacked by the lasers. They're going to get the 2x2, and then these are the ones that are going to be shot by the lasers coming from the side. These squares aren't safe, then these ones aren't, then these ones aren't, and you work out where the safe spot is by, like, process of elimination, basically. And I feel like it's that, and again, like, High Seraph has some attacks like that. She has a very similar attack where it's, like, setting up the 3 crystals that attack in the 4x4 lasers, and you got to work out which one is safe there and stuff like that. But I feel like most of Orbon's mechanics are just, you see the tell and you immediately, without seeing anything else, you just see the attack name show up. You already know what the safe spot is. And honestly, people praise Thunder God. People love praising Count Sidolphus Orlando for that. For like how fun of a fight he is. Count Sidolphus Orlando is almost exclusively mechanics where you do that. You see the name of it, and if you know what the attack is, because of the name of it, you know where the safe spot is, but like the moment you see the cast bar. And like it can still be fun because of like how much you've got to remember for that fight. But I find stuff where you've got to like manually work out where the safe spot is once the mechanic starts to be a lot more interesting. And Ridorana is way more of that, and all of the near raids are a lot of that. Even once you know what to do, you still have to like work out where is safe. And I find that a lot more fun. Just knowing the mechanic is like not enough for me. I need to, like, I need my brain to be engaged in solving the mechanic, not in remembering the mechanic. I guess is kind of the way I'd describe it. Which again, is a big reason why the near raids for me fuck hard, because you can see the attacks, but you gotta pay attention to what happens when they do the attack to know where it's safe. Ah, yes, precisely the same as last time. This ought to suffice for our purposes. If it's precisely the same as last time, it won't work, because last time it didn't work. You know, I'm feeling a bit more optimistic in spite of myself. By keeping occupied with our work, I find my mind doesn't stray towards the doom and gloom as often as it used to. Seems it's better to take action than being idle with negative thoughts. I only wanted so hard to take action in the first place. Damn, Yoko Taro, you bringing a glimmer of hope into this needlessly depressing storyline? It's Shadowbringers? Did you look at what the rest of Shadowbringers was for a second? No, I don't believe you did. I don't believe that. Well, I should be getting back to my work. Perhaps you could report the chief. Guess he has what the Hustle wants doing. Thanks again for bringing the parts. Why the fuck do I have to go into Explorer mode every week to do this, so I can do this fucking quest? Why do I have to run through Copied Factory, so I can do this quest once a week? Why? Why is this how it was made? It's a fucking alliance raid, for fuck's sakes. Lovely, just the sinner I've been looking for. Ho. Another one is recording devices. Okay, literally we're just logging in every week to check the email. Cool. We're literally not doing anything else, are we? We're literally just logging in to check our email. Another one is recording devices arrived from Connaught. Seems lad has more he wants to say to you. Yeah. Yoko Taro. When you have a moment, be sure to see what's on it. Did we read the last one? You there! I forgot if we read the last one. We should probably read the emails when we get them, and we can just, like, read everything together once I actually look it up, whether I have everything. Yes, it's a review. What are you doing talking and nodding suspiciously? What are you up to? We got an email. You're conspiring to take over the village, aren't you? Just like those murderous machines. What the fuck are you talking about? What am I? What did I just... Oh, my head. Are the dwarves being affected by the fucking logic virus? What is going on here? Something's not right with Glag. And it's not quite the same sort of not right what fell as a few too many casks of ale. Well, whatever, there's nothing you need to worry about. I'll take care of it. Now then, was there something else you needed? Is there anything I can help with to get this over and done with quicker? I didn't read last week's. Whoops, I should do that. I'll at least read the emails. Well. Excuse me. Oh my god. Yo, what do you want? If you don't mock us, I'm done with it and leave us be. Not only to mock you, on the contrary, I want to join you. We do not want to get involved, preferring to observe from a safe distance or making the occasional comment to remind people of my presence. But seeing how hard you've been working for the village, I couldn't help but want to make myself useful for a change. Well, we can certainly use the help that we get. What's the use in blowing? Shall we welcome him into the crew? Don't worry, my office is going to say something incredibly dismissive and hateful of the idea of wanting to help people. Like every other fucking dialogue option in this fucking questline. Thank you. I'm certain you won't regret it. Oh, that strangers with Glag. I wasn't sure what to expect from our dour friend, but it sure wasn't an offer of help. Anyway, I'll find a moment to talk with the fellow about our plans. When he's managed to settle in, you ought to have a word with him too. But to answer your early question, there's nothing we need you for right now. Only a matter of time before we call on you again, though, so kick your feet up while you can. Weekly quest continues the stories now available from the Dower Dwarf in Comra. We're gonna go to a different one. Lend your aid and help the dwarves of Comra to rebuild their home. You obtained a message from Connaught. Ah, okay, so just the weekly one changes. The weekly quest changes per week. Okay. So I can highlight the portable archive for that. let's at least read those. Everything else is just lore, which, as we've discussed, the lore doesn't matter here because it doesn't affect anything. But we'll at least read this. Wow, we'll read this because it's 2 lines long. Dearest Simone, I hope this message finds you. I'm going on a journey to learn the secrets of the white spheres for myself. Go play Dragon God. Maybe some of them will be of use to you. I'll keep a record just in case. I forgot to mention, I brought a pod with me. It shows me the spheres came from a different world, and their purpose is to invade others by duplicating the machine life forms. It's weird to think that to someone, ours is the other world. Get it? Do you get it? It's like it's the first. Kind of like a stereo, what I mean. I would ask if there's anything else that we need to do today, but 1, I'm confident there isn't. 2, I'm only slightly confident there isn't. But 3, if there is, we're streaming this literally tomorrow, we'll have time. We'll be fine. I have no custom deliveries ended, so I can't do the Kaishia stuff. I have no custom deliveries left, and I must scream. So we're gonna go to the Mandra Suites. I'm gonna go sleep. You're gonna go sleep, and tomorrow we're gonna buzz the fuck out of ya. Tomorrow is Bosnia. We are streaming 2 days in a row, so we can start Bosnia earlier because everyone's really fucking excited for Bosnia and everyone wants to fucking do Bosnia, and we're all vibrating about wanting to do Bosnia. So we're gonna do Bosnia tomorrow. So it'll be a Bosnia birthday bash because it's also my birthday tomorrow, by the way. That's also happening. So I have alcohol that's not to these cans prepared for that, and we're gonna get drunk and we're gonna do Bosnia, which is, if it's a gameplay thing because it's a zone like Eureka, I'm sure drinking alcohol will be the best blend of things possible for that. So we're gonna do that tomorrow. But for now, we're logging out of here and ending the stream. Thank you all so much for watching, and until next time, like less than 12 hours from now, this is version 2 signing out.